You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero.
Their escape cut off by the threat of a gun aboard the octopus boat, Speed, Clint, Smiley, Philippa, and their two prisoners return to the Whispering Cave, entering it just before the rising tide blocks the mouth of the cave. Using the octopus shortwave set inside the cave, Clint broadcasts a plea for aid. But the voice of the octopus cuts in and says that he will see to it that they are destroyed before help can arrive. Astounded by the knowledge that the octopus is still alive, the boys try to figure out what he means when a sound like thunder reaches their ears. The octopus boat is shelling the cave, and as the bombardment continues, it begins to look as if the secret police will not escape this time.
Gosh, Clint, you think those shells can reach us way back here?
I don't know, Speed.
I do not think they can, Mr. Barlow. You know, this cave is all solid rock, remember?
Yes, but we don't know the power of that gun aboard the boat. Not only that, even if they can't reach us back here, they can block up the entrance so that we couldn't get out nor get anyone in to rescue us before we starve.
Sweet catfish, what an outlook. And the worst of it is we can't do anything about it. We can't even fight back.
Wow, listen to that. Sounds like they're breaking up the mouth of the cave, all right.
Yes. Listen.
Sounds like another gun's firing on us. Sacred hoot owl. Has that octopus man got a navy?
Gosh, if we could only see what they were doing instead of just sitting here waiting for we don't know what.
I'm going to try the radio again. There's a chance we might get some message through. Oh, the octopus made sure we couldn't get anything out in the air. I don't know how he did it, but this set is as dead as a doornail.
Say, things sound right lively out there now, don't they?
They don't seem to be shelling the cave anymore. Means we haven't heard any more rock fall.
Hey, Mr. Barlow, do you think that someone might have picked up our first radio call? That someone has come to our aid?
It could be. Doesn't seem possible they could have arrived so soon, even if they had heard me. But still, it could be.
Gosh, I hope so.
Huh. No more shooting. I wonder what that means.
It means that my gang's blocked up this cave so neat that nobody could ever get in to rescue you.
Don't forget you're in on this deal, too, big boy.
I ain't forgetting. And I'm not caring either, see?
Listen, I hear something.
It sounds like a motorboat. Oh, but that's impossible.
Wait. Whatever it is, it's coming closer. Put out that lantern, Smiley. I want to give our location away unless this might be a rescue party.
Rescue party? Huh? Don't make me laugh.
Clint, what do you say we throw this longhorn into the water and hold him under for a while?
Oh, forget him, Smiley. Mr. Felipe will take care of our prisoners. See if they don't make any noise until we see who's coming. Get your guns out.
I'm way ahead of you, boy.
Look, there's a light coming. At least the glare from a light.
It must be a boat. And from the sound of her, it sounds like a mine launch. I'd know that a motor anywhere.
Your launch? Well, then she couldn't have drifted far, huh?
Probably the tide brought her right into the cove.
Look, there it is. That searchlight shining ahead keeps us from seeing who's in the boat.
Get behind these rocks. They mustn't see us.
Hey, where are you? You try to give us away, huh?
Here, tie this handkerchief over his big mouth.
Give it to me, huh?
Yeah, better gag the other one, too, or he'll sing out. I'll help you tie him up, Felipe.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fett. Get up your hand on the rocks.
If they'd only say something, we'd know who they were.
Yes. If it's the Octopus gang, we should start shooting now, before they locate it for that searchlight.
Hello. Hello. Where are you?
Listen, they're calling your name, Clint.
Hello. Are you safe? We are the Madeira police.
Clint, we're rescued. We've been come for.
I knew we'd get out of
The
here.
message did get out. Oh, thank heaven.
But the octopus boat, what happened to it?
I should worry what happened to the octopus boat. Right now, I'm going down and kiss that police boat. He's an angel from heaven, that's what.
You want to go into the ship and start the motor speed? They've already been warmed up.
Sure thing. So long, Mr. Philippe, and thanks for everything.
Well, goodbye, Speed. I hope that you come back someday to our island. Our next visit will be a happier one, huh?
Oh, it's been swell, even with all the excitement. Except Mr. Davis being shot. But that sure wasn't your fault. Don't worry. We'll be back.
Well, I hope so, Speed.
So long, everybody.
Well, now, there's a fine young man, Mr. Barlow. He's a credit to you and your organization.
Well, thank you, Felipe. And thank you again for all you've done for us. The International Secret Police will not forget.
And if there is anything more I can do not hesitate to let me know.
We stop off here on our way back from Africa, and I hope we have the octopus to show you.
I hope so.
Well, I guess everything's ready for the takeoff. You checked the plane yourself a little while ago, didn't you, Smiley?
You betcha.
All right. Come on, then. Goodbye, Felipe.
Goodbye and good luck.
All right, climb in, Smiley.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, that's that.
Mm-hmm. It sure was a mess, Clint. I hope we don't run into nothing more like that between here and Africa, at least.
I don't think we will, Smiley. Clever as the octopus is, he thought we'd never leave Madeira. I don't imagine he's planned anything between here and Morocco, but we can look for anything once we land in Africa. We're on his ground then.
And mine. Don't forget that I know that hunk of dirt and jungle.
Ready to take the controls, Clint?
Yeah, thanks, Bean. We'll ease her away from the float and get well out before we take off. Don't want to risk injuring any of those fishing boats.
Seems kind of funny, just the three of us, doesn't it? You know, I'm kind of used to Davis around and even Leeds, the rat.
Clint will take care of our navigating.
Oh, I ain't worried about that. I just hated to lose Davis. You know, he was a nice fella.
Yes, he was. But things like that should make you all the more determined to end the activities of such a criminal as the Octopus, Smiley.
Determined? Man, I'm plumb sot on the idea. I'll get that worm if I have to chase him all over after.
You'll be lucky if he doesn't do the chasing, my boy.
We're clear of the boats now, Clint.
Yeah. All right, then. Up we go.
Now we have nothing to do but just sit back and relax. And boy, can I do with a mess of relaxing. You know, I'm just plumb tuckered out from all that excitement ashore.
You know, fellas, I've been thinking over that smuggling Mr. Felipe was talking about. And I bet the octopus has something to do with it. He smuggles slaves in China. Why not from Africa?
Yes, I thought of that too, Speed. Maybe we can aid Felipe in that. If we catch up with our enemy. But I didn't want to say anything to him. I didn't want to raise his hopes.
No. Boy, ain't everything just as quiet and peaceful. What's that?
Sounded like it came from the storage compartment just outside the control room.
What? Get back there and take a look, Speed.
Okay.
Well, maybe something's come loose. You know, the air's kind of bumpy until we gain altitude.
Let's see. Thinking noise came from in here. What? Who are you? Smiley!
Who's what? What are you talking about, Speed?
Look, Smiley, we've got a stowaway. It's a girl.
Girl? And what a girl.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Feeling zero.
Speed, Clint, and Smiley have had several disastrous adventures since leaving New York on a flight to Africa to investigate an enterprise known as the Atlantean Syndicate. At first, they are not sure if the deal is bona fide or a gigantic swindle. But since starting the flight, the boys have learned that their old enemy, the Octopus, is not only alive, but in some way connected with the Atlantean Syndicate. Knowing that they have been assigned to investigate the Syndicate, the Octopus has sworn to stop them before they reach Africa. He almost succeeds on the island of Madeira, but the boys escape the murderer he set on their trail and finally take off on their last hop before reaching African shores. Soon after leaving Madeira, however, they hear a noise from the rear storage compartment, and when Speed investigates, he discovers a stowaway, a very beautiful girl.
For the love of Pete, how'd you get in this plane?
Monsieur, please. Oh, please let me stay.
A French girl.
What's the difference whether she's French or an Eskimo? She's a girl. She's got no business on this plane.
Oh, no, don't say that. You don't understand.
What's it all about, Speed? The stowaway's a girl, Clint. Better turn around and take her back to Madeira.
Oh, no, please. Please do not do that. Oh, mon Dieu.
Oh, now, you mustn't cry, miss. It's just...
Up here and take control, will you?
But, Clint...
I'm up here in front of.
Well, shut my mouth. Get a chance to talk to a pretty girl like that, and he takes it right away.
Gee, miss, why'd you have to stow away in our plane? We're on important business, and we're way late getting to where we want to go already.
You are Speed Gibson, no?
Why, yes. But how did you know?
Everyone in Madeira knew about this so brave secret police.
Now then, what the dickens is all this about?
She knew who I was, Clint. Said that everybody in Madeira knew who we were.
That's very interesting. But I'd like to know just who she is.
Oh, you could be no one else but Monsieur Ballot, l'opérateur magnifique of your very wonderful secret police.
Well, I'm flattered, mademoiselle, but I should still like to know who you are and why you stowed away on this particular plane.
I am Marie Duchamp, and I am on your plane because I knew that you, of all people, could protect me.
Where have I heard those words before?
Oh, you don't believe me.
Your story seems more or less coincidental, Miss Duchamp. But supposing you tell me a little more about yourself.
Hey, Clint, why do you want to hear all this? Why not just turn around and head back for Madeira so we won't lose any more time than we have?
Oh, no.
Now, take it easy, Speed. I'd like to hear the rest of the young lady's story.
Oh, merci beaucoup, monsieur. You see, it all came about this way. My father's best friend came to Madeira long ago with his son, 3 years older than myself. And because my father and this man, Monsieur Coudray, were such good friends, they made a pact that someday their children should marry.
Gee, before you even knew what one another was like?
Yes, Pete. You see, both our families were titled. Such marriages are often arranged in nobility, while the couples are mere babies.
Gosh, I'm glad I haven't got a title then.
Oh, if you feel this way, perhaps you may appreciate my predicament. You see, while I was very young, I thought nothing of my approaching marriage. It was simply the thing to do. When I was 21, I was to come to Madeira, or my future husband was to come to Paris, and we would have a formal wedding. And...
Yes, go on.
My father died 2 years ago, when I was 19. But he made me promise that I would go through with the wedding. So, I left my home in Paris shortly before my birthday, and I came to Madeira. And then I saw my future husband for the first time.
And you didn't like him?
I feared and hated him. He was nothing like his father. Oh, everything was good while he was around others. But when he was alone with me, he was a beast. Cruel, sardonic. I would have killed myself rather than have gone through with the marriage.
Couldn't you have explained all this to your father?
He would never have believed me. As I said, his son was like an angel before his father. Because he wanted the vast family fortune.
But they couldn't have made you marry him.
Oh, you don't understand. My father signed a marriage contract with his friend, and his death made it more binding than ever. Ronald even threatened to kill me if I did not marry him.
Ronald? Your intended husband?
Yes.
But if he saw you didn't love him, why'd he want to marry you?
Oh, my family is a wealthy one, too. That man is insane about money.
But surely there were other ways of escape than our plane.
Yes. We many boats, perhaps another plane, but none of them containing secret police.
Mademoiselle, surely you can't expect the secret police to prevent this marriage.
Monsieur Ballot, all I ask is your help, your protection. Let me fly with you to Africa, to your landing place in Morocco. That is all I ask. Once I am there, I will be safe. I will bother you no more. Until then, please let me stay. I will be no bother. Perhaps I can even help in some way.
Do you realize that your presence aboard this plane might result in some embarrassing complications for us?
But no one knows I am here, monsieur.
That's right, Clint. Nobody could have seen her come aboard, otherwise they would have stopped her. Mr. Felipe's men were keeping a close guard on the plane.
Yes, I know, Steve. Now, that makes me wonder all the more just how Miss Duchamp did manage to get into the plane.
Oh, there is always one little moment when no one is looking. And in that moment, I slipped into this beautiful plane and hid myself.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry for you, mademoiselle, but I'm afraid we can't help you.
Oh, no.
We're on official business and can't risk such complications as might arise from your predicament. We'll have to return you to Madeira.
Oh, but no, monsieur. It is such a little way to Africa, and it means so much to me. If you return me to Madeira, I will kill myself.
Oh, gosh, you mustn't do that. There'll be some way out of your trouble, Miss Duchamp.
Nothing but marriage to Ronald Coudray.
Coudray?
But yes.
What is it, Clint?
Nothing, Speed. You're right, mademoiselle. It is only a little way to Africa, and we'll risk complications and take you with us.
Oh,
what?
Oh, thank you. Merci, Monsieur Ballot. Oh, you will never know what this means to me.
I hope that I will never have cause to regret it, mademoiselle. Speed?
Yes, sir?
I leave Mademoiselle Duchamp in your hands. We'll land at Casablanca in about a half an hour. Until then, see that our passenger has everything she wants. I'll be up at the controls with Smiley should you want me. Well, here we are, my friends, in Morocco.
Well, Speed, how do you like Casablanca?
Well, it's swell, Smiley, but
what?
Are you sure we've landed in Morocco?
What makes you say that?
Everything looks so modern.
Well, did you expect a lot of riffs to come howling down to meet us, Speed? This city is the heart of Morocco. All its commerce passes through it. Of course it's modern, and you'll find that there's no speed limit in the darn place. Everything travels at a terrific speed.
Golly, I never expected Africa to look like this.
Oh, this is only a very small part of it, Speed.
Monsieur Barlow, you have been so kind to me. Can I not do something in return? I have friends in Casablanca. They would be most happy to show you about this city.
Well, I'm afraid we won't have time for that, mademoiselle. Besides, Smiley here knows Morocco and most all of Africa like a book.
Oh, how interesting.
Maybe I can show you around, mademoiselle.
Perhaps. Who knows?
And now, will you excuse us for a moment while we step into this telegraph office? You wait here, Speed.
Okay.
Come along, Smiley.
Now, I wish you'd tell me what you've got on your mind, Clint. Pretty as that girl is, it ain't like you to carry passengers on a flight like we're on.
Now, listen closely, Smiley. We haven't got much time to talk. I wasn't sure on the plane because the list of Atlantean stockholders was in my portfolio, and I couldn't get back to the baggage compartment before landing.
Man, what are you talking about?
I don't know if this girl's story is true or false, but the man she was to have married, this Caudray, he's the one I'm interested in.
Why?
Because his father is one of the investors in the Atlantean syndicate.
What?
Yes. I thought I recognized the name when the girl mentioned it. And after checking with our list of the 10, I found it there. Oh, it's the same Caudray, all right. A titled Frenchman. Smiley, I think we've stumbled on a hot trail.
Boy, I've been aching for something like this. Just tell me what you want to do, Clint, and I'll tell you how to do it in Casablanca.
First, I don't want to lose sight of Miss Duchamp. If her story is true, we may find that not only sheep are on the investor's side of the fence. There may be wolves.
Caudray himself?
If the son is bad, perhaps the father may be worse. He may not have revealed his hand to the girl as Ronald has. Oh, it may all be a wild idea of mine, Smiley, but I smell something more than blasted romance here, and we can't afford to look over any bets.
Right. Then I'd better go back to the port authorities and tell them we're going to lay over here for a while.
All right, I'm going to cable Chief Riley the latest developments in code. He may have something to add to this puzzle of ours.
Maybe. Well, I'll have our stuff sent up to the hotel while I'm there. Any particular one you want, Clint?
Oh, it's up to you, Smiley. From now on, we're in your hands concerning anything African.
Okay. I'll pick out a good one, and what's even more important, a cool one.
Fine. Tell Speed and Mr. Duchamp I'll be right out.
All right, boy. I'll meet you back here in about 15 minutes.
Okay. Now for that cable.
Yes, sir?
Oh, I'd like to send a cable to New York. It'll take me a few minutes to compose it. Have your desk somewhere off in the corner? I don't want to be disturbed.
Yes, sir. Right here, sir. You may use this desk. This is mine.
Oh, fine. Thank you, sir. And now, let's see. The code.
Where is he?
Oh.
Where is he?
Who, sir?
Well, I was talking to him. I've been standing right outside here. He couldn't have gotten away without seeing him. Where is he?
Here I am, Smiley. What's all the excitement about?
Clint.
Anything wrong?
Plenty. Forget that cable. Come with me.
But why? What's up?
It's Speed.
Speed?
We left him standing there with that girl, remember?
Yes.
Well, he's not there now. Neither is she.
But they must be. I gave Speed strict orders to stay just outside the door.
Yeah, but he ain't there now. And, boy, when you're missing in Casablanca, you're really missing. Come on!
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Feeling zero.
On taking off from Madeira, Speed discovers a stowaway in the plane, a beautiful French girl named Marie Duchamp. She pleads with Clint to take her on to Africa to escape a distasteful marriage, and Clint, remembering the name of her fiancé from somewhere, finally agrees. After landing at Casablanca, Morocco, he gets the list of Atlantean investors and finds that the young man's father is one of the stockholders. Thinking that Marie, or the friends she claims to have in Casablanca, may give some clue as to the syndicate's activities, Clint decides to stay over in the town. He and Smiley go into a telegraph office to cable Chief Riley the latest developments, leaving Speed outside with Marie. When Smiley goes out to have their baggage sent to a hotel, however, he discovers that both the girl and Speed have disappeared. Forgetting the cable and everything else, the two police operators hasten out to the busy street, hoping against hope to sight the missing pair.
Remember, Clint, we left him standing right over there.
Yes. I don't know what could have made him leave his post. He knows the dangers that lurk everywhere on a job like this. Must have been important to him. He never would have taken such a chance.
Yeah, there's only one thing to do. Contact the Morocco police immediately.
Yes, let's go to their offices right away.
Oh, there's Clint and Smiley now.
What?
Did you hear what I heard, Clint?
Yes. Speed? Speed, where are you?
Here I am, Clint. Didn't see you when you first came out. Miss Duchamp got awful warm, so I took her over in that door in the shade. Didn't worry any, did we?
No. We were just about to search the whole of Casablanca, that's all.
Oh, what a pity.
Gee, I'm sorry, Clint. I never thought...
Oh, it's all right now, Speed, that we found you again. But in the future, think twice before you make a move. You'll find it pays. And it'll save me a lot of headaches.
Oh, it is all my fault, Monsieur Barlow. This terrible African sun, it makes me so dizzy. I thought I would die if I did not find some shade. So your nephew so kindly found it for me.
Oh, yes, this must be hard on you, Mademoiselle Duchamp. Perhaps you would like to go to the home of your friends while we attend to the necessary business of baggage, hotel, and so forth.
Oh, yes, I should so like to go there, but... will you not come, too, instead of going to a hotel? They have a great house and would be so happy to welcome you, who have been so kind to me.
Oh, no, thank you. We wouldn't want to take advantage of such an offer, but I would like to meet your friends.
Oh, mais oui, I shall give you the address. Have you a slip of paper to put it on?
I have a notebook and pencil somewhere in my pockets. Yeah, here we are.
Maintenant. Now, it is, 167 Lausanne.
Okay, I've got it.
Yes.
Supposing I escort Mademoiselle Duchamp to where she's going, Clint, I'll stop in at the hotel on the way back and make some reservations.
I think that'd be a good idea, Smiley. Where do you want to meet me?
Oh, back here. It won't take long, will it, Mademoiselle?
Oh, no. We shall hire a motor.
Good. Then I'll meet you in the telegraph office, Clint. That's as cool a place as any.
All right, okay. Take care of yourself, Smiley.
Don't you worry about me. I've still got my rabbit's foot, Clint. But you take care of Speed and don't let him go wandering off again.
I won't, Smiley. So long. So long, Miss Duchamp.
Au revoir, Speed. And I shall send word back with Monsieur Preston as to when my friends are at leisure to meet you. Probably this evening. Perhaps dinner together,
Swell.
Speed's always interested in food. Don't be long, Smiley.
I won't.
Au revoir.
Come along, Mademoiselle, and let's see what sort of a car they've got for hire in Casablanca.
I thought you didn't want to be bothered with Miss Duchamp after we landed here in Africa, Clint.
Well, I've since learned that her fiancé's father is one of the stockholders in the Atlantean Syndicate, Speed. It may give us some sort of lead. Until I find out, I want to keep an eye on that young woman.
Oh, I get it. Well, now what?
Well, I'm going to go back to the telegraph office to send a cable to Chief Riley. I was putting it in code when Smiley told me you'd disappeared. So it still has to be sent.
I'm sorry, Clint. Guess Smiley will be back by the time the cable's sent, huh?
No, he should be. Casablanca isn't so big that it can't be crossed quickly in an automobile. Well, come along, Speed. Let's go inside where it's cool.
Oh, gosh, I'm sleepy. Seems like we waited hours for Smiley to come back.
We have waited an hour by that clock. That's too long. He should have been back a long time ago.
Maybe he's making eyes at Miss Duchamp.
I don't think so. That experience in Bermuda cured him of romance for a while.
And what could be keeping him? He knows we're waiting for him.
Yeah, perhaps he's having some trouble getting hotel accommodations, though I don't know why. This isn't a tourist resort.
I'd like to get out and see something of Casablanca, Clint, and the false harbor that they've built. Smiley says that the natives think someday the Atlantic Ocean will claim its own again, and Casablanca's false harbor and most everything else will be swept away.
Well, you'll find plenty of such ideas here in Africa, Speed. You know, legends and superstitions are the basis of life here. But all this isn't bringing Smiley back.
How about going to that address Miss Duchamp gave me and see what's keeping him? You could tell that telegraph operator to hold Smiley here if he comes after we've gone.
Yeah. Say, I think I'll do that, Speed. What was that address?
Here, wait a second. Yeah, here it is. 167 Luzanne.
167 Luzanne. We'll do that, Speed. And on the way, you can get a look at Casablanca. Come along. We'll get a car of our own and go to that address.
Wow, they drive fast here. Well, I'd rather be up in the air, Clint. It's a lot safer. Hey, driver, slow down.
Slow down, but why, monsieur?
I don't know why everyone is in such a hurry in Casablanca. Great Scott, is the driver going to attempt that curve at this speed?
Wow. How'd we ever make it?
I don't know. Driver, go slower.
What I am going slow, monsieur. If I cut down my speed anymore, someone will run us down.
Gosh, we're in a fix. Afraid to go and afraid to stop. Guess we should have walked, Clint.
If we stay right side up a few minutes longer, we should arrive, Speed. It can't be much farther.
Look, he's getting ready to turn another corner.
Hang on.
My name may be Speed, but I don't like it this fast.
Driver, slow down. We're out in the main traffic now. No one will run you down.
No, monsieur.
Thank you.
We have a route. You may alight.
Is this 167 Luzanne?
Well, it is, monsieur.
Thank heaven for that. Here, climb out, Speed. Here's your fare, driver.
You do not wish me to wait, monsieur? No?
No!
Well, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Au revoir.
Gosh, things are quiet around here now that he's gone.
Aren't they? Now, let's see what we find here in 167.
Can't tell much from the outside.
That's the way with most of these Moorish houses, Speed. They're built to keep the heat out. But inside, they're beautiful. And the size of this, it must be a palace.
Doesn't look like anyone lives in it. There's the number, 167.
Yeah, we'll soon raise someone.
Gee.
What's the matter, Speed?
This street is so quiet after what we just came through. Seems kind of funny, doesn't it?
Oh, you're still thinking of our wild automobile ride.
Gosh, it takes them a long time to answer, doesn't it?
Well, the servant may be in the rear of the house, I guess.
Clint, I've got a feeling that something's wrong.
Oh, now don't let your imagination run away with you. Because you're on a Moorish street, Speed?
No, but here, let me knock. Hey, the door's open.
So it is. That's strange. From what I've heard of Morocco, the natives make sure no strangers enter their homes.
Well, can we go in?
I think we'd better. Perhaps we can find someone, since we won't be able to make anybody hear us.
Gosh, Clint, nobody lives here.
This must be the entry hall, Speed. And don't let the lack of furniture fool you. Moorish homes depend on the beauty of line and wall decorations rather than furniture.
But it doesn't feel like anybody's lived here.
It is strange that we don't see anyone. Wait a minute. Anybody home?
Not a sound.
Come on.
Golly, this is a big room. Look at the fountain in the middle of it. But it isn't working now.
No, Speed, you're right. No one does live in this house.
Then why did Miss Duchamp give us this address?
That's what I'm beginning to wonder.
If she'd made a mistake, Smiley would have come back to let us know. He'd guessed that we'd worry if he was gone too long and we would come looking for him.
Yeah, Smiley would take care of that all right. There's no mistake on that score.
Well, you don't think anything could have happened?
Oh, no, of course not. There's been a mix-up somewhere. That's to be expected after all the trouble we've had getting here.
Do you think we'd better go back to the telegraph office? Maybe Smiley's waiting for us back there right now.
Then again, maybe not. No, Speed. I want to search this house thoroughly before leaving.
Then you do think something's wrong?
I know something's wrong with Marie Duchamp's story. Here, let's go along this corridor.
It's dark along in here. I wonder what's on the other side of this wall.
Take a look through the next little latticed window you passed.
From the little I can see, looks just like another big room, and that's all.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Speed, but I think this is the harem. You know, where they used to keep the women?
Gosh, This house is sort of like the Arabian Nights, isn't it?
Yeah, now wait a minute. Wait. Marie Duchamp! Smiley! Where are you?
No use. There's no one in this house. This quarter'd carry that all over the place. Hey, look. There's a door ahead.
Yeah, let's try it.
Empty like all the rest. It sure is pretty, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
What are you looking at?
Something on the floor across the room. You see? By that carved panel?
Yeah. Wonder what it is. What? Why, it's a rabbit's foot. Clint, it looks like it.
It's Smiley's. Don't touch it, Speed. Here. Pick it up with this handkerchief.
It's got blood on it. Clint!
No, wait. No need to look any further, Speed. We've got to get out of here as fast as possible.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Smiley offers to take Marie Duchamp to the home of her friends in Casablanca, Morocco, while Speed and Clint attend to the business of cabling Chief Riley the latest developments of their flight to Africa. Smiley was to have returned to the telegraph office, but after an hour passes, the boys decide to go to the address the girl gave them and see what is keeping him. They discover an empty house, but once inside, decide to search every room in hope they might find some key to the mystery. In the woman's quarters, they find an ominous clue to their friend's disappearance. His lucky rabbit's foot, stained with blood. Clint wastes no more time in the menacing Moorish house, but with Speed goes to the offices of the Moroccan police, where we now find him talking with Ahmed, a Moor of great intelligence and head of the Moroccan police.
So that's the whole story, Ahmed. Marie Duchamp was very certain as to that address when she wrote it down for my nephew. She knew that it was an empty house all the time. Now that I've had a little time to think it out, I believe that she was the tool of the Octopus gang, who planned to ambush us one by one. The first one, whoever brought her to the house. And the others, Speed and I, tonight, perhaps.
It appears that way, Mr. Barlow. And what was that address again?
167 Luzon.
Luzon. Oh, yes. The oldest section of the city. And this rabbit's foot you mentioned.
Oh, yes, here it is in this handkerchief. We were careful not to touch it with anything else. You may be able to discover something from it.
I shall send it up to our laboratory immediately. We shall probably have the report before you leave here. One moment, please.
You called?
Yes. Take this to the laboratory for analysis. Tell them to give particular attention to the blood spot. Ascertain whether it is human blood or not. I want a detailed report as soon as possible.
Yes. It shall be done.
Well, next, I want to cable Chief Riley. But first, What of the men you spoke of sending to the Lucerne Street address?
They have already gone, Mr. Barlow. They left shortly after you reported Mr. Preston's disappearance and probable fate. They will search the house thoroughly.
Very well. I'd like to be with them, but I think I can accomplish more here.
No doubt. As for your cable, our private telegrapher is in the next office. He will cooperate with you in any way you desire.
Thank you. It may take a little time. You'd better wait here with Ahmed, Speed.
Okay, Clint.
All right. I'll let you know what Chief Riley has to say the moment I receive a reply.
You are sad, Speed?
I'm worried about Smiley, sir. It looks kind of bad, doesn't it?
We Moroccans are fatalists, Speed. We believe a man's fate is written before he is born, and nothing he can do can change it.
I don't think I like that, Ahmed.
Now you are seeing the dark side of the glass. My young friend, do not forget there is a brighter side.
But if something has really happened to Smiley, and we never see him again, well, I'm not used to having that happen to someone I know real well.
And let it be a lesson, Speed. As a member of the secret police, you are living dangerously. Your own life is in constant jeopardy, and yet, would you have it otherwise?
I should say not.
Then why mourn for your friend? If he has died in the work he has chosen, do you think he would have wanted it any other way? We all must go, soon or late. And if he has gone, he went doing the thing he loved best.
Yeah, I begin to see what you mean.
You are young, but wise beyond your years. Now your heart must learn to let go. Things are changing constantly. Nothing remains stationary. Never forget that, Speed. You will then appreciate every little thing you have in your hands.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
It is well. And so our city of white and gold, our Casablanca, has not always resembled a modern metropolis. Not so very long ago, before we built our harbor to bring the ships of the world to our shores, the Arabs of the mountains, fighting nomads who lived in tents, used to descend on the Moors, their city brothers, to mock their culture and attempt to destroy. Now, since the French control Morocco, this seldom happens. But the feeling still exists. It is not wise to journey alone in the mountains.
Gosh, that sure is interesting, Ahmed. Tell me some more about your country.
Oh, there is so much I could tell you.
Well, at last I have my reply from Chief Riley.
Oh, in which case you may desire to speak with your nephew privately, Mr. Barlow. I shall leave you two alone and see how the laboratory analysis is progressing.
Why, thank you, Ahmed.
I only desire to serve in whatever way I can.
Boy, he's sure a great fella, Clint. But what did you hear from the chief? What did he say about Smiley?
Speed, I don't like to tell you, but you'll have to know it sooner or later. Chief Riley doesn't believe we'll ever see Smiley again.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. But Ahmed talked to me about it all and made me feel better about it.
Well, good. Because these things are apt to happen to any of us. I've lost many a good friend in the line of duty. That's a chance we all have to take.
I know.
But there was some good news in the chief's cable.
What?
Carlos Del Valle is in Africa.
Who?
I've never told you about Carlos, have I?
Not that I remember. And I think I'd remember a name like that.
Well, that's because he's generally on foreign duty. He's one of the most valued members of our service. Speaks several different languages, and though young in years, has had a world of experience.
His name sounds Spanish or Mexican.
No, he's a South American. He was born in the Argentine and rode in his father's big cattle ranch as a gaucho when he was a boy. And then he joined the secret police. He's been kept on the jump ever since.
Does the chief want us to look him up?
We're going to meet him in Mazagan.
Well, where's that?
Oh, it isn't very far from here. Riley's already cabled Carlos, and he's starting for the town immediately. He will have arrived by the time everything is settled here in Casablanca.
You mean Carlo's going to take Smiley's place?
Yes, Speed. We must have someone with us who knows Africa well. Carlos does. We're very fortunate to have him as a working partner.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Now, don't take this too hard, Speed. It's been a shock, I know, but after all, we're not sure about Smiley yet. We're just surmising the worst.
But I've got a feeling that we're not wrong, Clint. How are we going to get to this Mazagan? Fly?
Yes. The Bled, a great rolling plain, lies between Casablanca and Mazagan. It's hot and seared by the sun this season of the year. We'll fly all right, and it'll still seem too far.
Well, how do we know where Carlos is going to be?
Well, we're to meet him in Spinney's garden.
Huh?
Oh, you'll hear a lot about Spinney and Mazagan. An Englishman. He dealt with the Moors for 50 years and was well loved by the Kaids and head tribesmen. They made him their confidant. As a matter of fact, The most binding oath a Moor can give today is Spinney's word. That's the height of honor.
Seems to me you know plenty about Africa yourself, Clint.
Oh, not a working knowledge, Speed. But Spinney is famous in our organization. He's made our work in Africa a lot easier because of his excellent reputation. And we're to meet Carlos in his garden, which surrounds his house, 1 week from today.
You think we'll have all our business straightened out by that time?
Easily. We're working fast on Smiley's disappearance. In a case of that kind, the more time we take, the less chance we have of finding him.
Yeah, but I wish we'd get that report on his rabbit's foot.
Here's Ahmed now.
Have they finished the laboratory tests, Ahmed?
Yes, Speed. I have it all here, but I can tell it in a few words. The blood on the foot is human blood.
Oh.
Looks bad, then, huh?
Yes. And to make matters worse, there were no other identifying signs on it. No clues of any sort. The rabbit's foot must have fallen from your friend's pocket when he was ambushed.
I see. Ahmed, have your men come back from 167 Lucerne Street yet?
No, not yet.
Good. I'll join them.
No, don't go, Clint. I don't want the same thing to happen to you that happened to Smiley.
Don't you worry. I won't be alone as Smiley was.
But what good will it do?
Marie Duchamp and those who waited in that empty house couldn't have disappeared into thin air. Neither could they have left by the front door if they had Smiley with them. There was blood on his rabbit's foot, but nowhere else.
You believe they left by a secret way?
Yes, Ahmed. And we found that foot by a carved panel. That may be the entrance to the passage.
Well, if you go, I'm going.
No. For once, you're going to keep out of danger, Speed. I'll have plenty of assistance from Ahmed's police. You stay here where you're safe.
Gee, Clint, please don't go. That house gives me an awful feeling. No matter if you had an army with you. If you go in there, you may never come out again.
Speed, nothing will stop me until I find Marie Duchamp and her accomplices. Smiley's disappearance has started something, and I'm going to fight back. If I can just get my hands on my enemies.
Ahmed, can't you stop him?
Your uncle is right, Speed. We must do everything in our power to locate these criminals. I shall go with you, Mr. Barlow.
I hoped you would, Ahmed. But what about Speed?
Never fear. He shall be well guarded against harm.
Good. Now, how soon can we leave?
Immediately, if you wish.
Please, Clint.
Now, listen, Speed. I'll be all right. Don't you worry. When you see me again, I'll have Marie Duchamp and the others. If they're in Casablanca, we'll find them. Come, Ahmed.
Master. Oh, Octopus Master.
Yes, Zabul.
Word has come from Casablanca. He who was known as Smiley Preston is no more. Operator 9, the girl, and those with her have destroyed him.
Good. One by one, we shall wipe out these secret police before they have a chance to look into the business of the Atlantean Syndicate. Crippled though I am now, I can yet destroy Barlow and Speed Gibson.
Barlow is now on his way to 167 Lucerne Street.
What?
Yes, he is determined to avenge the death of Preston, to find Marie Duchamp and the others.
Are the Moroccan police still searching the house?
Yes.
What of Ahmed, the leader?
He comes with Barlow. The boy remains at the police station under guard for safety's sake.
So they are separated, eh? Barlow is a fool when angered. Good. I shall destroy them, as I destroyed Preston. It is easier when they are not together.
One thing more. Barlow cabled his chief in New York and received an answer. Our operator cannot say what the message was. It was in code.
So? Get in touch with Casablanca on the shortwave radio once again.
Do you wish to speak with Operator 9 in person, Master?
Yes. For the time being, I wish the boy and Barlow to be taken alive. I must learn the police code. And I think I can best learn it from the boy.
Yes, Master.
I have a very clever yet a very simple plan, Zabul. One that will draw the Moroccan police away from 167 Lucerne. And from their own station as well. Then... then I shall have my enemies exactly where I want them. And there will be no escape.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling 0. Ceiling 0. Ceiling 0. Ceiling 0.
When the laboratory test of the stain on Smiley's rabbit's foot reveals it to be human blood, Clint and Ahmed, head of the Moroccan police, feel that the Southerner will never be seen again. Clint cables this to Chief Riley, who sends back word to meet another member of the secret police, Carlos Del Valle, in Mazagan. Meantime, Clint is determined to bring Marie Duchamp and whoever else is responsible for his pal's death to justice. Leaving Speed at the police station for safety's sake, the ace operator, with Ahmed, goes to the house where Smiley disappeared. The octopus, learning of this from one of his spies, decides on a plan to draw the police away, both from their station and the house on Lausanne Street, so that his gang may take Clint and Speed easily. Meantime, Clint and Ahmed have arrived at 167 Lausanne Street.
My men report that they have searched every room and corridor thoroughly, Mr. Barlow, and have been unable to find anything approaching a clue.
I appreciate their efforts, Ahmed. And maybe I won't find anything more than they have. But I still have a hunch that Marie Duchamp and the others took Smiley out of this house by some secret passage. Maybe we'll find it in the wall, near where we saw his rabbit's foot. At least we'll try.
And you say it was off this corridor? In the women's quarters?
Yes. Oh, here's the entrance. And there's the carved panel that I mentioned, over there.
I see. Let us proceed to that spot.
The rabbit's foot was right there on the floor. Now, this panel here should...
I shall start on this other side, and we shall work into the center, yes?
Good idea. Oh, here's something.
There is certainly a hollow place behind that section of the panel where you are tapping, Mr. Barlow.
And now to find a way of opening it somehow. Some of these carvings may be false, may work a lever. But first, let me make a test for possible fingerprints.
No wonder you secret police are so successful in solving your cases. You overlook nothing.
Can't afford to, Ahmed. Just let me get my kit out now, and we'll dust up that wood.
But should you discover a fingerprint, what possible good would it do, my friend? There is no way of photographing it.
Oh, yes, I'm never without a camera. It's small, but plenty big enough for such a job. And now for the print.
Do you see anything yet?
No, not yet. Takes a second or two for the oils in the print to show up. Oh, holding the powder. No luck. Can't see a thing. Even under my magnifying glass.
The criminals must have worn gloves.
Or else we're on the wrong track altogether. And none of these carvings works the secret panel. Well, we've nothing to lose. Let's try them all.
Very well. They all appear to be solid enough.
Wait, hold it. This rosette moved a little.
Oh, yes. See? The panel disappears.
Our secret passage, Ahmed. Let me throw the light in there before we go in. We may find a valuable clue.
Would it not be wise to send for some of my men, Mr. Barlow?
Not just yet. Too many might destroy important signs for me, Ahmed. I'll tell you what. You wait here while I investigate the passage. I'll make it quick. If I run into trouble, I'll make plenty of noise so you can come a running.
But I fear for your safety.
No, don't you worry about me. Just stand by and have your men ready.
Very well. We will be ready. Don't be long.
No longer than necessary, Ahmed. It's a well-built passageway. In use a long time, to judge by the wood. Here. What's that? Bloodstains. Yes, they brought Smiley along here all right. There's another stain on the floor ahead. Nothing else, though. Not a thing to go on, and still a man is gone. The octopus will answer for this.
I have used Octopus Master.
Yes, Zabul? You have more word from Casablanca?
Yes. Our operator reports that Barlow is alone in the secret passage at the house on Luzon Street.
He found that passage? But he is in it alone, eh? Oh, good. I am glad that he found it, Zabul. Preston disappeared forever in that passage. Why not Barlow, eh?
Shall I relay your desire to the Casablanca operator, Master?
Now, one moment. Before I destroy Barlow, I want the secret police code. Zabul, what of Ahmed, the Moroccan police chief?
He and his men await Barlow at the entrance to the passage.
Then listen and get this right. Tell our operator to send a messenger to Ahmed, saying that Barlow wants him to come to the outlet of the passage.
The true outlet, Master?
No. Are there shops on the next street?
Yes.
Give one of them as a destination to Ahmed and his men. Tell them to wait there until Barlow appears. That will keep them out of my way for a time. Time enough to trap Speed Gibson.
He is still at the Moroccan police station, under guard for his safety.
I know. But we shall send a message to him as well, Zabul. And this is what I want the messenger.
It's been gone a long time. Don't you think they should have been back by this time?
Under these circumstances, Speed, it is only natural. A search often does take a long time.
If you'd only let me come along. But no, I gotta sit here in the police station and wait.
I imagine there are many boys your age who would be most happy to sit in a Moroccan police station, eh?
Yeah. Unless they were under arrest. Gosh, I don't know how I can laugh after what's happened. Smiley gone, and all the trouble we're having before we ever get started on the Atlantean investigation.
Be glad you can laugh, Speed. It is a blessing from the gods, laughter.
You could only hear something from Clint. Supposing they ran into a bunch of trouble. Why, anything could happen in that big house, and nobody'd know any different.
Oh, calm yourself. Your uncle and my superior are not alone. Many of our force are with them.
Yeah, I know, but... Hey, who's that looking in the window?
What is it you wish?
I have a message for Speed Gibson.
Why, I'm Speed. What do you want?
I come from your uncle.
Clint, what's wrong?
His tongue spoke these words. Send as many police as possible to 167 Luzon. I need reinforcement.
I know it.
Wait, Speed. We don't know if this man is telling the truth.
We've got to go. Clint needs help.
We must remain calm in this moment of stress. This message may be false, a trick of the octopus.
Octopus? How would he know where I was this minute? Or Clint? No, we've got to go there.
I shall send as many men as I dare, but you must remain here, Speed.
No, you can't keep me here when Clint's in trouble.
Here, where are you going? Come back, Speed.
No, if you're going to sit here and do nothing, I'm going to Luzon Street alone.
Failure all along the line. Smiley's vanished as completely as if he dissolved in thin air. Nothing but a few bloodstains left behind and this passage running into a seeming blind end. There must be an outlet, but I haven't got time to look now. It's getting too late. Better go back to the police station and pick up Speed. Should be getting to the entrance pretty soon, but still dark ahead. Oh, what the... Why, the panel's closed again. Why did Ahmed do that, I wonder? Ahmed! Ahmed! Open up! Ahmed! 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 There's something up. Looks like I'm in for it. Let's see if I can find a way of opening the panel from the inside of the passage. Hope my flashlight battery holds out. Well, the wall on the inside is smooth as glass. Evidently this is a one-way passage, all right, but what could have drawn Ahmed away from the entrance? And why did he shut the panel? What's that?
Clint! Clint, where are you?
Oh, Speed! Speed! I'm here, in a passageway, leading off the room, where we found the rabbit's foot.
Clint! Clint, you here?
Yes! Over here!
I found it. Hey, how do you open the passage?
It's one of the carvings on the panel. I can't tell you which one, but try all those that have been dusted with fingerprint powder. It's one of those.
Okay, I'm trying them now.
But why did you come here?
Have you seen Ahmed or his men?
No, the house is empty. Where are they?
I wish I knew. He was supposed to stand by at the panel. When I returned from my search, I found the entrance closed and Ahmed gone.
You must have been attacked by the Octopus gangsters, maybe. Kid, that's what that Arab meant when he said you wanted reinforcements here. But then you would have known where Ahmed was.
Wait a minute. What Arab?
A fellow that came to the police station. Said you wanted all the Moroccan police you could get down here on Luzon Street. That guard you left me with wouldn't believe him. Thought it might be a trap. So I came anyhow.
It is a trap.
Huh?
Oh, what a sap I've been. So anxious to find Smiley that I've overlooked something that was full of holes. Speed, try to find that carving that opens this panel. We've got to get out of here.
You mean the Octopus knows we're here? Arranged it all?
Probably. A messenger must have been sent to Ahmed, too, to draw him and his men away from here. Oh, it's all so clear now. Why couldn't I have seen it before?
But Clint, how the Octopus keeps such close track of our movements?
One of his operators must be in the Moroccan police force. Have you found a carving that moves yet, Speed?
No, I've about tried them all. It's been dusted by fingerprint powder.
Oh, hurry, work fast. We haven't a minute to lose. Once the Octopus gets word we're trapped here, he'll crack down on us.
Can't open the panel, Clint. How's about me going out on the street and seeing if I can find Ahmed or someone else to help us?
Yes, you go. Go get out of here and stay out, Speed.
You mean not come back at all? Not much. I'll get help.
Order, Speed.
No, Hey, someone's coming.
Hide someplace till you see who it is.
I can't see much of anything. It's getting so dark in here. I'm working with my flashlight.
Well, douse it. Douse it until you learn who's coming.
Don't hear him anymore. Maybe it was just someone passing on the street.
Oh, you wouldn't hear them way back here?
No, but... Clint! Help!
Speed, what is it? Let me out of here! Let me out of here!
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero.
The Octopus, knowing that Speed and Clint are investigating the Atlantean Syndicate, of which he is the head, seeks every means in his power to destroy the secret police before they can penetrate into the interior of Africa. It now appears as if he is about to succeed in the town of Casablanca, Morocco. Clint has been trapped in a secret passage in the house on Luzon Street, from which Smiley disappeared. By a false message, the Octopus has brought Speed to the house also and sent Ahmed, head of the Moroccan police, to another address, supposedly to meet Clint. While the ace operator of the secret police is trying to tell Speed how to work the panel that opens the entrance to the secret passage, he hears the boy call for help. And now we find him vainly trying to escape from his prison to aid his nephew.
Let me out of here! Let me out of here, I say! Panel's moving. It's rolling back. Speed!
I'm okay, Clint. I got this fella now. Here, quick, turn on your flashlight.
Right.
Why, it's the Arab that told me you wanted reinforcements here.
Oh, it is it? Must have followed you here. Evidently the Octopus wanted him to do the job.
What job?
Get rid of both of us while we were isolated in this house.
God.
I know nothing. Nothing.
Oh, no? Come on, Speed. I want to get out of this place while we can. Keep your gun on this rat.
Don't worry, I will. Where are we going, Clint? Back to the police station?
As soon as we learn where Ahmed is. And I'd advise you telling us where he is now for your sake.
They are waiting at the rug shop on next street.
Then lead us to that rug shop right now.
No, my friend. You are not under arrest. We have come here to meet someone, that is all.
But why my poor little shop? I am innocent. My rugs are innocent.
Oh, peace, rug merchant.
Ahmed, Mr. Barlow and Boy, with another. They come.
Hi, Ahmed. Golly, are we glad to see you.
So, Speed. But what is this mystery, Mr. Barlow? Where is the exit of the secret passage?
Before we say anything more, let's find a quieter place to talk in on. Can one of your men take charge of this prisoner?
Prisoner? Oh, but yes. Sidney.
Yes, sir.
We leave this prisoner in your hands. Guard him well while we retire to a more secluded room.
Yes, Captain Ahmed.
Beyond this rug hanging in the doorway, you shall find a quiet room.
Well, this is better. Now, quickly, Ahmed, tell me exactly what made you come here. Not only leaving me in the secret passage, but closing the entrance to it as well.
An Arab came into the room where we were awaiting your reappearance, Mr. Barlow. He simply said that you had summoned him from the passing crowd and told him to come to 167 Lausanne, find me, and urged me to join you here at this rug shop. He said the exit of the secret passage was in this shop. He knew of our movements in such detail that I suspect nothing.
That's the way of the Octopus. The whole thing was a deliberate trap to get Speed and me together, separated from you and your men, and then to probably destroy us. Let that be a lesson to you, Speed. Never make a move unless you have positive proof I ordered it.
Don't worry, Clint. I'll sure be more careful next time.
What do you intend doing now, Mr. Barlow?
Leave Casablanca just as soon as we can get to the plane and take off, Ahmed.
What about the search for Smiley?
We dare not stay here any longer, Speed. In searching for Smiley, we stand to lose our own lives. And after all, we've a job to do. That's more important than anything else.
Yes, and be assured that we shall continue our search for some clue as to the fate of your friend.
Thank you, Ahmed. We'll keep in touch with you from Mazagan.
Guess that's Mazagan just ahead, huh, Clint?
Yeah. I think I'll circle the town and see if I can find a good landing field inside Mazagan.
As long as we're going to meet Carlos at... Where was it again?
Spinney's Garden.
Yeah. Maybe we could land near there. Could you spot it from the air?
Oh, easily. The house and grounds are very large.
Well, if we could land near them, we wouldn't have so far to go.
We'll see.
Boy, colors are so bright they hurt my eyes.
Yes, the African sun accents everything, Speed. And one important thing to remember, never go out into it without a hat on.
No, I had a taste of it in Casablanca. Hey, it's getting windy around here. Plane's bucket.
You're telling me. It's going to be tough to drag that town in this wind. If I get too low, a downdraft is apt to drave us over those battlements ahead.
I'll say. Boy, look at all those towers and things. Looks like Mazagan could stand off an army if it had to.
It did have to in the old days, I believe. Once it was Portuguese, though now, of course, it's Mohammedan. Well, Carlos will be able to tell you all about the town, Speed.
Gosh, I can hardly wait to meet him. Born in Argentine, once a gaucho, and now rated next to you as an operator in the secret police. Carlos does...
You like him. Hey, look, Speed. There's Spinney's Garden down there.
Yeah. And isn't that a good landing field right beside it, Clint? Looks like some big public square or something.
Yes, and deserted for the time being. I think we'll try it, Speed. Fasten your safety belt.
I've already fastened it, Clint.
I've got our nose in the wind right now, so we'll try for a landing. Watch out for bumps, though. May hit bad ground breeze in this spot.
Okay. I'll look out for it. Tough landing, huh, Clint?
Yeah. Harder to land this big ship than the old pursuit planes in a wind like this. All right, hold on. Here we go.
We're down, Clint. You're from the feel of it, I think it was a 3-point landing. Boy, you could fly a bathtub if you had to.
Well, I hope I never have to. All right. Now pile out and we'll go directly to Spinney's garden before we do anything else.
Say, I see a lot of Arabs gathering outside, Clint.
I'm not surprised. Planes aren't so common down here, but, they won't bother us.
Not unless there's some octopus gangsters among them. Gosh, those Arabs are sure quiet. Not making a noise of any kind.
Yeah, they're too busy looking us over, Speed. Trying to figure out just who we are and what our business is. Come along.
Did you lock up the plane?
Yes.
Well, aren't you going to talk to anybody in that crowd, Clint?
No, why should I? The only person I'm interested in talking to is Carlos Del Valle in Spinney's garden.
Yeah, I know. But all those Arabs, they kind of look as if they expected some sort of explanation.
The patience of the East, Speed. Sometimes they conquer great odds by silence and waiting, and then striking when their enemies are lulled into false security. Oh, here we are. Here's the gate. This will take us into the garden.
Gee, I'm awfully excited. Everything's so different here in Africa. And now we're going to see Carlos. Clint, look, here comes one of the Arabs. He's running.
Dressed in rags. A beggar, probably. Close the gate, Speed. We don't want to be delayed right now.
He's coming right for us. He's dressed like a beggar, all right, but his eyes don't look like one. They're wild and fierce. And Clint, he's got a knife.
Quick, inside, Speed. Looks like we're in for some more trouble. Close the gate and get out your gun. We may have to stand off that whole crowd.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Speed and Clint give up hope of ever seeing Smiley again and fly to Mazagan, Morocco, to meet the secret police operator who is to replace him, Carlos Del Valle. They are to meet in the famous Spinney's garden, and the boys go there shortly after landing their big plane, conscious of the eyes of a large crowd of Arabs drawn to the landing field by the drone of the plane. Just as they are about to enter the garden, Speed notices that they're being followed by one of the Arabs, and as he draws closer sees that the man is carrying a knife. After all the narrow escapes they have undergone since leaving New York and arriving in Africa, Speed and Clint take no chances, but hurry on into the garden, close the gate, and now with drawn guns are awaiting a possible attack from the Arabs near their plane.
Gosh, Clint, no matter where we land, somebody comes after us. Seems like everybody in Africa's got it in for us.
Oh, yes, things are happening so fast I can't keep up with them. Keep your eye on that gate, Speed.
We'll see what that Arab is going to do next.
The radio was coming. He should have been through it by now.
He knew we saw him. Probably figures we're armed and is waiting for us to get tired of watching for him.
Not a chance. After seeing that knife, I'll never get tired of watching for that fella.
Look, there's a hand on the gate.
It's him, Clint. Look, he sees us.
Hold your fire. After all, there's a bare chance he may be harmless.
Kind sir, for the love of Allah,
He's coming in, Clint.
Wait a minute.
What?
Step back this way, Speed.
But why?
I want to make sure that no one in that crowd outside the garden sees us and this beggar.
By the beard of the prophet, you infidels are a fearsome lot. Like the fish of the sea, you flee before me, a poor beggar. Oh, do you think of me an octopus?
Octopus? Clint, what is he...
Wait a minute, Speed. I think I've met our beggar before.
You have?
Yes, and he's not a beggar at all, but Carlos Del Valle. Come out from behind that cloak you're wearing, Carlos, to say nothing of the beard.
So, Clint, it took you a long time to recognize me, no?
No, I knew you when I got a good look at your eyes, but I wanted to make doubly sure. We've had so much trouble since we left New York that I'm taking no chances.
You have had trouble. Amigo, since I have come to Mazagan, I have been in water that is very hot. Someone must know that I am to join you at the Atlantean investigation.
Clint, is this really Carlos?
Yes, Speed. The famous Carlos Del Valle, second to none.
See, that is me. And you are Speed, second to none.
I guess so. But I didn't know there could be more than 1 second.
This kid is all right, Clint. He concentrates on facts. That is necessary in our work.
Yeah, I'll say so. But where is there a more private place to talk, Carlos? Even the walls of Spinney's garden may have ears.
No, the Arabs honor this place above all others in Mazagan. We are safe enough, but perhaps we'll be more comfortable in that rose-covered garden house over there. Shall we go?
Yes.
Gosh.
What is wrong, Speed? You look surprised.
I am, Mr. Del Valle. This garden doesn't look like anything like an African garden ought to look. At least of what I've seen of Africa.
Of course not. It is an English garden, Speed. Typical. Spinney saw to that. He loved his country so well that when circumstances brought him to Africa, he built a bit of England here in Mazagan.
He made good in Africa, didn't he? Clint was telling me about him.
Very good. His memory is honored and greatly beloved. But you know something, Speed?
No, what?
I want you to call me Carlos, not Mr. Del Valle.
Oh, swell.
Now we are all good friends. And here's the summer house. Let's go in and sit down. That is better. Now, Clint, what is this all about? One day I receive a code cable from Chief Riley telling me to meet you here in Mazagan to replace Smiley Preston on the Atlantean investigation. That is all I know.
Yes, they did away with Smiley in Casablanca.
Too bad. And who are they?
Didn't the chief tell you?
His cable was brief.
It's the Octopus gang, Carlos. And the Octopus himself.
Again? Madre de Dios. Is it the lies of a cat? When I mentioned Octopus in my greeting, I had no idea he was in back of all these trouble.
He is, all right. We heard his voice in the Whispering Cave in Madeira.
Whispering Cave?
Well, I'll tell you as we go along, Carlos. We'd better forget past history just now and get down to future moves. I have with me all the data we've been able to scare up about this Atlantean syndicate. When we started, it was supposedly a quiet investigation because we weren't sure as to whether it was a swindle or not. But now that we know the Octopus and his criminal and organization isn't back of it, of course we'll have to clean it up.
It is amazing, Clint. Why, this Atlantean syndicate is the biggest nose in Africa. The most wealthy men in the world are its chief stockholders.
It's only stockholders, Carlos. They've been putting up hundreds of thousands of dollars in the hope of fabulous returns. Naturally, with the Octopus gang behind the idea, they'll get nothing in return.
Might disappear like Mr. Buchanan.
What is this?
Buchanan, one of the chief stockholders, came to Africa to do a little investigating on his own. He was last seen in Central Africa. He hasn't been heard of since. But among his effects was a slip of paper bearing the mark of the Octopus.
Central Africa? There is little chance of ever seeing Senor Buchanan again.
Well, that's one detail of our job, to try to find him. He'll know plenty.
Assuredly. All the more reason why you would never find him.
We've got to try anyhow. You know Central Africa well, don't you?
Too well. The less I see of it, the happier I am.
And I'm afraid you're going to be very unhappy for a while. The trail seems to lead right into the heart of the country.
Está bueno. I have been in Morocco long enough to be as much of a fatalist as the Moors. What is to be shall be.
Yes, that does save you a lot of worry.
See, but sometimes we must help fate a little, no?
Right. And now, I think we'd better visit the officials here before they get to wondering just what we're doing. I'll get that data too, Carlos, and I'd like to go over maps of the country we're going into with you.
Then I suggest we meet at my room, say, in 3 hours, Clint. It will be dark then. and will give you and Speed enough time to report to the Mazagan officials. Take care of your plans and disguise yourself.
Disguise ourselves? As what?
As Arabs, Speed. I live in the native section of the city for my life. I have told you I have escaped death by inches since coming here, so I have taken to the robes and rooms of the Arabs. For safety's sake, I advise you to do the same. I will send the clothes to you.
Where are we staying?
I have arranged for your rooms for you at the Hotel Saint Sebastian. It is French and safe, and they will ask no questions. They see you enter as Americanos and leave as Arabs. Many of the French police live there. The management is used to such things.
Good. And where are you staying?
Here is the address.
Gosh, the last time we got an address on a piece of paper turned out to be an octopus hideout.
Don't worry, Speed. If the octopus was hiding out at this address, I would not live there, I assure you. Well, now I go. Better that I go alone. There may be a spy in that crowd around your plane.
Yes. We'll wait a few minutes, and then we'll continue on about our business. We'll see you in 3 hours.
And meantime, go to the Saint Sebastian. Your disguise will come there.
Can we eat there, too?
See, and good food.
Boy, that's all I want to know. I'm starved. And it looks like we're going to need all the food we can get. The way we're hopping around, I never know where my next meal is coming from.
Any word from Mazagan yet, Zabul?
None, Octopus Master.
The fools. Why do they not let me know what is happening? They know that time is important.
Perhaps Barlow and Speed Gibson did not go to Mazagan after all.
They must have, from what the Casablanca operator told me over the shortwave. But why? Why should they stay on the coast when their investigation would naturally take them inland? Either into the Sahara or the Belgian Congo, where Buchanan was last seen.
There is a signal from the radio room. A message must have just come in.
Quick, go and get it. Bring it here immediately.
Yes, Master, immediately.
Here I must sit, crippled, chained to a wheelchair the rest of my life, while Clint Barlow walks over the face of the earth, destroying my plans. It's maddening. Maddening. But Barlow hasn't my brain. No, I'll beat him. It's his fault that I am crippled. That jump from his plane, he tried to destroy me, but he couldn't destroy my brain. And with that weapon, I will beat him yet.
Barlow and the boy are in Mazagan, Master. They went directly to Spinney's garden. An Arab beggar followed them there. Sometime later, he come out alone. Still later, the secret police.
An Arab beggar? My operator could hear nothing of what was said in the garden?
Nothing, Master.
This beggar, where does he come from? Does he live in Mazagan?
In the native quarter. Our operator followed him there.
Good. Good.
Mazagan is awaiting further orders, Master.
I was thinking, Zabul. Thus far, I have attempted active means of stopping the secret police from poking their noses into my African business. Now I shall use the Moorish method. Waiting.
Waiting? When they are on the very threshold of our headquarters? They may stumble into it.
I shall not wait that long. This Arab beggar you speak of, Zabul, I do not think he is a beggar at all, but perhaps another member of the secret police.
To replace Preston.
Exactly. Barlow does not know Africa very well. There is always one member of the band who thoroughly knows the country in which they are working. Preston knew it, but now he can help them no more. Who else could it be? I have it. Carlos Del Valle.
Del Valle? He is next to Barlow in cleverness.
Yes, Sabul. The very man they would choose. And he was already in Africa. He is the beggar. And we know now where he is staying in Mazagan. Good. Very good.
What do you plan, Master?
Tell the Mazagan operator to gather the others of our band and go to the beggar's address. Sooner or later, Barlow and the boy will go there to discuss future plans. I know. That is their way.
Then our men are to close in?
This beggar's address. It is in the native quarter?
Yes, Master.
There will be no trouble from the French police, then. They probably do not even know that the secret police have arrived.
Very true.
And if they should suddenly disappear from Mazagan, it would be regrettable, sad, but inexplicable.
There would be no danger of discovery?
Did they ever find Smiley Preston?
No, never.
Then, what Casablanca was to Preston, Mazagan shall be to Barlow and Speed Gibson.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling 0. Ceiling 0. Ceiling 0. Ceiling 0.
Speed and Clint fly from Casablanca to Mazagan, where they meet Carlos Del Valle, another member of the International Secret Police who is to replace Smiley Preston. Carlos is disguised as an Arab because several attempts have been made on his life since coming to Mazagan. Evidently, someone knows that he is to join the boys on their investigation of the Atlantean Syndicate and is determined on preventing this. Carlos tells Speed and Clint to come to his rooms in the native quarter later and promises to send them similar disguises. Meantime, the octopus learns that the boys have landed, and suspecting that the Arab who followed them into Spinney's garden is Del Valle, orders his operator in Mazagan to surround Carlos' living quarters and await Speed and Clint, for eventually they will come there to discuss future plans. The African night has fallen over the ancient city, and we find the boys, disguised as Arabs, making their way to the address Carlos gave them.
Guess we look like real Arabs, all right, Clint. The disguise you've got on and the one you put on me would fool anybody.
Too bad if it didn't, Speed. This street is dim, but we don't know what awaits us at the inn Carlos is staying at.
Say, we ought to be getting there soon, shouldn't we?
I think it's just ahead, where all those lights are.
Oh. Gosh, what's that?
Oh, that's native music of some sort, I imagine.
Music? Sounds like a bunch of cats to me.
Watch it, Speed. Here we are.
Yeah. Some hotel. No place to ask for information or anything.
We don't need any information. We have the number of Carlos's room. Come along, but don't say anything until we're well past that crowd of Arabs in the room.
I won't. One of them is playing a flute or something. That's what's causing that noise.
Yes, but never mind that now. Watch your step.
Okay.
Up these steps, Speed.
Gosh, this is a dirty place. I'd sure hate to live here.
I have to live under strange circumstances in our profession, Speed. Well, here we are. The first landing. The room we're looking for should be on this floor.
It's so dim you can hardly see the numbers.
Yeah, here we are.
Are you sure? I'd hate to knock and have an Arab open the door and start jabbering Arabian at us.
Don't worry. We're right if Carlos was right.
Come in. Well, I see you had no trouble in finding me.
Not yet, Carlos. I don't like the looks of this place. Anything could happen here, and no one would be the wiser.
Well, all is not yet what it seems, Clint. But now, to get down to business, you brought all the data with you?
Yes.
Let's use that table over there.
Bueno. And I have here a very complete map of northern and central Africa. We don't have to worry about the southern portion of the country yet.
And I hope we never do. Boy, look at the size of that map.
It is a good one, no, Speed? See, here we are here at this moment.
Yeah, there's Mazagan, all right.
And here's the data to study.
Let's sit down while we study it, eh? I think we shall need all the rest we can get.
Now then, first, here's a list of the stockholders of the Atlantean Syndicate. Names of the 10 wealthiest men in the world.
These men to be lured into such a swindle. But they have reputations for shrewdness, Clint, and mucho financial wisdom. They could never have amassed such great fortunes had they been as stupid as their latest investment seems to indicate.
The biggest fish are as easily caught as the smallest, if the right bait is used, Carlos.
And in this case, the bait was the lost empire of Atlantis.
Yes, with positive proof of its location. The first expedition into the Sahara returned with a golden helmet and cup, and a piece of granite bearing the name of a famous Atlantean queen.
Very conclusive proof, I should say. Perhaps they actually have found the continent, Clint.
With the octopus hanging around somewhere?
Oh, that is so. If he found such a fabulous fortune, he certainly wouldn't let anyone else unknown.
I should say not. No, the whole thing is a gigantic swindle, Carlos. And I'm not so sure that some of the investors aren't in with the octopus.
So, is such a thing possible?
Too much wealth sometimes makes men do strange things. One or two of the investors may be after the scalps of the others. In the end, they'll lose too. But meantime, the octopus may keep them thinking they have the laugh on the others.
But the octopus is the only one that'll do the laughing, unless we can stop him.
His job will not be so easy. What made you suspect all these, Clint?
When Buchanan came to Africa to investigate the expedition's findings.
One moment, amigo. Who is Buchanan again?
One of the syndicate's biggest stockholders.
I see. His name is on the list here.
Yes, that's right. He came down to look things over before we were called in on the case. And when he dropped out of sight in Central Africa, a paper was found in his belongings, bearing the mark of the octopus.
See, I remember you told me
now,
that...
the octopus is not so stupid as to leave a trademark on a job like this. This Atlantean idea was the biggest thing he tried to swing. And he'd never advertise his connection with the syndicate.
Then you think Buchanan had correspondence with him before he disappeared?
Yes. And when he got to know too much, they came for him, not knowing that he'd kept any of the correspondence.
That octopus mark was all they found? No other letters?
That's our information. And that's also why we're going to Central Africa, to see if there's anything else.
Yeah. He disappeared from a little village. They might overlook something important.
And from which little village did Senor Buchanan disappear?
Leopoldville.
Leopoldville. If he disappeared from there, the ants must have carried him off.
Ants?
See, Speed. It is a village of ants, all sizes and appetites, and the natives fear them more than leopards or lions.
Now, ants or not, we're going there. What's the best route, Carlos?
Well, let us look for one little moment at the map. So, here we are up north in Mazagan. And here is Leopoldville down here in the Belgian Congo.
I see.
The Sahara Desert stretches between us and our destination. The Sahara and perhaps the lost continent of Atlantis.
Gosh, if we have to fly over the desert to get to Leopoldville, why don't we sit down where the Atlantean expedition is digging and see what they're actually doing, Clint?
The Sahara is the end of the trail, not the beginning, Speed. The men employed on the expedition probably think they're actually about to locate Atlantis. The Octopus gang probably planted the cup of gold and the other things. The workers may believe in the story as much as the investors did.
Oh.
Then you intend to fly across the Sahara, Clint. It is most dangerous.
You know the desert, Carlos?
As much as anyone does, which is very little. But I know the important oasis where we can obtain water.
Well, then our plane will take us to the Belgian Congo safely. Now, here's the route we'll take. I'd like to fly in as near a straight line as possible. And as I mark this map, you show me where the water holes are.
That Barlow and the others are at the inn now?
Yes, Octopus. They passed us not long ago and went upstairs.
You know the room that the beggar occupies?
Yes, it is on the second landing. They cannot escape. We have the inn surrounded, but they will not even get that far.
Good. Good. I am only sorry that I am not there to see the destruction of my enemies.
You do not wish them taken alive, Master?
There is too much risk of their escaping as long as they are alive. No. Take 5 of your most trusted men and go up to the room. Gain entrance by some trick, and then the rest is up to you.
Guns, Master?
No. Knives are quieter. There must be no outcry. I do not want the Moroccan police or the Foreign Legion to investigate the disappearance.
Your word is law, Master. The secret police shall be no more before the next muezzin call is given from the tower.
And see that you do not fail. Now go, and do what you have to do, quickly.
Our plane will carry a great deal of gasoline. It is built for hops of long distances, so we won't have to worry about that.
Of course, we could follow the course.
No, we'd lose time. Now, our best chance of confounding the octopus is by getting to wherever the trail is hottest as soon as possible, before he has a chance to try and stop us. You know, it's unfortunate that he knows we're on the investigation, but that can't be helped. He knows, and we also know that he's implicated in a deal. So we'll go on from there.
And how soon do you want to leave Mazakan, Clint?
Just as soon as our plane is ready, Carlos. No later than, say, day after tomorrow.
Bueno, you are a man after my own heart, Clint. Even if you do such a mad thing as fly across the Sahara.
Oh, you needn't worry about that, Carlos. Clint can fly across anything and land safe and sound.
We'll stock up with plenty of provisions before leaving here.
See, as much as possible. And then we can replace what we use in Boma. Oh, perhaps we shall not have to go into the hungry country.
Hungry country? What's that?
The part of Central Africa where no vegetables will grow, Speed. We must take everything, for all we'll find are bananas and coconuts.
We'll have plenty of canned goods with us in case the trail leads there.
See, but I hope not, for our sake.
Gosh, this is going to be exciting. Will we see the jungles, Carlos, and lions and elephants?
All that and more, Speed. Leopoldville is not so very far from the Congo River, and jungle surrounds the Congo on every side. You'll see more of Africa than you wish, perhaps.
Not me, boy.
We'd better get some sleep before Speed gets so excited he don't want to take off tonight. Well, will you meet us the first thing in the morning, Carlos, so that we can iron out the final details?
Si, amigo. I will come to your hotel.
Do you smell something, Carlos?
Si, Speed. Danger.
Huh?
Quiet, Speed.
I don't hear anything.
But someone is near. I feel it.
You hear that?
Someone is outside our door, amigos. I think it is time we leave this place.
Quick. Gather up the papers and the map.
But how can we leave without running into who's ever out there?
There are ways if they but give us time.
But they're not giving us time.
Wait. Who is that?
The landlord, beggar. I want to speak with you.
I have no wish to speak with you. Speak on.
Open the door, or must we break it down?
That's no landlord. We're on the spot, Carlos.
Have you all the papers?
Yes. I'll have to burn them if we're surrounded. This data must not fall into the hands of the octopus gang.
Open the door, I say.
Come over here. Pronto.
They're breaking down the door. We haven't got a chance.
Get behind me, Speed, and light a match. If they're coming in, we'll have to burn these papers.
Too late. They've broken through. Clint, look out!
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Octopus gangsters have surrounded the meeting place of the secret police in Mazagan, Morocco, and break down the door, intent on destroying the boys. Seeing no way of escape, Clint tells Speed to burn the data on the Atlantean investigation before their enemies break in. But Carlos stops the boy, and just as the door starts to go, the South American leads his friends down through a trap door in the floor of his room. We find them now in an underground passage, pitch dark and as silent as the tomb.
Gosh, that was a close call. Those octopus gangsters were just about to come through the door when you closed the trap door after us, Carlos.
See, Speed. But they saw nothing. The room was too dark for that.
Why in the dickens didn't you tell us you had another exit to your room, Carlos?
I was hoping we would not have to use it, Clint.
Well, why?
Oh, it is a long walk to the bastion of the angels.
Angels? Say, where are we going, anyhow?
Do not worry, amigo. The bastion is a powder magazine, guarded by the French government, of course. We shall find safety and friends there.
But how did you know of this passage? That it led between your room and this angelic powder magazine we're heading for.
Oh, Clint, amigo, you delight my heart. You make it appear as if I can work miracles.
Well, the miracle of our escape. Closest one I ever want to come to.
Me, too.
That is exactly why I took that room. I have used it before, always in disguise, however. You see, once I made a very good friend. He was a Moor, and he told me of this passage and its outlets. It was built years ago by the Portuguese when they took Mazagan from the Moors. Very few people knew about it. Fortunately, I am one of those few. But watch your footing from now on. The ground becomes rough underfoot.
And this passage will take us right to the powder magazine, Carlos?
See, in the bastion, Speed.
If we suddenly appear inside the bastion, what will the guards do? I hope they don't fire on sight or anything like that. After all, in these disguises, we appear to be rather disreputable Arabs.
Do not worry, Clint. The French police always ask questions before they shoot here in Mazagan. Another thing, they know that only someone close to their work would know these passages.
I see. Well, I'm anxious to get above ground again so that we can clamp down on those rats who were so anxious to break into our rooms. Come, Carlos, let's hurry along.
Secret police are no longer here. That is certain. We are too late. They have escaped us.
What are we to do then? Are you not afraid to tell this to the octopus, Abu?
Yes, I am afraid, for I know what awaits all of us if we fail. He is a madman. His vengeance can reach us anywhere.
But Barlow and the others may be hiding somewhere in this room.
Where? In a cobweb, perhaps, or under the candle on the table. No, by the beard of the prophet, they have escaped us, and my heart is heavy with dread of the future.
I heard a story once, when I was only a lad, about a house on the street. Perhaps this very house, if I can but remember it.
Story? We have no time for storytellers now. Stop your seeking. The police are not here. You have looked everywhere in the room. You may as well return to our headquarters.
Listen to me, Abu. This story of mine may save our very lives.
So? Quiet, everyone. Speak up, then. You well know our danger if we fail the octopus. If you know anything that might lessen that danger, speak up.
There is a secret passage running between some of the houses in the native quarter and the bastions by the sea. One in particular was an old meeting place, the bastion of the angels.
The angels? Now a powder magazine? I know it well.
But you did not know of the secret passage?
No. Then that is how they escaped. Praise Allah, there is yet a chance for us. I knew the police had not passed us. They must have an exit somewhere in this room that one of them knew about and used it as an escape.
Shall we not then look for this exit and follow them?
Follow them? No, we will meet them.
Meet them?
Of course, at the bastion of the angels.
We are merely guessing that this passage leads to the angels' bastion. It might be any one of the others. It might be the bastion of the generals, of the Storks, of St. Anthony.
Yes, they shall all be guarded by us. We have enough men to station a few along the walls to watch each bastion. As for the angels, we have a friend in that one. He will give us entrance.
To the powder magazine, but the French, huh?
He is French, one of the guards. Come, on to the bastion of the angels.
By Allah, the sea is angry tonight. She claws at the walls with hungry and fearful fingers.
And the moon is hidden by clouds. A good night for a murder.
You have a grim humor, Abu.
I need humor, grim or otherwise. But peace. They are almost at the bastion now. See, there is a guard watching us.
Have you a story to tell him? One that will explain our presence near the French powder magazine?
Fear not, I have a story. Come, let us approach him.
At least there is one thing to be thankful for. The wind has died.
But yet the sea is lashing the walls. It is a bad sign. When the wind does come, it may be an evil storm.
By that time, we shall be safe in our homes, I pray. And Barlow and the others will not worry about the winds and the sea, for they shall be lifeless.
If we find them, this story of yours may yet have an unhappy ending for us, brother. But we shall learn some information from the guard. Guard your tongue. We approach him.
All, stand where you are.
I would speak with you. My name is Abu.
Oh, well, advance then, but try no tricks.
Tricks? We have come to the walls to look upon the sea, brother. There is no wind tonight, and yet the sea rages.
Huh?
My people are fearful she may swoop over the walls and reclaim Mazagan as her own.
Oh, nonsense. You Arabs are as full of superstition as an old woman is of gossip.
Do you not fear the sea, brother, and the things that live in the sea?
This is strange talk between you and the guard.
Hold your own talk, and you shall soon understand ours.
I have known fear in my time, and that is why I guard the bastion of the angels. We must always be on guard, even when no one is near.
Yeah.
But Abu, what are you doing here on the walls at night? It is dangerous.
No one can hear us?
No, everyone is gone except one fellow inside. There is a military dinner at the hotel tonight. Who is that with you?
Another operator. He is safe.
And Pierre is one of us, too.
Yes, everything is with us tonight, brother. Pierre guards the bastion of the angels, and everyone else save one is at a military dinner. Pierre, have you seen anyone else here within the bastion?
Within the bastion? No, you know that is forbidden. Whom did you expect to see?
The secret police. Barlow, Speed Gibson, Carlos Del Valle.
Those three? Sacre bleu, this is no place for me if they are coming here.
Peace. Do not lose your head now, or the master will see to it that you lose it later completely.
The Octopus has orders for us concerning the secret police, eh?
They must be destroyed in Mazagan. Under no account are they to leave the city. We thought we had them surrounded at an inn, but they escaped us, and we believe they may have found a secret passage that leads into the bastion of the angels.
Oh, the passage? Oui, there is one. But it is locked and bolted. No one ever uses it. The French authorities believe it to be impassable.
Where does it enter the bastion?
The main powder room. The other guard is in there now.
Can we gain entrance to that room?
Well, it will be most difficult. No one is allowed in there save on official business.
There must be some other way.
What sort of powder is kept in this bastion?
Ammunition of every type.
Oh, why do you cease speaking?
You say the secret police must be destroyed, or we shall be?
The master will spare no one if they escape Mazagan.
Could be done. There is always that possibility.
Possibility of what?
Of an explosion in the powder magazine. The destruction of the whole bastion. And whoever is in it.
Pierre, you have saved our lives.
Saved our lives? We'll be in the bastion, too. Don't forget that.
Oh, no. Not if we arrange a very long fuse to lead into the powder room.
And the other guard? What of him?
He must die with the secret police. Can all exits leading from the powder room be locked?
But assuredly. Once the fuse is connected, we shall have nothing to worry about. Our main problem now is to get that fuse in there without arousing the other guard's suspicion.
There are 3 of us to 1 of him.
We cannot use force. Before we could reach him, he would reach for a signal that would bring all Mazagan to the bastion.
By the bit of the prophet, we do not want that.
The laying of the fuse must remain with you, then, Pierre. The other guard will not suspect you of anything.
He will wonder why I have left my post. But I can get around him by some story or another. He's a stupid fellow. But you two must stay out of sight.
We can go inside at least, can we not? Someone might happen by and see us on the walls if we stay here.
Oh, may we set him on? You may come inside. Follow me.
Yes, we must make haste or the secret police will arrive before our preparations are completed.
Voila, through the door.
This is much better.
Alors, you are well armed?
Oh, yes.
Then wait here for me. If anyone attempts an entrance, learn who it is. If it is the commandant and the others, fire twice into the air. I shall come immediately and we shall say that someone slipped by me and entered the bastion and that I was looking for them. But anyone else, shoot to kill.
And my aim shall be never better.
Alors, I go now to lay the fuse.
Once you return and we have lighted the fuse, we shall warn the others of our band. By the time the spark reaches the powder room, we shall be far away from the bastion of the angels.
But we must not forget to lock the bastion doors before we leave.
Oh, no. No. There must be someone to witness this great event, this explosion of the powder magazine. And the witnesses shall be Speed Gibson, Barlow, and Carlos Del Valle.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Abu, an Arab and a member of the Dread Octopus Gang, is determined to destroy Speed, Clint, and Carlos before they can take off from Mazagan. Accordingly, when he suspects that they will enter the bastion of the Angels, now a powder magazine and guarded by the French government, he and his men go to the ancient battlements and there, aided by a French guard who is also in the Octopus Gang, plan the destruction of the secret police. Pierre, the Frenchman, obtains a long fuse and goes to the main powder room to attach it to some high explosives with the intention of blowing up the entire bastion as soon as the secret police have entered it. The boys are still making their way along the secret passage leading into the bastion, and Pierre is in the powder room talking to the other guard, trying to attract his attention from what he is about to do.
It is too bad that the commandant and all the rest have gone to the military dinner, n'est-ce pas, Maurice? Me, I should have liked to have gone too.
Someone must guard the bastion. And speaking of that, why have you left your post?
Oh, poof. Nothing ever happens here.
In a powder magazine, anything can happen, at any time. You had better return to the walls before the commandant and the others return.
They will not be back before dawn. Or I do not know a military dinner. While I am here, I am going to look around this place. There are many corners in this room I know nothing about. You may go on with your game of solitaire. Pay no attention to me.
You're acting strangely tonight. If you are caught, do not say I did not warn you.
Oh, no, mon ami. I shall take all the blame.
This guard duty does get monotonous, particularly inside this room. I cannot understand why you left the outside wall. At least the air is fresh there.
C'est vrai, too fresh. The sea is rising. The natives fear a storm.
Any wind?
Oh, no, not yet.
What are you doing in that dark corner?
Oh, just inspecting some cases of high explosives.
I wish you would not. One spark in here and the bastion would be blown to bits, and us with it.
Oh, do not worry, Maurice. I know better than to blow the bastion to bits with myself in it.
What is that?
Sounds as if it comes from the door leading to the ancient passage. See what it is, Maurice.
But who could it be? No one ever uses that.
Perhaps the commandant is hoping to surprise us.
If he is, we shall be ready for him.
Oui, by all means. Unbar the door and see what it is. But I advise you to get your gun out.
Do not worry. Advance and declare yourself, whoever you are.
It's only us, mister.
An Arab boy who speaks like an American.
I am an American, and so is my uncle here.
Sacre bleu. Come out here in the light so I can see you better, and do not forget I have my gun trained on you.
Are you sure this man is to be trusted, Carlos?
See, Clint, we are safe at last. This is completely French, and everyone on the police force knows of the international secret police.
Secret police? You are...
Operators, amigo. Though we look more like beggars in these disguise we wear. You have heard of Clint Barlow?
Oui. The greatest of them all.
Si, he stands before you now.
This one?
Si.
But he appears to be an Arab.
Appearances are deceiving, my friend. We're wasting time. Where's your superior officer?
Gone. To a military dinner. Everyone is gone but myself and Pierre over there. Why, he has gone too.
Who is Pierre?
The other guard. He was here only a moment ago. He was anxious to know who was using the ancient passage.
Strange that he would leave without knowing.
Very strange. I don't like the looks of this, Carlos.
But I cannot understand it. One moment he was looking at the high explosive right over there, and he was...
Clint! Look over there on the floor, leading from those high explosives this guard's talking about. Looks like a fuse.
A fuse? It is a fuse.
Sacre bleu. It is that Pierre. Now I know why he was inspecting the explosives and why he left his post. We shall all blow up.
Hold on. There's no time to get excited. This Pierre you speak of must be a fool, as well as a villain.
What do you mean?
If you get me a sharp knife and a pair of pliers, I'll sever the fuse there at the door, just beyond, and we'll go and see where that fuse leads.
Go immediately, Clint. I'll tend to the fuse here. Our friend here will get the necessary implements.
Very well. I'll leave it to you, Carlos. Speed, you come with me. We have to work fast if we want to capture our would-be murderers.
Abu.
Yes, Pierre? Is anything wrong?
Everything is right. The secret police are down in the powder room. I have barred all the other exits. There is only one that remains, this one. But first, we shall light the fuse.
You have brought the fuse all the way here? By the beard of the prophet, it must be a long one.
We needed a long one to give us plenty of time to escape from the neighborhood of the bastion.
Light it then and let us be away. The secret police are too close at my heels for my happiness.
Do not worry about them. Can we light the fuse, so? Voila. It is done. Now, to make our escape. Unbar the door, Abu.
Yes.
Well, what is wrong?
The boat. It must be rusted. It is stuck.
Oh, mon Dieu. Fuse is burning fast. No, the cell. We must open the door and make our escape. We must have time to warn the others of our band on the walls. Here, let me try that door.
Back up, you two.
Pierre, it is Barlow.
Barlow?
Don't move. We've got you covered. Disarm them, Speed, but don't get too close to them.
Okay, Clint. Hand over your guns, Pierre, whatever your name is. And those flashlights, too. You won't need them anymore.
Don't waste time here. We have got to escape. Don't you understand? That fuse.
The fuse? Well, yes, we noticed that on our way here. But surely you wouldn't be so foolish as to have any high explosives at the other end of this fuse?
Huh?
And risk an explosion while you were still within the powder magazine?
By the beard of the prophet, he believes the fuse to be harmless.
But he must not believe such a thing. You have just come from the powder room, have you not, Barlow?
Yes.
And did you not see where this fuse led there?
No, I didn't see the fuse until we started looking for you. The other guard wondered where you were.
But, Clint...
Quiet, Speed.
And there is not time to return to the powder room to prove where the fuse leads, Pierre. We must escape.
Escape we shall.
And one move and I'll shoot Pierre. You're not leaving here until you tell me everything you know about your leader, the Octopus.
The Octopus?
We know nothing.
And is that why you tried to ambush us at the inn? Why you followed us here?
I do not understand what you mean.
What's the use, Clint?
Take it easy, Speed. Well, I'm in no hurry. We've had rather a hectic night of it. I'm satisfied to stay here until the Commandant and the others return. Perhaps they may be able to throw some light on the matter.
Stay here? Oh, no, mon Dieu, we must leave and immediately.
Not until you tell me everything you know.
The fuse is burning fast. Already its flame is swallowed by the darkness of the passage.
I know nothing, Barlow. Abu can tell you more.
Dog of an infidel, do you seek to save your own skin at the expense of mine?
Listen, Clint, why are you doing this?
I have down the bridge.
You seek to blacken my good name, dog of a dog.
I cannot blacken a name which is not even your own.
What's that?
Oh, nothing at all. But we must leave here. There is not a moment to be wasted.
What do you fear, Pierre?
I have already told you. The fuse leads to high explosives. This bastion was to have been your tomb. It will still be if we do not leave here immediately.
So, you admit this was a trap?
Admit it to save my skin, I admit everything.
So, this is the sort of dog the master trusts.
Master? The octopus? Very well. I can wait for you to talk as long as you wish to remain silent.
Oh, Abu, for the love of heaven, tell this Barlow, this devil without nerve, whatever you can. It is our only chance for life.
There are worse things than death, Pierre. If I speak now, my tongue may be silenced in a far more unpleasant way than any quick death.
He's afraid of what the octopus will do to him if he talks, Clint, like all the others have been.
Oh, speak, Abu.
Listen, Abu. If you tell us what you know, at least you'll be in the custody of the secret police. You will not have freedom, but you will have protection.
Vengeance can reach me anywhere.
Oh, nonsense. The octopus has hypnotized you into believing him infallible. But we caught up with him in Tibet, and we'll do it again in Africa. If men like you will help us...
If I could only believe...
Believe him? Oh, we believe him. Believe him as much as you believe that fuse that is burning straight to our death. Pour l'amour de ciel, Abu, have mercy, have mercy.
Behold the craven, Clint Barlow. If I must work with such jackals as this, Pierre, then I shall not work. I will tell you what little I know.
Well, let's have it.
And quickly, before we are blown to bits.
I, with my band, was stationed here to murder you and the others.
By whose orders? The octopus?
Yes.
Where is he now?
That I cannot say. He moves about constantly. But my last order came from Marrakesh. I received it only this afternoon. They are awaiting word from me as to what I have accomplished.
Then the octopus must still be in Marrakesh.
Yes, Speed. This is our first big break.
Now that you know everything, let us leave this cursed place.
Clint, did you find them?
Oh, yes, Carlos. Come here, will you?
Si, with the greatest of pleasure.
Oh, mon Dieu.
Well, what a happy little crowd we have here, no? C'est bien well, mesdames.
This madman laughs while death and destruction come closer and closer. What is that he is carrying?
This. The other end of the fuse. I cut at the door of the bar room so that it could do no harm.
No harm? No harm! Mon Dieu, all the time we thought. And Abu told everything he knew about the octopus.
Silence, you fool!
Oh.
Hey, why'd you hit him, Abu?
To silence him. And now, what follows, Barlow?
Carlos, this man has just told us that he last had word from the octopus from Marrakesh.
Marrakesh? Behold, that which we seek, the end of our journey, is accomplished.
What's that, Carlos?
Marrakesh, the beautiful, beloved by all who enter its Speed. But with the octopus there, it will soon lose its beauty.
We'll remedy that. We're going there immediately. Abu, I want you to radio the octopus that you're still following us. We must hold him there until we can fly to Marrakesh.
What's that?
Thunder. The storm has broken. Dare you fly in the teeth of its fury?
Dare we? With the octopus in Marrakesh? We've got to. Come on.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
After capturing Pierre and Abu, two octopus gangsters, in Mazagan, Speed, Clint, and Carlos learned from the Arab that the last order he had from the octopus was from Marrakesh, a famous African city. Since they know their enemy is awaiting word of their death at the hands of Abu, the boys prepare to fly into the teeth of a rising storm. But first order the Arab to get in touch with the octopus by shortwave. Clint sees a chance of catching up with his old enemy, and we now find all of them before the shortwave set with Abu already in conversation with his sinister master.
I have bad news to report, Master.
You have failed with the secret police, Abu?
For the time being, yes. They escaped from the beggars' quarters we raided.
You fool! Had them in your hand and then allowed them to slip out?
But we know where they are now. It is only a matter of time before we destroy them.
But how did they escape from the ambush?
By means of a secret passage leading to the Bastion of the Angels.
French powder magazine. One of our operators is stationed there, Pierre.
Yes, but there was another guard. Pierre could not openly aid me.
No? When there were two of you to one of the guards? And I sheep to work for me?
We must be cautious, Master. We have both the French authorities of Mazagan and the Foreign Legion to cope with should we be caught.
There is no room for caution when dealing with the secret police. Is Pierre with you now? Is Pierre with you?
What shall I tell him?
Tell him he's watching the hotel where we're staying.
Pierre guards the hotel housing the secret police, Master. Since he is off duty, he can do this while I speak to you.
Good. When do you plan to attack them?
Tonight, when they are asleep.
It cannot be soon enough for me.
Master, you will remain in Marrakesh until you hear from me?
Why do you ask?
You wanted to know as soon as the deed was done.
Yes, that is so. Very well. I shall remain in Marrakesh until further word from you. But you had better send that word before dawn. I will not tolerate further delay.
Yes, Master. I shall do my best.
You had better.
Wonder what the octopus would have done if he had known we were sitting here in front of a shortwave set with you, Abu.
Allah have mercy on me if he even suspicioned such a thing. I have great fear in my heart, Barlow.
I have guaranteed you the protection of the secret police, Abu. Our problem now is to reach Marrakesh before dawn. I don't think the octopus will remain there any longer.
Then we should leave immediately. The flight to Marrakesh will not be an easy one of these storms.
Will we get there before dawn, Carlos?
Oh, we should see. But as I say, it all depends on these devil of a storm.
We must get there.
What about Abu? Are you going to turn him over to the French police, Clint?
I was at first, but now I've changed my mind.
You mean you will kill me, Barlow?
Kill you? Oh, no. Don't judge the secret police by the standards of the octopus, Abu. I'm going to take you with us to Marrakesh.
Take me with you? Then I pray you kill me now. I cannot go to Marrakesh, cannot face the vengeance of the octopus.
You'll not face him, but you may be able to help us smoke him out.
You cannot go merely halfway, Abu. You have come over to our side by sending those messages to the octopus just now. You must remain on our side. You cannot turn back in safety.
I know. Ah, well, it is written, my fate. I shall go with you to Marrakesh.
Attaboy, Abu. And you'll be a lot safer with us than you would be here.
Thank you, Speed Gibson.
And now, let's get down to the plane before the storm grows any worse. Come on.
Sabul, come here a moment.
Yes, Master.
Wheel me over to the window, the one facing the Atlas Mountains.
It shall be done.
This is far enough.
You are worried over the message from Abu?
Yes.
But if they surrendered the hotel of the secret police, they will capture them.
I am not thinking of that, but of a certain undertone in Abu's voice.
What do you mean, Master?
I think he was lying.
Lying? About what?
That I do not know, but I am convinced that something has gone wrong, Zabu.
Then we'd better leave Marrakesh at once.
No. We'll wait and see what happens. We'll know before dawn.
I do not understand, Master.
Look at this thing from another angle, stupid one. Supposing that Barlow captured Abu, and supposing Abu talked, telling them that he was to let me know as soon as he had killed them.
He would not dare.
I trust no one except myself, Zabul. If this were the case, then the secret police know I am here in Marrakesh, and Abu wanting to know if I would remain here until further word from him seems to indicate that they know and will fly here to capture me. Before dawn.
Then all the more reason for you to leave, Master. There is our retreat in the Sahara.
Silence. This is all supposition, remember. And yet, if Barlow and the others do come, we shall be ready for them.
But how? Even if we summon the tribesmen from the Atlas Mountains by shortwave, they would never reach here by dawn.
I do not need an army to capture 3 secret police. I have some 100 men right here in Marrakesh, have I not?
Yes.
Then your work tonight, Zabul, is to summon every one of them. They must come armed and ready for anything.
They are to come here?
No, not all, at least. Station some on the walls of the city. Tell them to keep their eyes on the sky for a bimoted plane.
The night is clear and there is a moon. They should see it at some distance.
Then station more men at the square. Barlow will probably land there since it is the only fit landing field inside the city walls. Then bring 15 men back here with you.
You would attack the secret police before the eyes of the whole city?
Perhaps. For it shall be at dawn or before. The city's eyes will still be shut in sleep. Yes, we have much work to do tonight, Zabul. But I must do mine here, chained to this chair with useless legs.
You may depend on me, Master. All shall be as you wish.
We must not fail, Zabul. Barlow and Speed Gibson are getting too close. They must be stopped, or my Atlantean syndicate will fail, and that must not be. From its success, I will make enough to continue on in my work to become master of the world.
Yes, that is true. It must not fail.
Do not watch me like that, Zabul. And you need not humor me. I know you think me mad. Perhaps I am, but not so mad as not to recognize danger. I'll stop Clint Barlow if I have to call every tribesman out of the Atlas Mountains to do it. Come. Get on with your work. Remember, Zabul, men on the walls, in the square, and here, and all well armed. Barlow will have a warm welcome in Marrakesh.
Gosh, Clint, I'm sure glad we finally got out of that storm. Sure was a bad one.
Evidently just along the coast, though, Speed. Flying conditions are good now. So we stay high enough above the warm air currents, we'll have smooth sailing.
Think we'll reach Marrakesh before dawn? Seems a little lighter in the east already.
African air magnifies everything, Speed. I think we'll be there before sunrise. Is Carlos asleep?
Yeah, and so's Abu. Guess being a fatalist has its good points. He's not worrying about what might happen to him in Marrakesh anymore.
At least he's not showing it if he is worrying. But speaking of sleep, how about you getting some shut-eye, Speed?
Me sleep? Flying on a night like this and maybe right into the capture of the Octopus? Gosh, I couldn't sleep anymore and fly to the moon.
Don't be too sure you couldn't do that. The moon and stars seem so close here that I feel as if I could reach out and touch them.
I do not advise you to do it, Clint. It would be a long reach.
Carlos, I thought you were asleep.
I was, but I woke up. We must be nearing Marrakesh, no, Clint?
We're approaching it all right, but don't tell me you sensed it, Carlos.
See, I am like that. When anything important comes close, zing, I am awake.
I think you're going to lose a lot of sleep from now on then, fella.
Carlos, those mountains in the distance, is that snow I see on them shining in the moonlight?
It is, Speed. You're looking on the famous Atlas Mountains.
Golly, I thought I was seeing something when I saw the Himalayas in Tibet. But these are different.
So different, Speed, that they are almost legendary. You see, a blue and gray mist constantly hovers about the base of these mountains, so that they seem to be hanging in midair, cut off from the rest of the world by these vapors. You'll see these phenomena by daylight tomorrow, or I should say today, after the sun rises.
Gosh, they're sure colossal.
See, where day and night meet, and Atlas upholds the heavens on his head and hands.
Huh? What's that?
What a true African says whenever he lays eyes upon these fabulous mountains, Speed.
You'll have to get used to Carlos, Speed. He's a poet in the clothes of the secret police. And I might add, it comes in darn handy most of the time. Understanding the people here in Africa as he does makes it possible for him to get much closer to them than most of us that they're pleased to look upon as infidels.
That's swell. I can learn a lot about Africa from Carlos, and I'm sure going to ask a lot of questions.
Oh, you better run for cover, Carlos. When Speed starts asking questions...
I shall tell him to look toward the east. We're going to have a red dawn. And see, below it lies Marrakesh, the end of our journey.
Yeah. See it, Clint? And look at the palm trees by the wall.
The most beautiful oasis in all Africa, Speed. Marrakesh is indeed the heart of Africa, for here comes tribesmen from the Atlas Mountains, Negroes from the tropical of Africa, Moors from the north, native caravans. Oh, you will think it is truly the crossroads of a continent.
It's getting lighter all the time. I can see that the walls are red. Where's that from the red in the east?
No, the walls of Marrakesh are red, Speed. And see that great tower there.
Yeah? What is it?
The Tower of Kotubia. For generations, it has been the welcome mark of long and weary journeys. If we had $1 for every pair of eyes which have sought Kotubia, we should be very rich, amigo.
Boy, I can hardly wait to land. What with the octopus and Marrakesh and so much else to see.
Wait.
What do you see, Carlos?
Men on the walls of Marrakesh.
Is that unusual?
Very, particularly when they are armed. I caught a gleam of light from a rifle.
Rifle? Clint, what do you think?
I don't know, Speed. You better go back and wake up Abu.
What are you going to do?
Think twice before landing.
But we must, Clint. We have not enough gasoline to fly back over the desert without refueling.
I'll circle low over Marrakesh, and perhaps we can see what's up. But I don't like the looks of those men on the wall.
You think the octopus suspects anything, Clint?
Maybe. From the looks of that city, Speed, I don't think this dawn flight's going to have such a happy landing. We've got to be ready for anything.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Learning from Abu, a captured octopus gangster, that the octopus is awaiting word of their death in the city of Marrakesh, Speed, Clint, and Carlos fly there, taking Abu with them. Meantime, the criminal has become suspicious, however, and prepares a trap for the secret police. As the boys near the end of their flight and the red light of dawn reveals Marrakesh beneath them, Carlos glimpses armed men on the walls of the city. This is unusual, and Clint senses danger. We now find him dragging or flying low over the city, with Speed and Carlos eyeing the sleeping Marrakesh for more suspicious activity.
There is our landing field just below, Clint. That great square. It is the center of the city in a beehive of activity just after sunset.
Looks quiet enough now. But wait. There's some figures moving about down there. Take a look through the binoculars, Speed.
Okay. Gee, these fellas look different from the Moors and Arabs we've seen so far on this trip. And they're watching us like hawks, Clint.
Tribesmen from the Atlas Mountains, probably.
Can that mean anything, Carlos?
Anything and perhaps nothing. Men from the wild Atlas tribes come to Marrakesh to trade. But they should be in the great square at dawn. Even the camel caravans are not inside the city walls yet. There will be no trading for several hours yet.
I see. Looks like an ambush, all right. The Octopus must suspect something. But we're going to land anyway.
But if those fellas are Octopus gangsters, Clint, we'd be awfully outnumbered. They could do away with us in no time. There's nobody around to stop us.
I'll see to that.
Well, what do you mean?
The sun's just about to rise.
Sure, but how's that going to help us?
I never yet saw a city under French authority that didn't raise the colors at sunrise. Where are the government buildings, Carlos?
Over there. Those big ones, right off the tip of your left wing.
Good. And that's where we're going to do some flying for a few minutes. But first, I want to climb for the ceiling.
Gain altitude? Why?
No time to talk, Speed. Just hang on. Here we go.
Caramba! Why don't you go straight up, Clint?
Right. Speed. Get back to our lure again. See if he knows the exact location of the Octopus headquarters in Marrakesh.
Okay, right away.
What have you got up your sleeve, Clint?
The Octopus is playing a waiting game. And I think I stay in the game all right because I have an ace up my sleeve. Several of them, in fact. French aces.
Master Octopus.
Yes, what is it? Where is the plane of the secret police now, Zabul?
Still in the air. They must have sighted our guards and become suspicious. They are not landing. Instead, they are climbing higher into the air.
So Barlow is going to slip through my fingers again. But after all, I am supposed to be the prey. Let him climb higher, then. The higher he gets, the less chance he will have of catching me.
But he may land after the city's awake. We cannot capture him then.
No, but neither will he capture us. By that time, we shall be away from Marrakesh, Zabul. Make preparations to leave now.
Shall I call in the guards?
No, not yet. They can be called at the last minute. But make the caravan ready. Not too large. 3 camels, perhaps. The guards can follow on horses.
Should the secret police see you, will they suspect nothing?
No. They will never think to look for the octopus on a camel. And by that time, there will be other caravans passing to and fro. They will probably be searching for my headquarters while we pass on out into the desert. Go, Zabul. The sun is about to rise, and you have much work to do.
We're high enough now, I think.
Look, the sun has risen.
For us, but not for Marrakesh. Remember, we're several thousand feet above the city. Naturally, we'd see the sun while Marrakesh was still in shadow.
With these binoculars, I can see that they are getting ready to raise the flag before the Foreign Legion quarters and fire the dawn salute with the cannon. That will wake up Papa Ricard.
Papa Ricard? Who's that?
Head of the Legion here in Marrakesh. A good friend of mine. One fine fellow, Clint, but he looks like a walrus and sleeps. Santa Maria, how that man sleeps. There is a saying in the Legion that Papa Ricard would sleep through the dawn salute even if he himself were fired from the cannon.
Yes? Now, this is one dawn salute Papa Ricard won't sleep through. Hold tight, Carlos. We're going into a series of power dives.
Commandant!
What's that? Are we being raided by the reefs?
Something strange is about to happen, Commandant Ricard.
Strange? Yeah. I think it has already happened, Corporal. Your jacket is unbuttoned. You are untidy. What is the meaning of bursting into my room like this?
The dawn salute was given.
Is that so strange? I've slept through 1,000 dawn salutes.
But listen to what is above the city.
What is all this?
It is right above the Legion quarters. I think he will crash through the roof.
Quick, call out the guard. Rouse the barracks. We must see what this means. I myself will see what it means. Is a madman flying that plane? Why is he making such dives and so low?
He started from a great height, Commandant Ricard. Look out! Here he comes!
I tell you, if he will only land, I will teach teach him to awaken the city like this and then threaten our lives with such antics?
He is leveling off. He has come out of the dive.
But he is also turning back. Perhaps he will try to effect a landing on us this time. Give me my field glasses.
Voici.
Bien. Now we shall see who or what is flying this plane. One of them appears to be opening a window. Sacre bleu, it is a mere boy.
Oh, perhaps lunatics are flying the plane.
Wait. He's preparing to throw something.
Look out! Something is floating down to us. It is attached to a little parachute.
He was so close, I do not know why they use a parachute. They could have handed it to me.
It has fallen. I shall retrieve it. Voici.
Merci. No. It says, we must land in the public square, but an ambush awaits us. Bring your men there immediately. And it is signed Clint Barlow, International Secret Police. Mon Dieu, Barlow here? For what reason? And this ambush he speaks of.
What are your orders, Commandant?
Orders? To the square, of course. Call out the men. We go to the square immediately, on the double quick.
They're heading for the square, all right, Clint.
See, and Papa Ricard is making them run. Oh, but we still have a fight on our hands, eh?
Yes, particularly since we don't know exactly how many men he has in the city. There's a fair chance that he may even try to take us, Legion or no Legion.
Guys, this land is no cinch after all.
I'll say not, Speed. But whatever happens, there's going to be plenty of excitement in Marrakesh today. And it won't all be trading.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Speed, Clint, and Carlos fly to Marrakesh, knowing that the Octopus is there, awaiting word from one of his gangsters who was ordered to do away with the secret police. Meantime, the boys have captured this man, Abu, and made him tell the Octopus by radio that Clint and the others escaped the first ambush, but are now surrounded and will not escape a second time, and for the Octopus to wait in Marrakesh for further word from him. The criminal, sensing that Abu is not telling the truth, guesses what Clint is up to and prepares a trap for the secret police by stationing his men around the deserted square where they must land. Clint, however, spotting the guards by the dawn's light, flies to the government building and sends the plane into a number of power dives, awakening the Legion commander, Ricard. He then drops a note attached to a tiny parachute, ordering him to come with his men to the square. Ricard and his men arrive just as the plane lands.
Hasta Stand back! Stand back, everyone! Give him room to taxi the plane towards us. No, it is safe. The motors have been silenced.
Hurry up, boys. We can't waste a minute. Good morning, Commandant Ricard. Thank you for obeying my instructions. You saved our lives.
Mon Dieu. You Americans, I cannot follow you. You are Clint Barlow?
Yes. And here's a friend of yours, or so he says, Carlos Del Valle.
See, greetings, amigo.
Oh, you were in that plane, Monsieur Del Valle. Now I know why it acted like it was flown by a madman.
You see my reputation, Clint?
I was flying the plane, Commandant. And if it seemed insane flying, it was for a very good reason.
Oh?
We believe that the Octopus has guards stationed near this square. Since it's barely past dawn and no one is generally abroad at such a time, they would have had an easy job doing away with us if I hadn't aroused your garrison by my power dive.
So that is why. Alors, bon, we forgive you, Monsieur Barlow, and we welcome you to Marrakesh. But what is this business of Octopus guards?
They vanished just before you and your men arrived, Commandant.
Okay, Clint. Plane's all locked up. All we gotta do now is go after the Octopus. Abu here is ready to lead us to his headquarters.
All right, man. Fall in. Attention.
Commandant, this is my nephew, Speed Gibson. Speed, Commandant Ricard.
Glad to meet you.
Mon Dieu, it is amazing. A mere boy in the secret police.
And how, Ricard? This boy, as you call him, has one good head on his shoulders. But we are wasting time. If Abu is ready to lead us to the Octopus, we better start, no?
Yes. Commandant, we've had definite proof that the criminal, the Octopus, is right here in Marrakesh. Will you and your men cooperate with us in attempting an arrest?
Oh, but absolument. The Foreign Legion is always at your command, Monsieur Barlow. And I know the French authorities of Marrakesh will be most anxious to rid the city of such a monster as the Octopus.
Good. I'd like to leave a small guard with our plane.
Oh, assuredly. As many men as you wish. The Legion post here is very large.
Excellent. We're going to have to work fast because the Octopus won't lose any time in leaving Marrakesh when he knows we landed and are still alive.
We are at your service, Monsieur Barlow. Every man in the garrison will be proud to work with the secret police.
Well, then let's get started for the Octopus headquarters right away. Now, it's up to you, Abu. But don't forget, the French Foreign Legion and the secret police are backing you. Let's go.
Octopus Master, what shall we do? Barlow has outwitted us.
Yes. No one but Barlow would think of rousing the Legion to witness its safe landing. I thought I had him right where I wanted him.
But what next? The caravan is not yet ready, and word has just come in that Abu is leading the police and the Legion here.
Abu?
Yes.
Is Abu with Barlow?
Yes.
So he talked. I was right. He was lying.
But, Master, we must make haste if we are to escape.
Yes, but first I must show Abu that he cannot betray me and live to boast about it.
You will risk your own safety for vengeance, Master?
That is one secret of my powers, Abu. No one can betray me and live.
But there is so little time. What shall we do?
First, give orders to barricade the doors of this house. Speed preparations for the caravan. I will go alone, using merely one camel if there is not time to complete preparations for more.
Yes, Master.
And while you are doing this, send Kiri, the headhunter, to me.
Kiri?
Being a pygmy, he can secrete himself in this room where a normal man could not. And with his blowpipe and poison darts, he can silence Abu's loose tongue.
But where will he hide in this room?
In that chest over there. It is made of intricately carved wood. There are 3 holes in the chest. 2 for Kiri to look through, and 1 in which the end of his blowpipe fits. It is not the first time Kiri has hidden there.
But he will be discovered once he kills Abu.
They will never think of looking in that chest, Sabul. You see, it is much too small to hold a normal man. Kiri will have plenty of time to do his work well. Perhaps he will even have a chance to give the secret police a taste of his poisoned darts. I should like to be here to see that.
But, Master, you would not stay?
No, Sabul. I cannot risk that. Go now and follow out my orders while I disguise myself as an Arab merchant. But don't forget, send Kiri to me immediately.
It shall be done, Master. Meantime, I shall speed preparations of the caravan. I pray Allah that the secret police do not come before we are ready.
We shall be ready for them, never fear. Kiri is always most anxious to welcome my uninvited guest.
Gosh, Carlos, Marrakesh is sure interesting. After we capture the Octopus, I wish you'd show me around the city if you don't mind.
Madre de Dios, Speed, how can you be so calm? We're on our way to trap the octopus, and you want me to show you the city.
Oh, not now. After we get him.
Don't be too sure we will get him, Speed. Remember, he knows we're here.
Yeah, but we've moved in too fast to give him time to escape, Clint.
That may be true, but the octopus always makes sure he has several exits. Don't forget that, Speed. He may choose one that will allow him to escape from under our very noses.
Escape from under our noses? No, Monsieur Ballot. Now that I know the octopus is in Marrakesh, there can be no escape for him.
And I have great respect for your Foreign Legion, Commandant. But we must remember that we're up against no ordinary criminal.
That's right, Papa Ricard.
What? What did you call me?
Why,
Don't tell me. I heard you, young man. You called me Papa Ricard, n'est-ce pas?
I guess I did. Yes, sir.
And I know who called me that first, or you would never have heard it. Carlos del Valle.
Oh, now, amigo. How can you say these things about me?
Don't give me that reproachful look. I know you too well, Carlos. Papa Ricard.
Oh, but it is a compliment, amigo mio. Are you not the father of the Legion here in Marrakesh?
Now, pipe down, Carlos, and tend to business. Our Abu will have us at our destination before we're prepared for action.
Dios, with these marching army at our back, how can the octopus escape clean?
Numbers don't mean a thing when you're up against that fella.
I'll say not. Golly, Clint, look at the camels up ahead.
Yes. Looks like a caravan getting ready to leave the city.
Right, Clint. Probably traders returning to their home in the desert or the mountains.
I've always wanted to ride on a camel.
Take my advice, Speed, and stay away from them. They are only well-behaved on the long desert caravans. Otherwise, they are quarrelsome beasts. They snap and bite and kick.
Gosh, I didn't know that. They always look so wise and peaceful.
In a zoo, perhaps, but not in Africa. If it's wisdom you want, amigo, I recommend a mule.
Mules? Yeah, I've seen plenty of them since coming to Africa.
And you will see many more. They have patience, good nature, and strength. Oh, what more could you ask?
Let you pipe down a minute. Abu is stepping on it. We'll lose him if we don't watch out.
Hey, Clint, isn't it funny that he hasn't said much of anything since we landed in Marrakesh?
I imagine Abu's doing a lot of thinking right now, Speed.
See, fatalist or no fatalist, he's probably a very frightened Arab. But that wouldn't stop him from walking to his death. Remember their saying.
It is very strange that your guide is leading us to this part of Marrakesh, Monsieur Ballot. It is our residential section. Very quiet, very orderly.
That isn't surprising, Commandant. The octopus is generally to be found where you least suspect a criminal to be.
Look, Abu has stopped.
But before the house of Sidi El Galafi. But this is impossible.
Nevertheless, he has stopped, amigo.
Why is it impossible, Commandant?
But I know Galafi well. He is the soul of honor. And on a hunting trip at present. The house is empty.
Boy, oh boy. A perfect setup for the octopus.
You're right. Order your legionnaires to surround the house, Commandant.
Me. Attention!
I'll try the door, please. The door is barred, of course.
We'll have to break it in, then. Unless you have a pass key, Commandant.
No. And the key would do no good if it is barred from the other side.
Right. We'll smash our way in. With bullets. Won't be the first time I've shot a lock off the door. All right, now let's try it.
Well, it worked, Clint.
Guns out, then. You're ready for anything, Commandant?
I'll send some of my men in first.
No, I want them to bring up the rear. After all, this is primarily our job, sir. Speed, you stay behind Carlos and myself.
Oh, Clint.
Orders?
Yes, sir.
Now, come on, Abu. Let's go. Keep your eyes open, Carlos. Shoot at the first sign of a movement.
Yeah, don't worry, amigo. My finger, he is nervous on these gun triggers.
Doesn't seem to be anybody in the house, Clint.
Let's try this room here. What? This looks something like the laboratory the octopus was using in Tibet.
Yeah. And gosh, looks like it's just been left. Clint, do you suppose...
That the octopus is still somewhere in this house? Yes, Steve.
I know he is. I smell danger. More than ever before.
I shall order my men to quickly search the whole house.
Yes. We'll quickly look through everything in this room to see what we can find, Commandant. Speed, see what's in that carved chest over there.
Okay, Clint. Hey, what's wrong with Abu?
He's falling.
Something hit him. Madre de Dios, a poisoned dart. Down on the floor, everyone. For the sake of your lives, down flat on the floor.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
The secret police, backed by the Foreign Legion, have surrounded the headquarters of the Octopus in the city of Marrakesh. They were led there by Abu, a captured Octopus gangster, and the criminal, knowing this, has left a pygmy headhunter, Kiri, hidden in one room to silence Abu with a poisoned dart. As Speed, Clint, Carlos, and the others begin to search this room, Abu suddenly lurches forward, and Carlos, glimpsing the dart protruding from his robe, shouts to his friends to fall flat on the floor. We find them prostrate now, excitedly trying to learn what has happened.
Carlos, what is it? What's wrong with Abu?
I cannot tell yet, Speed, until we have some semblance of order. But keep your head down. Stay as close to the floor as possible.
It's quiet. Quiet, everyone.
What has happened that I should not be on my face?
What about that poison dart, Carlos? Did it penetrate Abu's cloak? Take a look. You're nearest.
I am all right. My thick cloak protected me. But watch yourselves. Discover where the dart came from.
See, Abu is right. And do not forget to stay close to the floor. The dart struck Abu's cloak near his heart. That means the aim is hampered. I doubt if our enemy can reach us so long as we remain low.
Funny how sudden it happened. I was just going to go over there and search that chest over there.
The carved chest. Abu was facing that way.
You think it came from there, mon Dieu, Barlow? A man could not secrete himself in such a small space.
The Octopus has all manner of men in his band, Commandant. I'm going to work my way along the floor to that chest and see who or what is inside of it.
But you're taking an awful chance, Clint. Why don't you just fire at the chest? If anybody's inside, that'll sure bring them out.
And if there might happen to be high explosives in that chest, we'd all go out through the roof. No, Speed. Can't run a risk like that. You stay here with Carlos. I won't be long. Don't let him come after me, Carlos.
No, amigo.
Gosh, this is awful, waiting like this. If Clint's wrong about the dart coming from that chest, then another one might come at us from any place, any minute now.
Don't worry, Speed. If that was true, the darts would have come long before these. No, I think Clint is on the right track.
He generally is.
The bravery of the man. I've never seen anything like it. He approaches that chest of death as if he were going to observe a sunset.
And why not, Papa Ricard? This is no time to get excited.
Del Valle, what about this poisoned dart in my robe?
Do not disturb it until Clint has completed his move. We do not know how close it is to your skin, Abu. Perhaps your first move would puncture your skin. Then we could do nothing. The poison on these darts is deadly.
Clint's at the chest now. He's gone around to the side.
Is your gun ready? He lifts the lid.
What is it? A monkey?
It is an educated monkey, if that is so, for it speaks Swahili.
Come on out of there. Drop that blowpipe first.
Why, it's a little native boy. No?
Dios, it's a pygmy. That explains the poison dart.
May Allah protect us.
What's Abu afraid of now? The real danger's over. Clint has made him throw away his blowpipe.
Pygmies are the headhunters of Africa, boy.
Headhunters? No. Used to be, but not anymore.
You think not? Stay away from the interior, then. From the dim jungle trails and the fever swamps.
Si, Abu. You are safe. Do not fill the air with idle chatter at a time when action is necessary.
It is well. But the breath of Allah protected me from the winged death. The octopus left Kiri, the headhunter, here to avenge himself on me for leading you here.
All right. This fellow's harmless now. You can all get up.
Boy, am I glad.
See, let us question this little one who was so unpleasant in the chest.
And Ricard, will you please see if your men have found anything in the other rooms yet? Huh? Time's precious.
Oh, mais oui, Barlow. I shall learn exactly what they have discovered.
Gosh, he's kind of mean-looking, isn't he, Clint?
He's plenty mean. This little man is one of the toughest customers for his size that I've ever come across.
This chatters just like a monkey.
See if he'll talk, Carlos.
I'll try some Swahili on him. Jina lako nani?
May I try? Perhaps he will talk to me.
Yes, Abu. Go ahead.
Jina lako nani? Harakisha, Yakel.
This little one is very talkative, no?
Can't get him to do anything but chatter. And I don't think he'll talk to Abu after trying to kill him.
Dios mío, that reminds me. The poison dart.
I have it here, wrapped in this cloth. I removed it while you were observing the pygmy.
You sure it didn't puncture your skin, Abu?
Quite sure. I would have been lifeless at your feet by now if it had, Barlow.
Gosh, I don't like that sort of fighting.
We'll see plenty of it in Africa, Speed. If the Octopus has many more such members in his band like this pygmy. We've done all we can here. Let's join Commandant Ricard and see if his legionnaires have found anything in the other room. Well, there's no luck yet. Looks as if the Octopus has escaped us again, Speed.
That doggone pygmy held us up for a little while. Maybe that gave him just enough time to escape, huh, Clint?
Perhaps.
Ah, there is one room we have not yet searched, Monsieur Barlow. One beneath the house, the wine cellar, to protect Sidi El Galafi's rare wines from the heat of Africa.
Cellar? Por Dios. What better place to look for an octopus? What are we waiting for?
How do we reach this cellar, Commandant?
Right this way. But first, how many men shall we take with us, huh?
None. I don't have much hope of finding anything in this lower room, sir. But if we do, I think we'll have the advantage.
Ah, oui, monsieur.
Gosh, we catch up with the Octopus, only to have him slip out of our hands.
Don't you worry, Speed. There'll be one day when he'll not be able to escape. I'm going to destroy that criminal if I have to die with him.
Ha, ha, ha! Clint is angry. I always know it when he talks of dying. But, amigo, leave it only in talk, no?
I'll do my best, Carlos. But it is maddening to have that criminal always just eluding capture.
He's the only criminal you've ever gone after that you haven't gotten, isn't he, Clint?
I've either gotten him or death did the job for me, Speed. But somehow the Octopus has always managed to escape.
But you speak as if you had crossed swords with him before, Monsieur Barlow.
I have, Commandant.
C'est vrai?
Years ago, when I first started in the secret police.
Oh.
And then months, sometimes years would pass before I'd hear of him again. It seems that we're playing some sort of a grim game, and death awaits the loser.
He never would have lasted this long if he didn't seem to know so much about the secret police, Commandant. Almost everything but our secret code.
That's another thing I can't understand about the Octopus. No one knows his real identity. And sometimes I wonder if he wasn't a member of the secret police himself at one time. No other living man could know as much of our activities without being one of us.
Clint, nobody'd ever belong to the secret police and leave it to become a gangster like this Octopus.
Oh, I know it sounds impossible, Speed. But I've seen so many impossible things happen that I'm beginning to wonder. All right, come along.
Oui. Follow me, s'il vous plaît.
But, if that was true, that the Octopus might have once been in the secret police, then he would know the secret code, would he not?
No, we changed our code 8 years ago, Carlos. The earlier one was too easily deciphered, so Chief Riley worked out the one in present use. It's impossible to decipher it unless you know the key.
I'll say so.
Ah, c'est la porte. Here is the door that leads to the cellar. Voila.
Better keep your guns handy, boys. How's the light down there, Commandant?
I do not know. When Galafi used to bring me down here to show me his rare wines, we used candles.
And we'll have to depend on our flashlights, I guess. Huh?
No, Clint, look. This place is well lighted and, if I am to judge by my nose, recently inhabited by camels.
Camels? In a cellar?
But that is impossible.
Maybe not. At any rate, it's deserted now. Quick, down those stairs. This cellar may be more than it appears.
Well, what do you mean, Monsieur Barlow?
The cellar once contained camels. It's certain they didn't enter or leave here by these steps. There must be a hidden passage leading to the exterior of the house.
Gosh, and from the looks of things, they just left, Clint. Look, the chairs at that table over there are just turned over. Drawers in the table, half open, like somebody grabbed whatever was in them and left without bothering to shut them.
Clint, while we were searching the upper rooms, the Octopus and his men were making their escape from these cellars.
I'm afraid you're right, Carlos. We'd only known about this room sooner.
But, mon Dieu, I had no idea that this cellar was anything but a cellar, monsieur. I never dreamed it might be a stable for camels. It never was like this before.
Of course, I understand, Commandant. We may not be too late as it is.
You mean we might catch up with whatever went out of here, Clint?
Perhaps. Look, there's the passage entrance in that corner.
Ah, mon Dieu. If I were not seeing it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. It is an engineering feat to create such a passage from this house.
The Octopus has plenty of good engineers at his disposal. Come on. Let's get down that passage.
Aye. We'll need our flashlights now, eh?
Right. You wait here, Speed.
Okay, Clint.
Let's go then, Commandant.
Of course.
So long. I'll search the cellar while you're gone. Maybe I'll find something.
Good boy, Speed.
This nephew of yours, he is amazing, Monsieur Barlow. He looks like a boy and thinks like a man.
That's secret police training, Commandant. I hope we find some clues to where the Octopus went.
With Legionnaires completely surrounding these houses, perhaps we shall find him still in the passage, Clint, unable to pass their lines.
No. If he left by this passage, he probably was out here before the Legionnaires arrived. Anyhow, how do we know where this passage leads? The other end of it may come out on an altogether different street entirely. Probably does.
Dios mío. I never thought of that.
It's highly improbable that the Octopus would have this important exit anywhere near the house.
Clint!
What was that?
What was what?
I thought I heard someone call. Stand still a moment.
No, I hear nothing, monsieur.
Wait a minute.
Clint! Come back! Quick!
It's Speed. Back there in the cellar. He's in trouble. We've got to get back to him, and quick.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero.
Clint, Carlos, and Commandant Ricard are exploring a passage through which, presumably, the Octopus has made his escape from a house in Marrakesh. They have left Speed in the wine cellar from whence the passage started, but suddenly are stopped in their tracks by the sound of his frantic voice, calling them back. Clint loses no time in returning to his nephew, and we find them together now with Speed holding a piece of paper in his hand.
Oh, Speed! Speed, what's wrong? Why did you call us back?
Well, maybe you could have waited, Clint. But, guys, I was so excited when I found this paper that I yelled before I knew what I was doing.
Dios mío. We thought the Octopus himself had you, Speed. What has this paper to say that it excites you so, eh?
Mais oui. I also would like to know. It is not good for me to run so fast at my age for no reason at all.
There was plenty of reason, all right, Commandant Ricard. This paper has the mark of the Octopus on it.
What? Let me see it, Speed.
Here you are, Clint. It's a letter to you.
Wait a minute. It says, "You have failed again, Clint Barlow."
What does he mean, failed? He's the one that's failed. Didn't he have Marrakesh all staked out for our landing? If Clint hadn't gone into those power dives over the foreign leads of barracks, those Octopus gangsters might have mobbed us.
Now, hold on, Speed. Let me finish this. You have failed again, Clint Barlow. And you will always fail where I am concerned. I am now going into the Sahara. If you attempt to follow me there, then you're more stupid than even I think you. The Octopus.
Insolence! No, no. He even has the nerve to tell you where he is going.
See, this octopus fellow has plenty of insolence, amigo. But no nerve. Otherwise, he would stay and meet Clint face to face.
That's right, Carlos. Seems like he's afraid to actually face Clint.
I don't think it's lack of courage, Speed, but something else. When we know what that something else is, we may know who the octopus is. Meantime, we must decide on our next move.
You will follow this monster into the desert? Then I will notify every Legionnaire Outpost in the Sahara. You will have our full cooperation, Monsieur Barlow.
Thank you, Commandant. We appreciate that, and we'll call on the Legion many times, no doubt, during the following months. But I'm not so sure that we should go directly into the Sahara.
Why not, Clint? If that is where the octopus is.
But is he? Why should he tell us where he's going when he fled from us here in Marrakesh?
Gosh, that's right.
But there is no other place for him to go if he went, as we think, by caravan. Marrakesh is the gateway to the desert.
The octopus wouldn't travel by caravan long, Commandant. In China and Tibet, he had a fast fleet of planes at his disposal. And I imagine he has the same here in Africa. No, I'm inclined to think that the octopus would like nothing better than to see us risk our lives in a Sahara search, while he furthered his ambitions in some other location entirely.
Risk our lives in the Sahara, Clint?
Yes. A flight over this desert would be extremely hazardous, Speed. Many a French ace has disappeared forever in the silences of its ever-changing dunes. However, that won't hold us back when the time for such a flight comes. I want to be sure that the time has come before we tackle it.
Ah, you are wise, Clint. But where else would you look for the octopus?
Do you remember me telling you that Buchanan, one of the chief stockholders of the Atlantean Syndicate, disappeared under mysterious circumstances in Leopoldville?
See, I remember it well. But what has this to do with the whereabouts of the octopus?
Originally, we were going to fly directly to the Belgian Congo and Leopoldville to investigate this disappearance. But circumstances altered our plans. Now, however,
Gosh, Clint, you mean we might go to Leopoldville after all?
I haven't decided, Speed. Commandant Ricard.
Oui?
Have you a detailed map of the Sahara in your quarters?
Oh, mais oui, Monsieur Barlow. Not only of the Sahara, but of Central and Southern Africa as well, if you wish. I also have a relief map of the Sahara. I made it myself. You see, such maps are a hobby of mine.
A relief map of the desert?
Oh, c'est vrai, Speed. It shows the general topography of the country near our outposts. I also show the more important oasis where water is to be found.
Well, that's important on the desert, all right.
May I suggest that we go to the barracks immediately then and study these maps of yours, Commandant, so that we may decide our future course?
But surely.
One thing bothers me, though.
What's that, Carlos?
This relief map that Le Commandant speaks of.
Oui, oui. And what have you to say about it, Valier?
How do you keep track of the shifting sand dunes on it, amigo, eh?
Mon Dieu, this day, Valier. Come, let us go to the barracks immediately, Monsieur Barlow, before he thinks of anything else.
Very well. And I'd like to know what the octopus is thinking about right now.
Zabul. Zabul.
Yes, Octopus Master.
Silence, you fool. You know better than to call me by name.
Oh, forgive me, Master. The past excitement has caused me to grow careless.
I have no need for careless men, Zabul. They are dangerous.
I humbly seek your forgiveness.
Waste no more time in such talk, but let your actions speak for you in the future. Meantime, walk as close as possible beside my camera. I do not wish to be overheard by anyone.
There is little danger now since we are nearing the city walls.
I would give a great deal to know if Kiri succeeded in silencing Abu and welcoming the secret police with his poison darts.
Kiri has never failed.
There is always a first time. However, the pygmy is to be trusted. I feel that. If he fails and is captured, he will not talk.
No, he is too savage for that. He hates all civilization. I am surprised that he obeys you, Master.
Only because he fears me, Zabul. Even a savage can be governed by fear. But I must know what happened in the house of Sidi El Ghalifi.
How can you know? We shall soon be beyond the city gates and out in the far reaches of the Sahara.
You will not come with me through the city gates, Zabul.
You would leave me here in Marrakesh, Master, with the city being searched by the Foreign Legion. Barlow must have told Commandant Ricard everything before they came to the house of Sidi El Ghalifi.
You will only stay long enough to learn what happened in that house after we left it, Zabul. Contact our spies. Learn everything you can concerning the activities and future plans of the secret police. If they lived. By now they must have found my note in the wine cellar.
And after I learn all this, where shall I meet you?
At the secret hangar on the desert.
You will fly into the desert, Master?
That will depend on what news you bring back to me. Go now, and see that you return with full details as to Barlow's plan.
Maintenant, this is the map room, mes amis.
My gosh, just look at the maps, Clint. The walls are covered with them.
Oui, they show every part of Africa in detail, my young friend.
Can those maps be depended on, Commandant?
Well, yes and no, monsieur. Much of the desert and the jungle is, shall we say, impermanent, ever-changing. On the desert, one may be looking at a landscape of sand dunes. Along comes a wind, and poof, one is in a strange country. The same in the jungle. Not with sand and wind, but with jungle growth. Vines and creepers which grow almost as one watches them. But these maps that you see around you are the best of Africa of any maps in existence. That I will guarantee.
Well, that's good enough for me, Commandant. First, may we see the one of the Sahara?
Oh, may we? I take it from the wall. Come see. And spread it on this big table. Come so.
Gee, that's swell.
All right, now let's see. Here we are in Marrakesh, up here. And the last reports we had on the Atlantean expedition was that they were operating somewhere near the town of Regan.
Regan? That is down here. A treacherous country, Monsieur Barlow. I feel sorry for anyone digging for a lost continent in that part of the Sahara.
Do you think the octopus would go to the expedition, Clint?
It isn't likely, Speed. But that might be the very reason he would go there.
You mean it would be too obvious a place for the octopus to hide himself. So we would look there first, perhaps. Or else never look there because it was too obvious. So he would hide there, see?
What does this fellow talk about? Huh?
Never mind, Commodore. Carlos gets a little involved at times, but he always understands the general idea.
You are the one who gets involved, Clint. You not only think our next move, but also what the other man might think. And then you think out a way to outwit that thought.
Gosh, I'm getting dizzy.
I think we better concentrate on the map. Commandant, if we did decide to fly across the Sahara, what would be our best layovers?
Oh, you mean flying due south toward the Belgian Congo?
Yes.
Well, let us see now. I would suggest that you first stop at Colombey-Char after taking off from Marrakesh. This is one of our outposts.
Oh, I see. Well, that isn't a very long hop for such a plane as ours.
Perhaps not, but you have not done much flying in such conditions as await you on the Sahara, no?
No, I guess not.
Then it is not wise to tax yourselves or your plane to the limit in the beginning. It may be necessary later on, perhaps, but not now.
Yeah.
So, after leaving Colombey-Char, you fly to Adrar.
Nay, it would be best to refuel somewhere along in there, eh?
I suggest Regan, your next stop. There is a great deal of gasoline there.
Well, that's good news.
Then we come to Congo. This is rather a large city, mes amis, and the emir there is a good man, very good man. You will find him most powerful and most friendly. He is anxious to preserve law and order. A good man and just. I shall give you a letter to him. He can help you from Kano on. But the country we have just discussed is the true desert. I would say the most dangerous part of your flight.
Exactly what's dangerous, Commandant?
Oh, mostly the sun and the wind, the terrible wind. It rouses sandstorm speed, which bury everything in too short a time. Oases such as you see on my relief map over there are even buried by the furious sands of those storms. Imagine tall palm trees.
Gee, I'd hate to have to land in one of those storms.
I pray that you never have to, my young friend. A landing even in good weather is most hazardous because of those shifting sands.
Yeah, that is very true. You would need sand skis on the plane, Clint, and that is one thing she has not.
But Clint's landed in sand before, Commandant. He could chance any sort of landing field and set down right side up.
Well, I hope we won't have to make any forced landings. Now, what about these outposts you've mentioned, Commandant? Do they have any sort of landing fields?
Oh, mais oui. It is most necessary in our work now, Monsieur Barlow. Air Service is opening up the interior of Africa very fast. Now, we still experiment, but eventually...
Wait.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Well, you know better than to interrupt like that, Speed.
But someone's listening to us, Clint.
Listening?
What's me? Where?
I saw someone move at the window over there.
Oh? That means only one thing. An octopus spy has been listening to our plans. Raise the alarm. We may catch him yet.
Attendez. Sonnez l'alarme! Sonnez l'alarme!
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
The octopus flees from Marrakesh and the secret police, but leaves a note for Clint saying that he is going into the Sahara Desert and daring him to try to find him. Before making a decision as to their next move, however, Clint, Speed, and Carlos go to the Foreign Legion barracks and visit the map room of Commandant Ricard. While pondering over the layovers on the Sahara and wondering whether to fly to the spot where the Atlantean expedition is working or proceed directly to Leopoldville, where Buchanan, chief stockholder in the syndicate, disappeared, Speed glimpses a face at the window. Thinking it might be an octopus spy, everyone makes a dash for the window while Ricard calls out his men to search the barracks.
Can you see anyone, Clint?
Nothing but Legionnaires. You have a chance to see how this fellow was dressed, Speed?
Looks like an Arab. He certainly wasn't wearing a Legionnaire uniform.
Then he must have been an octopus spy. Arabs or any other natives are not allowed inside the barracks without a special permit from Ricard here.
C'est vrai. But permit or no permit, how could anyone have slipped by the guard?
For all we know, the octopus gang may have a secret passage leading right into the barracks, Commandant.
What? A secret passage in my barracks? Mon Dieu, this is too much.
Well, anyhow, if there was someone hanging around who shouldn't have been, the Legionnaires should sure find him, Commandant. They're searching everything.
And with no luck. From what I see from these window, Speed, our spy must have disappeared as mysteriously as he appeared.
With the knowledge of our plan.
Do you think he heard?
Why not? No telling how long he'd been listening at that window before Speed saw him.
Then what'll we do, Clint?
Everything, Speed. I've made up my mind. First, we'll fly into the Sahara, making the stops that Commandant Ricard suggested, until we find the Atlantean expedition.
Sacre bleu! You will then be flying into the very face of danger, Monsieur Barney.
I don't think so, sir. We believe that the workers of the expedition are sincere and have no idea that they're working for a criminal organization.
Then why go there at this time, huh?
Undoubtedly, there are spies in the camp. These must contact the octopus from time to time. If one of us remains at the expedition camp, we may find a valuable clue as to his whereabouts.
One of us?
Yes, Carlos. You.
I thought so. Sooner or later, I knew I would end up in the Sahara, but I did not know I would be digging for a lost continent which is not there.
Don't you worry. I'll see that you don't have to do that sort of work, Carlos. But you will be in disguise.
Bueno. But will I be in contact with you?
I'll leave you the portable shortwave set. You'll have to keep it hidden, of course.
What'll we be doing meantime, Clint?
Flying on down to the Belgian Congo, Speed. I'm more convinced than ever that the heart of the octopus activities is located down there, hidden somewhere in the jungle.
Oh, Dieu, for a flight such as this, you must have plenty of supplies, plenty of ammunition.
We're well supplied, Commandant, and I'll depend on you for whatever we lack.
Oh, mais certainement. We go now to make ready for your flight,
Yes, no? And even though the octopus may know our plans, it's going to keep him busy trying to keep up.
Master.
What has kept you, Zabul? I was about to send someone back within the city walls to look for you.
By the beard of the prophet, I thought I would never look upon the secret hangar here. I barely escaped from the Legion barracks.
You mean you went there?
Yes. Kiri failed. The secret police went to the barracks with Ricard. I had to go there, else fail in my mission.
Go on.
They were all in the room containing maps. Ricard was showing them landings on the Sahara, the Legion Outpost, and lastly, Kano. He said the emir there would help them.
The emir of Kano?
Then Barlow said, perhaps it would be best to fly directly to Leopoldville.
Leopoldville? He must never get that far.
The flight across the Sahara is long and dangerous, Octopus Master.
Yes, very dangerous. Zabul, my plane and pilot are waiting. I shall fly immediately to Kano to visit the emir there.
As the Octopus?
No. As a member of the International Secret Police.
Allah.
I have taken care to forge excellent credentials. I shall tell the emir to be on the lookout for 3 desperate criminals who are posing as the secret police. The emir is a just man, from what I hear. He will stop at nothing to eradicate crime.
Oh, will not Barlow and the others soon convince the emir of the truth?
Not when I have finished with him. Meantime, send out the word to the desert tribes to revolt. I want every Legion outpost on the Sahara attacked. That will keep them busy and prevent them from interfering in my affairs.
Your orders shall go out immediately, Master.
Good. I shall keep in touch with you here at the hangar by short wave. Remain here until I send for you.
I hear you and obey.
And now, I go to Congo. Barlow will find a surprising welcome if he lives to reach there.
Well, Monsieur Barlow, you have refueled and your water tanks are also full. The blocks have been pulled away from the wheels of your plane, and my mechanic is about to start your motors. I suppose there is nothing left for me to say but au revoir.
Well, I certainly want to extend our deepest appreciation for your cooperation, Commodore Ricard.
Yes.
Well, someday I hope we can repay you for what you've done.
Destroy the octopus, mon ami, and you will not only have repaid me, but the whole Foreign Legion as well. We shall do all in our power to aid you.
It's sure been swell here in Marrakesh, Commandant, seeing the Legionnaires and everything. We'll keep in touch with you by short wave, won't we, Clint?
You bet we will.
And for all that you have done, I shall never call you Papa Ricard again, Commander.
No. Sacre bleu, then it is all worth it. Del Valier, I salute you.
And I salute you.
Well, we better get started if we're to reach Colombia before evening. Pile in, Speed.
Okay. So long, Commandant Ricard.
Au revoir, Speed. I hope to see you very soon.
Thanks. We'll let you know how we're getting along.
And if I have no word from you within each 48 hours, then the Legion begins to look for you, n'est-ce pas, Monsieur Barlow?
Right, Commandant. And that's a lot of reassurance to us.
See, and if they are not busy, you might send a company of Legionnaires down to the Atlantean expedition just to keep me company.
Oh, très bien, Monsieur de Valier. Just let us know if you get lonely.
All right, Carlos. Let's get going.
Au revoir. Bonne chance. Bonne chance, au revoir.
Boy, it's hot inside the plane.
And the cooling system will remedy that as soon as we take off. I'll take her up, Speed, and then I want you to take the controls while I talk things over with Carlos.
Swell.
Everything is ready for the takeoff, Clint. Safety belts fastened and all.
Then, here we go.
Look at Commandant Ricard standing in salute, and all his men are, too. Goodbye! Goodbye!
I cannot hear you, Speed.
I know, but it didn't seem right not to return that salute somehow. Gosh, they're swell fellas, the Legionnaires.
See, Speed. They have done much for Africa and will do a great deal more in the future, as long as they have such brave gentlemen as Papa Ricard to lead them.
Papa! Lucky he didn't hear you say that.
Oh, I kid him, but only because I admire him. But look, I think Clint is ready for you to take the controls, Speed.
Hey, yes, Speed. Climb another 1,000 feet and then level off. I've marked your course here. I'll be back before you get into any difficulties.
I won't, Clint, unless we run into a sandstorm.
I don't think that's likely from the look of things. Now, come on, Carlos. Let's get back to the cabin and study these maps more carefully. Speed! Hey, Carlos.
Yeah, Clint. You see that swell sunset?
Yes, and something more. Colin Bashar is just ahead.
Yeah, that is so. And look, they are hauling down the colors. It seems we arrive either at dawn or dusk.
Well, I'll be glad we got here before dark anyhow. They might have been suspicious if we dropped out of the sky at night without any warning.
I doubt it, Speed. Few aviators tackle the Sahara route, except the Legion flyers. Say, that looks like a pretty good landing field.
Good. After all those sand dunes I've been looking at, it appears to be as level as a table.
Yeah, we'll soon find out, because I'm going to set down now.
The whole post is out to look us over. Look at them standing at attention down there.
Oh, that is because of the flag, not us, Speed. No doubt they are most curious, though. This plane is much larger than the ones they're used to seeing.
Wonder if they ever get lonesome out here on the desert.
Oh, they have a great deal to keep them busy, Speed. But I suppose they long for home once in a while. However, most of the Legionnaires are adventurers at heart. This is the life they like, or they would not be here.
We're going to land. Everybody ready?
All set, Clint. Look, here comes some Legionnaires to meet us.
With their captain at their head, if I'm not mistaken.
We better pile out and declare ourselves, then. Get along, now.
Wow, it's hotter outside than it is inside our plane. Here comes the captain.
Monsieur,
Oh, good evening. My name's Barlow of the International Secret Police.
Barlow of the Secret Police? At your service, monsieur. I am Captain Andre.
Thank you. This is Carlos Del Valle, and this is Speed Gibson.
Pleased to meet you,
Captain. Commandant Ricard said that your post would cooperate with us. I have a letter for you from him.
Oh, but of course. Colombechar welcomes you, Monsieur Barlow. Let us go inside where we can refresh ourselves while we discuss your needs. No?
You're very kind, sir. We'll ask little of you, Captain, but we do want to give you a warning. The criminal, the Octopus, is at large here in Africa, and we strongly suspect that he's near this post. I recommend that your men be on the lookout for any strangers that may come this way.
Oh, and you? I have heard of this octopus, but never dreamed he would come to the Sahara. It is barren ground for such a one as the octopus.
Not as barren as you may think. Let's go to your quarters, and we'll tell you as much of the setup as is necessary.
Oh. At ease.
Boy, oh boy, Captain Andre. Colombechar looks like the kind of a Legion post I've read about.
Is that so, young man?
Yeah, only it looks real peaceful. Do you have much trouble with native attacks?
Not anymore, Speed. Particularly here at Colombechar. We are too close to Marrakesh, you see, and speedy reinforcements. What is that? Sounds like an attack. Oh, but that is not possible.
It is, Captain.
Oui. Hold on! Hold on!
Is it really a native attack,
Yes,
Captain?
Speed. But it is most unusual.
Not for the octopus around. Come on, let's do our share.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Clint Barlow decides to leave Carlos in disguise at the location where the Atlantean expedition is operating to keep an eye on things while he and Speed fly on to the Belgian Congo in the search for the octopus. Meantime, the criminal has learned of the proposed Sahara flight and plans to stop his enemies permanently at the desert city of Kano. At the same time, his lieutenant, Zabul, is arousing the desert tribes to revolt so as to keep the Legion outposts occupied. Speed, Clint, and Carlos know nothing of this, however, and land at Colombechar, their first stop in the Sahara flight. While they are talking to Captain Andre, commander of the post, an attack is launched against Colombechar, and Clint, suspecting the octopus may have a hand in it, does everything in his power to aid the Legionnaires in repelling the attack.
They're falling back, Clint. Look, some of them are running for the horses.
Yes, Speed. The Legionnaires were too well prepared for a surprise attack.
Ah, they are retreating. Sound the recall.
Look at them all lining up for you, Captain Andre. Boy, your Legionnaires sure move fast.
Necessity, Speed. Attention! You have succeeded in driving off a surprise attack. Let this be a lesson to us. Evidently, the desert tribes are being moved by the spirit of revolt again. We must be ever watchful and ready for them.
Hey, look. Hey, here come some of your men with a prisoner, Captain.
Oui, Monsieur Del Valle. Now perhaps we can learn what started this attack.
If we can get this fellow to talk.
Prisoner, Captain Andre. He's wounded.
Very well. Fall in with the others.
Monsieur.
Now, you. What are you called?
Abba.
Well, Abba, we shall give you more leniency than you deserve. First, your wounds shall be cared for. And then you will tell us what we want to know. Do you understand?
I understand well.
Very well. And now, Monsieur Barlow, let us go to my quarters and discuss our business in more private.
That's the story of the octopus, Captain Andre. He is a threat to the entire civilized world. A madman with an ambition to someday rule the earth. And powerful enough to make this ambition entirely possible.
Yeah. The octopus gang has headquarters all over the world, Captain.
It seems impossible that such a criminal could exist for as long as you have said, Monsieur Barlow. There is a saying that criminals always make one fatal mistake. Is the octopus superhuman that he overlooks nothing?
Sometimes it would seem that way, amigo.
The octopus is a genius in crime. There's no question about that. All governments have tried to end his career at one time or another. The American police, the French Sûreté, Scotland Yard, and countless others have pursued him, but to no avail. They've made some arrests, lesser members of his band, but none of them would tell anything about the octopus, since they're in deadly fear of him.
Is there nothing that will stop this monster, then?
Sure. My uncle, Clint.
Who can stop the octopus if any living man can?
The world is looking to the international secret police to destroy this criminal eventually. Meantime, the various police authorities are giving us every possible assistance.
And be assured that the Foreign Legion will do everything in its power to help Monsieur Barlow.
Yes, thank you. Commodore Ricard assured me of that.
Isla, who is there?
Prisoner, Captain Andre.
Oh, bring him in. That is all, Sergeant.
Oui, Captain Andre.
So, Abba, you are not so badly wounded after all.
Just a flesh wound in my leg. Not bad, but bad enough to keep me from escaping.
You may sit down if your wound bothers you.
The blessings of Allah on you for this kindness.
Gosh, he's awful polite now for having been fighting us like the Dickens just a little while ago.
That is true of these wild desert tribesmen, Pete. Their manners are beyond reproach as they cut your throat.
Gee.
Abba, I want you to tell us exactly who or what started this revolt. There has been peace between us and your tribesmen for many weeks. What caused you to attack us?
You legionnaires oppress us.
You know that is not true. We have helped you, tended your sick, improved your living conditions, attempted even to effect a truce between your tribes and other tribes inhabiting the Sahara. We have tried to be like kindly fathers to your race. Do you call that oppression?
You have fed our bodies, perhaps, but starved our souls. We must have utter freedom or perish.
And in what way have we interfered with your freedom? Is it because we do not sell you ammunition and arms?
That is one reason.
My patience is at an end, Abba. You would have us sell you weapons, the better to destroy us with, eh? All these are false reasons you are giving me for the attack. What is the real one?
I have nothing more to say. If it is written that you will not believe me, so be it.
You see what we have to contend with, Monsieur Barlow?
May we question the prisoner, Captain?
Oh, I wish you would, mister. Perhaps you can succeed where I have failed.
Abba, you think a great deal of your freedom, don't you?
More of my freedom than of my life.
And yet you risk arrest. Months in a desert cell, behind barred windows, simply because a man, unknown to you, save by name, orders you to revolt.
I do not understand you.
Will you understand better if I mention that name? The octopus.
You are not worthy of your tribe, Abba, to listen to the false tongue of such a man as the octopus.
But you receive no benefits by doing his bidding. Instead, you stand to lose everything by angering your benefactors, the Foreign Legion. What has the octopus ever done for your tribe? Tell me one thing he's done.
Nothing. He has done nothing but promised us much.
So the octopus did incite this uprising against Colombishar.
It worked, Clint. You got him to admit it.
You tricked me.
No, Abba. I merely wanted to affirm what I already suspected. The octopus is rousing the desert tribesmen to attack the various Legion posts, simply for the reason that we are flying across the Sahara. You must know our plan, all right, Carlos.
See, amigo. From now on, we can expect anything wherever we land.
But that won't stop us. Not by a long shot. Speed?
Yes, sir?
Go to our plane. Bring that portable shortwave set in here, please.
Okay, Clint.
Who are you going to talk to, Clint?
Commandant Ricard, if weather conditions permit. But meantime, I'd like to learn some more from Abba here.
I have told you all that I can.
Oh, come now, Abba. We know that the octopus started this revolt. That he must have contacted you in some way. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. How did you get the order?
From our leader. That is all I know.
You suppose these desert camps have trans-receiving radio sets?
No, I doubt it, Monsieur Barlow. But the desert has a way of sending messages quickly over long distance that cannot be explained. Let one tribesman learn something important, and before 24 hours can pass, it is all over the Sahara.
The voice of Allah speaks to all who are his own and can understand him.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, you not only listen to the voice of Allah, but evil voices, such as that of the octopus.
Of him I know little, save that our leader obeys his will. We ask no questions.
It would be better if you didn't. The octopus is one of the worst criminals alive. Do you wish to be counted as one of his band, Abba?
You say he is bad. How do I know you speak truly?
It is no use, Clint. I don't think you can get anything more out of these fellows. They would believe nothing you say. To them, you are an outsider.
Very well. I have nothing more to say to him, Captain Andre.
Bien. Then he will go to his cell immediately. Oui, mon capitaine. Remove the prisoner, Sergeant. Oui. Come here, you.
I come. But you, Clint Barlow, beware lest the breath of the desert blast you in your tracks. I do not know who is wrong, you or the octopus. But the desert knows, and the desert will be your judge.
Yeah, nice fellow, these Abba.
At least we've raised a doubt in his mind as to the octopus, Carlos. When he's released, perhaps he'll carry that back to his tribe. And they'll not be so anxious to obey the commands of someone they don't know. Unless their leader is a member of the octopus gang.
Here's the shortwave set, Clint.
Oh, that's good. Set it down right over here, Speed. Now then, to get it ready for broadcasting.
While you are doing that, Monsieur Barlow, I will see to it that comfortable quarters are prepared for your stay in Colombia tonight.
Please wait a while, Captain Andre. I'm not so sure that we will stay. You see, with the octopus aware of our whereabouts, as this last attack showed, it might be better to take off in the dark and fly on to our next stop, Adrar, before he can try a second time.
But you have had no rest, Monsieur Barlow.
I could sure use some sleep, too. But I can sleep in the plane.
Oh, surely things are not as pressing as that. The octopus would be insane to attempt another attack here tonight.
He is insane, Captain. No doubt about that.
See, but not so crazy that he cannot think his way out of tight places, eh, Clint?
Right. And I think I've got the set working now. We'll see. I can plan our next move better after talking to Commodore Ricard.
Going to tell him about this attack, Clint?
Yes. I'll also see if he's observed any unusual activity amongst the desert tribes near Marrakesh. You see, Captain Andre, there's danger of the octopus causing a general revolt all over the Sahara. This would keep the Legion occupied and give them no time to aid us in our flight and search for the crewmen.
I see. Mon Dieu. Such a thing must be stopped immediately.
Exactly. And I'll tell that to Commodore in just a minute now.
Sacre bleu. What is that?
It's the octopus.
Quiet, Speed. Let's see what he has to say.
Clint Barlow, what has happened at Colombia is nothing to what awaits you in the Sahara.
Empty threats mean nothing to me, Octopus.
You think this warning a mere threat? You shall soon learn differently, Barlow.
Not until I face you.
You will never face me, because you will never finish your Sahara flight. For once you are attempting something that is beyond even your talents, Barlow.
Can you find out where he's broadcasting from, Clint?
However, you always were a fool and will follow a decision to its end, even though you may lose your life in doing so. But I did not think you were such a fool as to risk your nephew's life as well.
Clint, what does he mean? Easy, Carlos. Don't lose your head.
You have nerves of steel, Barlow, but I doubt if you will remain calm when you discover the fate in store for you and Speed Gibson.
We'll see about that.
Yes. We shall see.
That settles it. What do you mean? The octopus was using ultra-short wave. That means he's within a 50-mile radius, or he never could have reached our set here. Get your Legionnaires ready for action, Captain Andre.
What is your command, Monsieur Barlow?
Stand ready to search the desert within a 50-mile radius of Colombia at dawn. By that time, we'll be in Adrar.
Adrar? And we're taking off for there tonight?
Immediately. If we move fast and start the Legion in search from Adrar, at the same time Captain Andre leads his men out of Colombia, we may trap the octopus. Come on. We haven't got a minute to lose.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero.
Learning that the Octopus is somewhere within a 50-mile radius of Colum Béchar, Clint orders Captain Andre of the Foreign Legion to stand ready to search the desert for the criminal at dawn the following day. Meantime, Speed, Clint, and Carlos fly to their next stop at Drar, there to start a similar search in the hopes of trapping the Octopus before he can make a move to escape. The boys make a swift flight to Adrar and a safe landing there. We now find them within the French fort talking with its commander, Colonel Sabreur.
So that's what we're up against in our pursuit of the Octopus, Colonel Sabreur. However, his last message to us, coming in as it did over ultra-short wave, placed him at that time within a 50-mile radius of Colum Béchar. Captain Andre is going to comb this section of the Sahara tomorrow at dawn.
Oui, but what can we do, Monsieur Barlow?
Make ready to do likewise, just in case the Octopus has moved up into your territory, Colonel.
Gosh, yes. You never know what he's going to do next.
Which reminds me, Speed. I heard a plane pass over the barracks not an hour before you gentlemen landed here.
A plane? Clint, do you think that could have some connection with the Octopus?
It's very possible. In which case, we've missed connections again, Carlos. But we can't afford to take a chance. The search must still be made.
I agree with you entirely, monsieur.
Gosh, what's all that?
Oh, jackals and hyenas, Speed, howling at the gates of the fort.
Jackals and hyenas? You mean they want in?
Oui. They sent the meat and also the water in the stone cisterns. Poor beasts, scavengers though they are, I cannot help but feel sorry for them.
Well, aren't they kind of dangerous if they're that hungry, Colonel?
Oh, no, but they are great cowards, Speed.
Now, Colonel, I've made complete arrangement with Commandant Ricard at Marrakech and Captain Andre at Colum Béchar to be on the lookout for the Octopus and his gang. If you will guarantee me similar cooperation, we'll have the whole Sahara staked out so that the Octopus can't make a move in safety. We'll drive him to his last hole, and there we hope capture him.
Rest assured I shall do everything in my power to aid you, Monsieur Barlow.
Come on, Carlos. Let's go outside and cool off.
Oh, yes, go ahead, you two. I'll settle this business with Colonel Sabreur. Now then, Colonel, I'd like to make this suggest.
Gosh, listen to that, Carlos. I wonder how anybody can sleep in the fort.
Oh, they get used to such noises, Speed.
I guess so, but I don't know if I could. Well, anyhow, it's cooler out here in the fresh air. What's that I smell?
That is Africa, Speed.
Huh?
Sure. The longer you are here, the keener your senses will become. Right now, you're getting the scent of hot desert sand and camels. Later, in the cities, there will be the odor of flowers and strange food. See, Africa has a definite odor, Speed. One you will never forget.
It has lots of things I'll never forget, Carlos. Gee, I think it's swell.
You do? Even under the circumstances by which you have seen it?
Well, it has been kind of exciting so far, and we've traveled too fast for me to see much of anything in detail. But even with all that, I know what Smiley meant now when he told me about an old Arab proverb that said, "He who is drunk of Africa's fountains must drink again." The place gets under your skin.
It certainly does, Speed.
I don't know. Those hyenas and jackals sure don't sound very pretty. But they sort of fit in with the country. It's wild and lonesome. And I like it because anything can happen here. Seems like it's made for all sorts of adventures.
And anything generally does happen here, amigo. I have had many strange experiences in Africa, but I think the strangest of all is still in the future, when I am left with the Atlantean expedition.
Say, that reminds me. When are you going to change to your disguise, Carlos? The one you'll be wearing when we land there.
Right after we leave at draw speed. I have the clothes, and Clint himself will alter my appearance. It must be a perfect job to last for such a long period of time. But who can do such a job better than Clint?
What's the disguise going to be?
An Arab. He plans on building up the bridge of my nose and darkening my skin even more than it is now.
Speed. Carlos.
Hey, wonder what's up.
Well, let's go inside and see, eh?
What is it, Clint?
No rest for us yet, boys. We take off for Regan immediately.
What is this you say?
Yes. Our fuel is getting low. I'm going to pick up more gas from Regan in case of a sustained emergency flight. Then we can return here and see how the search is progressing.
I see. Well, step with him. I am ready.
Me too, Clint. It's been nice knowing you, Colonel Sabret.
Oh, monsieur, you Americans, such amazing vitality. 1 minute, Monsieur Barlow is sitting here calmly talking with me, and the next, he leaps to his feet and say he must leave, but immediately.
He was thinking ahead all the while he was talking, Colonel. That's the way he always does. But he's got to keep ahead of the octopus.
No, wait a minute. Hold still, Carlos. How can I get this disguise on you if you keep on laughing like that?
I cannot help it, amigo. Every time I think of Colonel Sabret, I must laugh. His mouth was still open with surprise when we took off, you know? I do not think he now believes we were actually there.
Well, he'd better with the octopus in the neighborhood.
Well, do you think you should see how Speedy is getting along with the controls, Clint?
Yeah, don't you worry about him. He could land us in Regan without turning a hair.
Oh, I know. He flies like a bird, but the Sahara has treacherous air currents, terrific heat. You sabi?
Yeah, we'll go up to the control room in just a minute. I want to finish this job first.
Yeah, then I look out the window and hold still.
Yeah, well, that's good.
I do not like these.
You don't like what? Your disguise?
Oh, no, Clint. The disguise, that is fine. What? Observe. Look, the sky is overcast.
Well, I think that's great. Those clouds give us some relief from that blazing sun.
Oh, no, Clint. The temperature is rising. Notice, even with the air conditioning in our plane, it grows more oppressive.
A thunderstorm?
Oh, I do not know. Madre de Dios. Here, look to the north, Clint.
What is it?
Look over there. You see that yellowish cloud?
Oh, yes. What does that mean?
It means a sandstorm, Clint, and it is heading right our way.
That's bad for us, Carlos. There's barely enough gas to reach Regan. This wind blows us off our course. We'll have to make a forced landing in the desert.
Yeah.
Clint!
Yes, Speed, I'm coming.
These must not be, Clint. Hold your course as much as possible and continue on to Regan. We won't have a chance if we make a forced landing on the desert in a sandstorm.
Gosh, Clint, the wind's sure blowing down there. Look at it.
I'll take control, Speed. That's a terrific sandstorm.
A sandstorm. Gee, I hope we don't run out of gas here.
Yeah, we can't land and we can't stay in the air much longer. Guess we'll just have to sit tight and trust to luck.
Oh, the storm is rising fast. Look, the wind is already lifting up the desert sands.
I don't mind telling you, that wind is hard to ride. Can hardly keep the ship right side up.
Feels like we're being shaken by a big dog.
And Clint, look at the gasoline gauge.
We'll never make it, boys. We're out of gas. I'll have to land.
Oh, we'll never do it, Clint. We risk being buried alive.
We'll have to risk it, Carlos. Pass me a safety belt for a blind landing. I can't see the ground.
Oh, Clint, this is suicide.
No, Carlos. It's one chance in a million. Hold tight. Here we go.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
While flying to Regan, where they plan to refuel their giant plane, Speed, Clint, and Carlos are caught in a Sahara sandstorm. Knowing full well the danger of landing in such a storm, Carlos begs Clint not to set the plane down in spite of their diminishing gas supply. But Clint, fearing that the wind will blow them off their course, and knowing that sooner or later they would have to make a forced landing, decides to take that chance while he still has some fuel left and makes the perilous landing. As the hours drag by, the swirling sand threatens to bury the plane, and the boys anxiously peer out of the half-covered windows, hoping against hope that the wind will die.
Gosh, I never saw such a wind.
And I hope we never see another one like it, Speed.
You know one thing, though, Clint. We are lucky in that the wind veers at times. If it did not, we would have one of those sand dunes over our plane long ago.
Yeah, that's so. Looks weird the way they're shifting around out there. Looks like a big ocean, doesn't it?
Yes, but in spite of the wind veering, Carlos, the sand is slowly burying us just the same. Our only hope is that the wind dies before we're completely covered. Look, the windows are already half covered.
Yeah, when the wind goes, we shall have plenty of work. Don't worry about that. We'll have to clear away the sand wherever it has blown inside and do much digging on the outside.
Well, I guess we're lucky at that. At least we're inside the plane. I'd sure hate to be outside in that sandstorm. How do caravans ever get through a wind like this, Carlos?
Very often they don't, Speed. Whoever enters the Sahara is always gambling with death.
The maddening thing about the situation is that it's only about an hour's flight between Adrar and Regan. But a storm such as this stops time entirely.
Oh, by the way, Clint, there is a shortwave station at Regan. In spite of the storm, perhaps you could get through to them and ask them to bring us fuel as soon as the wind dies.
A shortwave station? Good. I'll go up and try to contact Regan immediately.
That is very good. We'll stay back here in the main cabin so as not to be in your way.
I'll let you know if I'm able to raise anything.
Gosh, you think you'll be able to, Carlos?
Queen Sabe? One would not think so, but after spending 3 years in Africa, I have begun to believe in miracles.
Yeah. Gee, listen to that wind.
Oh, do not think about it, Speed. As long as we can do nothing about it right now, what's the use of worrying?
That's right. Gosh, Carlos, I'm sure going to miss you when we leave you with the Atlantean expedition and fly on alone to the Belgian Congo. I mean, if we ever reach the expedition.
We shall never fear, amigo. We cannot be very far away from it now, unless it has moved since the last word Clint had from Chief Riley as to its location. They were digging in the desert between Adrar and Regan, you know, in the Agidi sand dunes. One of the most desolate places in the world. They are to the west of us.
What is this place called, Carlos? I mean, where are we right now?
I think we are on the Azure Plateau, Speed. If the wind hasn't blown all the Agidi sand dunes over here or didn't toss us way off our course before Clint could land.
Well, we're off our course, all right. The instruments showed that. But when the wind dies, it won't take us long to get back on it. If our gas holds out.
A very big if. But another bridge we could not cross until we come to it, Speed.
Yeah. Carlos.
Si, amigo?
Did you know Barney?
Barney Dunlap? I should say so. But I have not seen him for a long time. With me here in Africa and he in America.
Well, he was with us in China and Tibet the last time he went after the octopus, you know.
See, I know. And now he is in India with fever, no?
Yeah. Sure hope he's getting along okay.
What makes you think he is not?
Nothing. Only we haven't heard anything about him since we left New York.
Now, don't worry. Right now, he is much better off than we are, no matter how he is.
Yeah. Hey, I thought you said not to worry.
Me? I am not worried. This wind. Pretty soon she'll blow herself away, and then we are as well off as Barney, no?
But not in a hospital, I
hope. You see, Speed? When you laugh at trouble, it goes away.
Yeah, Clint? Have you got Regan?
No, can't get anything. This storm has put our radio out of commission. Now we're really cut off from the world.
What? Dios, what will happen next?
Gosh, that's bad. If only we could get word back to Captain Andre. He knows where we were heading for.
But he was going to wait for us to return before doing anything, Speed.
Unless...
Unless what, Clint?
He knows the flight isn't long from Adra to Rigon and back again. If we haven't returned before nightfall, perhaps Andre will start looking for us. There is that chance.
Yeah, it's a mighty long one, but at least we can start hoping.
Company, attention! Capitan Andre, they call us.
Eh bien.
Hold up!
One moment, Sergeant.
Si, Capitan Andre.
The sunset salute has been fired. Night is approaching, and still the secret police have not returned from Rigan.
Maybe they have decided to remain there for the night, Capitan.
No. Monsieur Barlow was too anxious to return and see how the search for the octopus was progressing. I fear that they have had trouble somewhere.
In Rigan, Capitan Andre.
Oh, if I could only be sure of that, I would not worry. But something may have forced them to land in the desert between here and Rigan. That is not good.
What do you want I gotta do? Your orders, short.
We shall wait another hour. If the plane of the secret police has not arrived by then, we shall go into the desert and search for them.
Gee, this is hot work, even if it is night. For every spadeful of sand I dig away from the plane, 2 slide back.
Yeah, might as well rest a while, I guess. No use using up too much strength while our water's so low.
The heat sure evaporated most of it, didn't it?
Yeah. I've never felt such heat as I have here in the Sahara.
And this isn't the hottest season, Clint. Then it gets to be anywhere from 120 to 160 degrees in the sun.
Wow. I hope we're not here in Africa when that season starts.
Well, nobody but natives travel on the desert at that time, Speed. But no use worrying about the heat. We have other things to think about now. Do you think you can get the plane in the air after we do dig her out, Clint?
I don't know, frankly, Carlos. She's carrying a pretty heavy load, even without her quota of gas and water. Chief Riley stored everything we might possibly need in the hold.
I'll say so. I was looking in one of them the other day, and you know what I found in there?
To tell the truth, I don't know, Speed. Remember, I wasn't with you when you started this flight from New York.
I found a lot of big safety pins, a whole flock of watches, and several boxes of pink perfume soap.
Oh, bueno, bueno. Good for Chief Riley.
What's good about it? You'll never get me to use perfume soap.
Well, the chief had very good reasons for giving us that cargo, Speed.
What?
Evidently, he knows Africa well, amigo. The things you have mentioned are most important in trading with the African natives once we get into the jungles.
You mean somebody'd actually want that stuff?
Want it? One of those watches can buy a banana plantation.
Huh?
And for pink perfume soap, Dios mío, the tribesmen will do anything for that. The safety pins they use for earrings and empty tin cans, like those you are carrying, will bring you in return anything you want. A necklace of leopard's teeth, carved ivory figures, anything you want. Wait until you get to the Belgian Congo. You will see.
But what do they want with empty tin cans?
They use them as ornaments. Africans are born traders, Speed. You and Clint will look like flying Santa Clauses to them.
Well, I'd sure like to get some leopard's teeth and stuff like that to take home.
Yeah, I'm more interested in octopus.
Yeah. Gosh, looks kind of hopeless just now. Catching up with him, I mean.
Oh, here. We don't want that kind of talk, Speed. Say, you must be hungry.
Say, that's an idea. We haven't eaten anything for a long time, except sandwiches. How's about opening up some of those tin cans, Clint, and having a real feed as long as we can't do anything else? I could go for some corned beef hash.
Yeah, we can't risk turning on the lights or building a fire out here on the sand, Speed.
Well, why not?
Too many tribesmen roam the Sahara at night. To be sure, we're out at the caravan paths, but the fire can be seen for miles by a rider, particularly since we're situated on the crest of a sand dune.
Well, fortunately for us. If we'd been at the foot of a sand dune when the wind died, we'd have even more sand to dig away.
Funny how it went down at sunset. Does it always do that, Carlos?
Oh, no. Sometimes a sandstorm lasts for 3 or more days, blowing continuously. This must have been restricted to a very small area. But violent storms are often like that. For instance, Adrar may not have known that there was a sandstorm between them and Rigan.
Yeah. Guess they're not going to search for us after all.
Oh, Dios, why be a pessimist? We still have the night ahead.
But if Captain Andre doesn't reach us before that sun rises again, there won't be anything of us left to rescue. We'll just dry up and blow away.
Well, I'm going in and bring out something for us to eat. After that, we'll start to dig again and then try to get some sleep. I think we could all use some after what we've been through.
I'll say so. Gee, feel this sand. It's still hot from the sun.
And you want it hot full.
Yeah. Guess I'll be thinking of nothing but ice water tomorrow.
See, but you will find little of it where you are going, amigo.
Look at those stars up there. Boy, they're bright, and the moon's just like a big street lamp.
See, we are fortunate that the wind carried all the sand away. Sometimes it suddenly stops and leaves the sand in the air. Then one must breathe it until it settles. It's a very bad.
I'll say so. I'm still breathing.
Carlos, come into the plane quickly.
Huh?
What is it?
I saw some shadows on a dune on the other side of the plane.
Men?
I don't know. It's quite a distance, and this moonlight is tricky. I want you to take a look, Carlos. At the same time, we want to be ready for a possible attack. Some of those marauding tribesmen you mentioned may have seen us in spite of our caution. All right, come on. Shut the door and lock it, Speed.
What else could those shadows be if they weren't men?
Jackals, hyenas, perhaps, though they stay in their civilization as a rule. Where did you see them, Clint?
Here, through this window. You see? They're moving towards us.
If they are men, they are crawling on their stomachs. Get ready for an attack, amigos. I think we're in for more trouble.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Forced down in a Sahara sandstorm, Speed, Clint, and Carlos, with their radio out of order, hope against hope that Captain Andre of the Foreign Legion will send out a searching party when they do not return to Adrar within a reasonable time. Meantime, the Octopus has flown on to Congo, there to turn the emir of the city against the secret police should they ever reach there. It does not look very probable, for their water has evaporated as well as their gasoline. And as the boys are attempting to dig the sand away from their plane, Clint glimpses shadows on a neighboring dune. Fearing an attack from some of the wild desert tribesmen, the boys lock themselves inside their big plane and prepare for a siege.
Got your gun ready? Plenty of ammunition, Speed?
You bet, Clint. But I won't fire until you give the word.
Good boy. What about you, Carlos?
Me, I am ready.
All right. I'll give them one shot over their heads. That'll soon tell us just what we have to cope with.
I'm glad our windows are made of bulletproof glass, because they could sure break a lot of glass if they are natives.
Here goes.
Clint, they are jackals and hyenas.
Gracias a Dios. Then we are saved.
Shoot some more and scare them away, Clint. I don't like them hanging around.
Nor do I. Yeah, there they go. Say, we must be edgy to ever mistake hyenas for men crawling along the sand.
Oh, no, Clint. The desert atmosphere plays strange tricks. And anyhow, it is better to mistake hyenas for men than to mistake men for hyenas and do nothing about their advance until they attack us.
I'll say so. Well, Clint, do we eat now?
All right, we'll eat, Speed. Then finish digging out the plane, and then, I hope, snatch some sleep before the sun rises.
Yeah. You know, it's a funny thing, Clint. No matter what kind of danger you're in, when you get too much of it without a rest in between, you get so tired you don't care what happens.
So, there has been a sandstorm. I am afraid this search for the secret police is too late, Sergeant.
See, Capitan Andre. We followed the course between Adra and Regan and have no sight of the plane. They must have got lost.
Or else the wind blew them off their course. But there is still a chance that they might have spent the night in Regan.
Well, in that case, they would be safe. Maybe they see the sandstorm in Regan before they had a chance to take the plane up.
Oui. They might have seen it there, even though we had no suspicion of a storm in Adra. Sergeant, Anino, the sun is growing hotter and higher it climbs in the sky. I think we had better turn back to the fort. But I shall send one of the Legionnaires on to Regan to learn the fate of our friends, the secret police, if possible.
Which one of us gotta go, Capitan Andre?
I shall ask for a volunteer. One man can travel faster than a troop. It will be a dangerous journey on horseback, but we must leave no stone unturned in an effort to find them.
It's too bad that there happened to be no planes under the post last night. Then it would be easy.
Or even motor cars. But with this sand over the Sahara highway, they would have been useless. No, Sergeant. When nature is angry, we must fall back on our very good friend, the horse or camel, to carry us across this treacherous desert. But now, enough of this chatter. A messenger must be chosen to continue on to Regan while we return to Adra.
Si, Capitan.
I pray that Barlow and the others are safe.
Gosh, I'm hot. Oh, no wonder. The sun's shining through the window right in my face.
What's wrong with you, Speed?
Thought I heard a noise like a cannon or somebody blasting. I guess I must have been dreaming.
What on earth are you talking about, Speed?
Oh, didn't you hear it?
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's high time we should be awake. I have an eventful day ahead of us. I hope. Oh, wake up Carlos.
I'll try. Well, the way he's sleeping, I think a gun could go off and he wouldn't hear it.
Hold on. What's that?
That's what I heard in my dream, Clint. I mean, what woke me up. Sounds like a cannon or something.
Quick, let's get outside and perhaps we can spot something, or at least hear more.
What about Carlos? Should I wake him up?
No, there's plenty of time for that. Let's get outside right now. Oh, wait a minute. Let me get my binoculars. Here they are. Okay, let's go.
Wow, is it hot? We won't last long in this heat if somebody doesn't find us soon, Clint.
Don't you worry. We'll get out of this hole somehow, Speed. But now, let's listen for a minute or two.
Check. Gee, the desert's so quiet you can almost hear the silence.
Yes. I don't see a thing with these binoculars. Where on earth could that sound have come from?
How far does sound travel on this desert, Clint? It may have come from quite a distance.
I don't think so, Speed. These sand dunes would tend to swallow sound waves, I believe.
Well, gosh, if it came from kind of close, we ought to be able to see some sort of signs of life from here, shouldn't we?
Unless the sound came from one of the valleys between the dunes.
There it is again.
Yes.
It couldn't be thunder, could it?
No, not a cloud in the sky. Anyhow, that noise is made by dynamite, or I never heard a blast go off.
Dynamite? Way out here?
Yes. I'm going to fire some signal shots and see what we can raise.
But, Clint, supposing we bring down some desert raiders with those shots.
It's the first time I've ever heard of tribesmen using dynamite if we do, Speed. At any rate, we'll have to run that chance. I haven't said anything before because I thought Captain Andre might have sent out a searching party and found us this time. But we haven't a chance of taking off from here, Speed. Our tanks are bone dry.
Golly, and it's a long walk to Regan.
And it's too long for us. And I have no choice but to fire a signal.
Yeah, I see.
So let's hope it brings friends and not enemies.
Don't hear any sort of a return signal.
No. Just to be on the safe side, we'd better prepare ourselves for an attack in case the...
Madre de Dios. Are you hurt, Clint? Are we being attacked? Caramba, where is the enemy?
No, calm down, Carlos. There's no enemy yet.
What? Then who fired those shots? I heard the machine gun, and very close by.
That was no machine gun, Carlos. Only 3 shots, and Clint fired them.
What? I tell you, I heard the machine gun.
Oh, you were asleep, so you don't know what you heard. But we heard some blasting, and not far from here. I fired some signal shots, hoping to bring help.
So, Dios, I hope you're all right, Clint.
The sun, she is plenty hot, no?
Yeah. Say, we better get in the shade of the plane while there's some shade left.
Yeah, we better get our sun helmets, too.
Gosh, we did forget all about putting them on and all the excitement. I'll go and get them, Carlos.
All right. Now, we want to be ready for a possible attack, Carlos. I don't know just what those signal shots of mine will bring along.
See, though I would almost welcome the savage tribesmen rather than stay here many more hours without water. I suppose you know the tanks are completely dry.
Yes, but I haven't told Speed. I did mention that the gasoline had all evaporated, but that was all.
See. Oh, it would be bad to die, Clint, here on the Sahara. Dying of thirst is neither quick nor pleasant.
I can imagine. We still have some canned tomatoes and other vegetables. Those juices will help us for a little while, anyway.
For a very little while. This African sun draws so much moisture from your body that you need more than ordinary.
Yeah, oh, quiet. Right, here comes Speed.
See, we must be gay for the boy's sake.
Here are the helmets, fellas.
Oh, gracias, Speed.
I made sure that the ammunition and other stuff was handy while I was inside the plane, Clint. In case there is an attack, everything's ready for you.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you, Speed. Meantime, we'll keep a sharp lookout over the dunes. And
hey, look! Over there on top of that dune in the distance.
A horseman. And he is watching us. Take a look through your binoculars, Clint.
All right, wait a minute. He's dressed like an Arab. That isn't so good for us. And he's carrying a rifle.
Hey, look. He's turning like he's going to leave again. Hey, come here!
Hold on, Speed.
But he might leave.
Maybe it would be best if he did. I don't think he would help us.
Even if he is one of a raiding band, Carlos, and they took us prisoners, at least we would have food and water and a chance of escape.
Here in the desert? No, amigo. These raiders truly believe that dead men tell no tales.
Oh.
Besides that, food and water is too scarce to waste it on prisoners.
Gosh, look what he's doing now. Motioning somebody to come on.
Come on. Let's get inside the plane. At least we'll give them a fight if that's what they want.
Everybody in here. Come on now, quick. All right, now, lock the door, Speed.
Okay.
That's it. Now, come over here. We can have a full view of them from these windows.
Unless they plan to surround us. I'll watch from the other side, Clint.
Good. Speed, I'll depend on you to furnish us with loaded guns.
Okay. But can I help you fight them off, Clint?
All right, if it gets too hot.
Look, Clint, there's a whole lot of riders coming along now.
And they're putting their horses into a run. It's going to be an attack, all right. They're brandishing their weapons in the air like they mean business.
Let them come. We'll make it bad business for them.
Gee, they're coming fast. 1 minute they're on top of a dune, the next they're clean out of sight again.
Carlos, get out the grenades. They're in the hole right there beside you.
See, amigo.
Here they come. Gosh, Clint, are you going to use grenades on them?
We may have to, Speed. There's so many of them. But we're not going to do a thing until we're sure who or what they are.
Look, that one fella's riding way ahead of the others. He's already within range, and he doesn't seem to be worried about getting shot.
Yes, that's strange.
Yeah, he is the one to get it first, though. If the leader falls down, the others lose courage.
Oh! There! You in the plane. Come on out.
Clint, he speaks English.
Yes, but wait. Perhaps he's a renegade. Maybe it's a trap. We'll see what he wants before we show ourselves. Here, I'll open this window a little bit here. Who are you? What's your business? No tricks now. We have you covered.
Think you have me covered? Sure, and that's a fine welcome. I'm Mickey O'Brien from the Atlantean Expedition. And now I'd like to know who you are.
The Atlantean Expedition?
What we've been looking for.
Come on. Let's see what this is all about. But keep your guns handy. This may be a trap.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero.
Speed, Clint, and Carlos, forced down by a blinding Sahara sandstorm, find themselves without fuel and water the following morning. Knowing that they cannot last long under the blazing sun and unable to call for assistance because their shortwave radio is not working, the boys are wondering just what to do next when distant blasting is heard. Clint fires 3 signal shots, hoping they will bring friends and not wild desert tribesmen. They think the worst when a band of horsemen appear over the sand dunes, shouting and waving their weapons, and barricade themselves in their plane. They get another surprise, however, for the riders are led by an Irishman, Mickey O'Brien, who announces that he is from the Atlantean expedition. Clint and the others prepare to leave the plane, still on the lookout for a possible trap.
All right, climb out, boys. Keep your guns handy just in case. And Carlos.
See, Clint?
Don't forget you're in disguise now as an Arab. Live up to your looks.
It is well. No one shall know that I am not what I appear to be.
Good. You ready, Speed?
You bet.
Let's pile out then. See if this Mickey O'Brien was telling the truth.
They're all standing around just watching us.
Come on.
The one approaches who called himself O'Brien.
Oh, boy. Ha! And now, for the love of heaven, just what are you after doing way out here in the middle of nowhere, gentlemen? And what's your business? And I see you have your guns handy. Now, if you want to fight, you're badly outnumbered. I'm reminding you of that.
No, we don't want to fight.
We were forced down by a sandstorm.
Ah, the sandstorm, was it? And wasn't it a bad one? That's why we didn't hear you land then. We were all under cover during the blow. Ah, 'tis a miracle you escaped being buried, lads. But you haven't told me who you are yet.
We're members of the International Secret Police.
The Secret Police? Away out here. Now, what would you be after?
We were on our way to the Belgian Congo to investigate the disappearance of one of our clients.
Oh, that's it. Then a weary flight you have ahead of you. I'm thinking you'll be needing some help from us if you made a forced landing.
Why? Oh, yes, we will. But first, let us introduce ourselves, Mr. O'Brien. This is Speed Gibson. This is Dakar El Galemo, and I'm Clint Barlow.
How are you?
Barlow? Not the Clint Barlow.
Well, I'm the only one I know of.
Sure, and I never thought I'd have the luck to meet you, sir. May I shake your hand? Atlantis is at your disposal.
Atlantis?
We call our camp that. Sure, and you've heard about our expedition here in the Sahara?
A little.
You must make it your home as long as you wish. I'll have some of the boys here drag your plane to camp with their horses.
Boy, we're sure glad you're so friendly, Mr. O'Brien. When we saw all of you coming over the dunes, we thought we were going to be attacked.
Sure, and you weren't so far wrong, Speed. When my guard heard your signal shots and came up to take a look, he feared you might be enemies.
Enemies?
Yes, El Galemo. Since we have started excavation at this spot, various attempts have been made to raid us. We take no chances. That is why we rode armed.
I see. By the beard of the prophet, it must be hazardous, this quest of the lost Atlantis.
Sure, man, and you never spoke a truer word. And your own countrymen, if you pardon me for saying so, add their bit to the hazards. When we find Atlantis, they fear that the whole world will come to Sahara.
If you find it.
I'll swear to that, Mr. Barlow. We've already found specimens of the lost continent. But why do we stand here talking? We'll take you back to camp where you may refresh yourselves while your plane is brought over. We'll ride double. Come on, Speed. Up behind me.
Okay, Clint?
Yes, Speed. I think we found a real friend in Mickey O'Brien. We'll go to his camp, and in return for his kindness, perhaps we can help him someday.
Good.
Well, here we are at the Atlantean expedition and snug as bugs in a rug.
Seemingly. But we can't take any chances.
You mean Mickey might really be an octopus gangster, Clint?
No. I'm convinced that he's honest. And most of the men in this camp are sincere in their belief that they're actually on the track of the lost Atlantis. But since the octopus is behind this syndicate, he undoubtedly has spies in camp. We must make sure we're not overheard.
Don't worry, amigo. I have already examined these huts we're resting in. There are no microphones in here. We shall not be heard by anyone excepting ourselves.
They've sure got a swell camp here, Clint.
Yes, indeed. Permanent housing, plenty of water from that oasis here, and every modern tool they might need for their actual work. A laboratory.
And the shortwave radio. Don't forget that.
Do you think they talked to the Octopus on that?
No, probably to the Atlantean headquarters in Tangier. And Mickey said they had offices there, you remember?
Oh, yeah. When are we going to leave here and go on to Regan, Clint?
Well, probably tomorrow morning, Speed. I think we've earned one good night's sleep, don't you?
I'll say. I almost hate to leave this place. Swell meals, hot baths, and no worries about the weather or whether the fuel and water holds out.
Which reminds me, have you enough fuel and water to reach Regan, Clint?
More than enough, Carlos. Mickey saw to that. What's bothering me now is how to get word to Captain Andre and Commodore Ricard that we're safe. Remember what Ricard said? That he'd send out a search if he didn't hear something from us within, 48 hours?
See, he must be told that we are safe.
Yeah, but how? Our shortwave set won't help, even after it's repaired, because they haven't a receiving set.
Oh, we'll have to hope for the best. We can't wait too long here at Atlantis camp. That's a cinch.
Mr. Barlow! Mr. Barlow, may I come in?
It's Mickey.
Now, don't forget your disguise, Carlos.
No, and don't forget, you have to think up a reason for leaving me here.
Yeah. Oh, yes, come right in, Mickey.
Gosh, do I hear hyenas?
You certainly do, Speed. Do you like their music? If you do, I leave the door open.
Never mind, Mickey. I can do without them all right.
Mr. Barlow.
Yes?
A Legionnaire has just ridden in from the desert asking for you. Says he's from the Adrar post.
Adrar? Good. Now I can send messages to Captain Andre and Commodore Ricard. Oh, you wait here, Speed, with Galema while I go and talk with the messenger.
Okay, Clint. Gee, I'm glad that Legionnaire found us. That'll save us lots of time and save them worry.
See, Speed. And now I have a chance to talk to you.
What do you mean?
When you leave here, amigo, naturally you and Clint will fly on alone and into dangerous territory.
Yeah, but we'll be all right.
Of course. But just in case anything should happen, Speed, and you find yourself alone...
You mean anything happened to Clint? But it can't.
I know. But just in case it does, and you are separated, lose no time in returning here. Or better yet, if possible... Tell me what has happened over the shortwave radio, and I will come to you no matter where you are.
That's swell of you, Carlos. Clint's leaving the portable shortwave set with you, huh?
See, it will not take me long to make the repairs on it, particularly since they have a shortwave station here in camp. We shall also repair the flight station in the plane before you take off.
Yeah. You feel lost when you can't talk to anybody outside by shortwave. It sure saved our necks plenty of times.
And one thing more, Speed.
What, Carlos?
I want you to take this ring I am wearing on my little finger and wear it constantly.
Your ring, Carlos? Why, I've never seen it off your hand before.
It is a powerful protection, Speed. It is an African voodoo ring. White voodoo. Good. Now, if you ever get into trouble with the natives, no matter where you are in Africa, show them this ring and they leave you alone. It is a taboo. As long as you wear it, you are untouchable.
Well, wouldn't it be better if you gave this to Clint then?
No. Clint knows how to protect himself. But you are young yet. You may find yourself in a situation that only these rings can get you out of. Wear it constantly, Speed. Never take it off.
But what about you?
I won't need it here. I know that. Not on the desert. But you're going down into voodoo country, the land of African magic.
You mean you really think there's something to all that magic stuff, Carlos?
Wait until you've been some time in Africa. You'll think so too, Speed. But whether you think so or not, wear the ring. Swear that it will never leave your hand.
I promise, Carlos. And thanks. Gosh, it's an odd ring. Why, it's a little man with his hands over his head holding on to its feet. It's just like wearing a little body wrapped around your finger.
See, made of ivory.
Well, that's that. After some food and rest, our Legionnaire will return to our job.
Brave lads, these Legionnaires. We don't have much occasion to see them down here. What's that you have, Speed?
Oh, a ring.
Well, doesn't that belong to Galemo, Speed?
Yes.
I gave it to the boy, Sita Barlow. Has often admired it.
Oh, I understand. By the way, Mickey, could you find a place for Galemo here in camp for the time being?
He is welcome to stay as our guest.
No, I think he can help you a great deal. He understands shortwave radio and also speaks a variety of African dialects. He might serve you as an interpreter.
Oh, we could certainly use such an expert, particularly if he understands shortwave radio. To be utterly frank, I'm not altogether satisfied with our operator. He's not always to be depended upon.
Then Galema can remain here until we return from Leopoldville.
Sure, and I'll consider it a favor if he stays. That radio operator of mine locks himself in the control room for what reason I've never been able to fathom. That trans-receiving set is for Atlantean business and not for his pleasure. To see what other stations he can pick up. Sure, and I think that's what he's doing now.
Octopus. Atlantean Station. Calling the Octopus Flight Station. Standing by for two-way.
Octopus replying to Atlantean Station. What is it, operator?
Secret police arrived here today. O'Brien found them in the desert, grounded by a sandstorm.
Grounded? And O'Brien had to rescue them.
They seem very friendly.
Yes, that is their way. Too bad the sand dunes of the Sahara did not bury them forever before O'Brien found them. But I'll start them at Congo. I'm nearing there now.
Barlow just sent a message to the Legion post at Adra, reassuring the captain there that they were all right.
Good, very good. That leaves me a clear course. When does Barlow plan to leave the expedition?
Tomorrow morning. But he leaves the Arab here.
Arab? What Arab?
One who travels with him and the boy. He is called Galemo.
That is Carlos Del Valle in disguise. Watch him well. He is dangerous.
I understand. Shall I do more than merely watch?
No, you fool. Nothing must happen at the expedition excavation that will arouse suspicion. No violence of any sort. You understand?
Yes.
Let Barlow leave a spy in my camp, and let him take off for again, and then I fly on to Congo. That will be his last landing in Africa.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Leaving Carlos with the Atlantean expedition to keep an eye on things, Speed and Clint fly on to Regan to fill up the enormous gasoline tanks in their plane and give it a final check-over before their long flight to Congo. Meantime, the Octopus, with forged credentials, lands in Congo, introduces himself as a member of the secret police, and asks for an audience with the Emir, powerful ruler of the city. We find the two together now.
I am honored to entertain a member of your so wonderful secret police, sir. Even here in Kano, we know of your good work.
Thank you. And we have heard a great deal about you, the Emir of Kano.
What have you heard?
That you have a high regard for law and order.
I try to live according to the teachings of our holy book, the Quran. I have no love for crime nor criminals.
And I understand that the British resident here interferes little with your justice.
All British authorities, including the governor,
have great confidence in me as I have in them. Kano is my city, to rule as I please, so long as I rule well.
Then you would not care to have desperate criminals invade your territory, eh?
Certainly not. What do you mean?
I have information that 2 such criminals are coming to Kano, planning to cause a revolt so that they may rob you of your jewels during the confusion.
When do you expect them? Describe them to me so that I may deal with them accordingly.
They will announce themselves as the secret police. One as Clint Barlow, the other, a boy, as Speed Gibson.
Barlow? But you are Barlow. You have shown me your credentials.
But would you have known that had I not reached you before they did? They have forged credentials and are excellent actors. It will be hard to believe that they are not what they claim to be. But be warned. If you value your city's peace, your very life, take steps to destroy these 2 men. See that they never fly from Kano.
Fly? They will come in a plane as well?
Yes.
You say one is a mere youth?
Yes. The older man, he who claims to be Barlow, uses this boy to avert suspicion.
Unspeakable. What a monster he must be.
Then you will cooperate with the secret police? You will imprison these 2 criminals?
Most certainly.
And destroy them?
If they are found guilty at their trial, yes.
Trial? You will give them a trial?
All criminals have the opportunity of proving themselves innocent in Kano, Mr. Barlow.
Even though a member of the secret police swears them to be guilty?
You will have that opportunity at the trial.
But I will not be there. I must leave here immediately.
Leave? You have something more important?
Not to me, no, but to my superiors. We of the secret police must obey orders. I came here to warn you of your danger. Now that I have done that, I must leave. You must deal with that danger as you see fit. If you are too lenient, you will suffer the consequences.
I appreciate your warning, Mr. Barlow, and your counsel. As for my safety, have no fear of that. I am well protected. These criminals are foolish to think they could cause a revolt in Kano. My people are happy.
I know that. But it is well to know where your enemies are, and then destroy them.
Agreed, if they are truly enemies. Never fear. I shall issue orders immediately to my guards to be ready for these criminals who falsely call themselves the secret police.
Well, it's been a long time since we took off from Regan, Clint. Should be reaching Kano pretty soon, huh?
Yes, Speed. Have you noticed anything unusual about the country we're flying over?
To tell the truth, I haven't been paying much attention to it. You see one sand dune and you've seen them all.
That's true, but take a look ahead now.
What? Why, gosh, Clint, I actually see some green bushes.
Yes, Speed, we've left the Sahara sand dunes. I was going to tell you a while ago, but you were so lost in that map, I didn't want to disturb you.
I was studying the route between Kano and Leopoldville, Clint. But gosh, why look up maps when there's the real thing right below? Look at those animals down there. What are they?
Oh, they're gazelles, judging by their speed. Take a look through the glasses.
Okay. Yep, they're gazelles, all right. Boy, just look at them go.
And look further ahead. There are some nomads tending their flock. Yeah, we're nearing civilization, all right, and I, for one, am darn glad of it. This emir of Kano should prove a big help to us.
That's what Commandant Ricard said. You've got that letter he gave you, haven't you?
Yes.
I sure hope the emir lives in a cool palace. Seems to be getting hotter instead of cooler.
Oh, it seems that way because the humidity rises as we penetrate further into the interior of Africa. The jungle heat will be stifling.
Yeah, but I wouldn't miss all this for the world, Clint. If the octopus had to bob up again, I'm sure glad he picked Africa. I've always wanted to see the place.
Well, you'll certainly find Kano interesting, Speed. Commodore Ricard told me a great deal about it before we left Khurram Bishar. Kano is the capital of the province of the same name, which forms a part of northern Nigeria. We're flying over Nigeria now, as a matter of fact.
Gosh, is it a big city, Clint?
For this part of the country, yes. Some 50,000 inhabitants, I believe. The largest native town in Africa.
Do Arabs live there?
Few, perhaps. But the inhabitants of Kano are largely Negroes, or the Hossa, and a smaller number of Fulani.
Fulani? What are they?
A Mohammedan tribe of obscure origin, so Commodore Ricard told me. It seems they easily conquered the Hossa in the Holy Wars 100 years ago. And they've ruled the roost ever since.
Then the emir must be a Fulani.
Yes, they're an intelligent and progressive people, Steve. I'm looking forward to meeting their leader.
Me, too. Say, is that Kano ahead, Clint? Looks like a big city, and I've seen more and more people heading for it.
According to our maps, that should be Kano, all right. Oh, get Carlos on the short wave set and let him know we're in sight of it, will you?
Okay. I'll let it warm up for a minute. How long are you going to stay in Congo, Clint?
Well, only as long as it takes to learn whatever we need from the Emir and obtain his promise of cooperation, Speed. I'm very anxious to reach Leopoldville. I have a strong hunch that we'll either find the Octopus headquarters there or some trace of Buchanan. You see, he's the key man of this Atlantean mystery. If we'd only find him, I think the whole house of cards would topple.
Yeah. Well, guess the set's hot now. ISP Flight Station 1 calling portable set ISP 2. ISP Flight Station 1 calling portable set ISP 2. Standing by. Come in, please. Sure hope Carlos has his set on.
And he should have. I told him we'd call him as soon as we sighted Congo, and he knows how long it's taken us to reach here.
Hello?
Oh, here he comes.
Hello? ISP 2 returning call. ISP 1. Standing by for two-way.
Hello, Carlos.
Hello, Speed. How are things going?
Swell. We've sighted Congo. Should land there in a few minutes.
Oh, bueno. I knew I would hear from you soon, but I could hardly get away from Mickey O'Brien to open my set for you. That young man sticks to me like a brother.
Ask him if he's seen anything suspicious yet.
Clint wants to know if you spotted anything phony yet, Carlos.
Not yet, but it is too soon, Speed. I'm watching everything closely. So far, the only one I suspect is the radio operator. Mickey was right in not trusting him. But then, being untrustworthy does not necessarily make him a member of the Octopus band.
Hear that, Clint?
Yes. Tell him to hide a microphone in the control room if he possibly can. He has an extra crystal mic along. If he can do that, he'll have a way of checking all incoming and outgoing calls.
Speed, are you still there?
Yeah, Carlos. Clint was talking to me. Listen, he wants you to hide that extra crystal microphone you have along in the Atlantean control room and connect it with your quarters so you can check all incoming and outgoing calls. Got that?
See, I have it. But doing it is another thing. But I will try, though. My quarters are near the control room. I will try as soon as I can.
Swell. Anything else, Clint?
No, we'll talk to him again after we see the Emir. By that time, he should have some news for us.
That's all for now, Carlos. We'll call you again after landing in Congo and seeing the Emir. Meantime, keep your eyes and ears open.
Yes, Speed. And for you, happy landing.
Thanks. ISP-1 signing off.
ISP-2 off.
Well, everything's going smooth as silk so far, Clint. Maybe we're out of our run of bad luck, huh?
Don't say that or you'll bring it back. Oh, look. There's our landing field. Oh, it's a beauty.
I'll say. Boy, the Emir must have some modern ideas. Look, there's another plane down there, Clint.
Wonder whose it is. Not a government ship, that's certain. Well, we'll soon be down. I'm going to land, Speed.
Okay, everything's in order.
And here we go.
Here comes some guards or something. They're all in uniforms and white turbans.
I'll taxi over to meet them. Here we are. Oh, boy. Let's pile out and stretch our legs, huh, Speed?
I'll say. And for once, we don't have to go out with our guns in our hands, huh, Clint? We know the Emir here is friendly.
That's right. And don't forget your sun helmet.
I won't.
Yeah, there you go.
Gosh, those fellas are big. Bet they're all way over 6 feet, Clint.
And powerfully built. Incidentally, the Nigerians are noted for their fighting abilities, Speed.
I'll bet. I'd sure hate to put on the gloves of one of those guards.
Oh. Yeah, this must be the captain coming toward us now.
What is your name and business?
I have business with the Emir of Congo, personally. Will you please take us to him? I have the proper credentials. I'm Barlow of the International Secret Police.
Barlow.
Gee, what's going on? Why are they stationing guards around our plane?
I don't know, unless it's a matter of courtesy. Still, I don't like the looks of it. As soon as I mentioned my name, this man looked at me as if I was a criminal.
Maybe it's just the way they have of doing things here, Clint.
Maybe. I will soon find out.
And I suppose this is Speed Gibson.
Why, yes. How did you know? Did Commandant Ricard let you know we were coming?
Ricard? That name was not mentioned.
What's he talking about, Clint?
I don't know, but I'm certainly going to find out. What's the meaning of this delay? Why have you stationed guards around our plane?
Your plane has been confiscated, Mr. Barlow.
What?
And you and this boy are under arrest.
What do you mean, arrest? What for? We haven't done anything.
No, and we are going to make sure that you will do nothing. Will you come quietly, or must we use force?
Why, you...
Easy, Speed. We'll come quietly, but we'll see your Emir if it's the last thing we do. We've been framed.
of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Leaving Carlos in disguise with the Atlantean expedition in the Sahara, Speed and Clint fly on to Kano. There they expect to gain the aid of the Emir, powerful ruler of the desert city, in their pursuit of the octopus. Meantime, however, the octopus, with forged credentials, which establish him as a member of the International Secret Police, wins the confidence of the Emir and warns him that two desperate criminals posing as secret police are coming to Kano to cause a revolt among the Emir's subjects. Consequently, when Clint brings his great plane down and asks for the Emir, he and Speed are taken to jail instead of to a palace, and thus far have been unable to talk to anyone but the guard.
But I tell you, man, if we could only speak to the Emir in person, we'd clear up this mistake.
You can see no one. You stay here behind bars for a long time.
No use, Clint. Looks like we're going to be stuck here in Kano for a long time.
Oh, but we can't be, Speed. It's imperative that we get some satisfaction and learn who framed us. We can't waste time in a stifling Kano jail while the octopus is at large.
Looks like that's what we're going to do, all right.
No. I'll get to the Emir somehow.
I don't know how you're going to get past that guard. He's awful big and black. Besides that, there's a locked and barred door between us and him.
I'll try once more. Oh, guard!
Now, what you want?
If you won't take us to the Emir, will you at least take a note that I'll write? And our credentials. Well, that'll prove to him that we're not the desperate criminals he seems to think we are. There's also a letter from Commandant Ricard of the Colombishar Legion Post introducing us. Now, would criminals carry such a letter?
I do not understand your talk.
Well, then bring someone here who does.
No. You keep quiet. I go now, but we'll be back soon with food for you.
Food. As if we could eat in our predicament.
Boy, it's sure hot in here.
Of course it is, with the blazing sun beating down on this flat-topped building. Yeah, but they build their jail strongly here in Kano. There's no way of getting through that door without a key.
If we could only get word to Chief Riley.
If we could get word to anybody that we've contacted in Africa, but we can't. That's the maddening thing of it. They've confiscated our plane, our papers, everything. We're completely helpless, Speed. And I think I know who's responsible for the whole thing.
The octopus?
Right. But the thing that puzzles me is how he could win over the Emir. From what Commandant Ricard said, the Emir is very strict about maintaining law and order. How could the octopus approach him?
For all we know, the octopus might be in Kano right now. Maybe with the Emir.
Yes, and here we are, caught like rats in a trap. We've got to get to him, Speed. We've got to get out somehow. And we've got to do it quickly.
I'm most sorry that you must depart, Mr. Barlow. But at least you were able to stay long enough to learn that those criminals, the one who claims to be you and the boy, are safe behind bars.
That is most gratifying. And you, as the Emir of Kano, will be accorded great honor for capturing these two.
I have word that they are causing the guards a great deal of trouble. They insist on being brought into my presence.
But of course. And if they succeed, they will tell you the most convincing story that you ever heard, Your Highness. Therefore, it would be best if you did not see them at all, but ordered their execution without further delay.
In the past, my prisoners have always been given a fair trial.
But you have never had such prisoners as these. You are a king, and I would not think to attempt to dissuade you in whatever you may do. But I beg of you, for your safety, for the safety of Kano, destroy these two before they destroy you.
I shall meditate on what you have told me, Mr. Barlow. Allah shall give me the true answer.
So be it. I know you will be led rightly. But now I must leave you. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Your Highness. With those two enemies of mine out of the way, I can continue on my way with other duties with a free mind. A very free mind.
It is I who should be grateful to you, Mr. Barlow. Grateful for your warning and your advice. I hope that you will pass our way again.
Thank you, Your Highness.
What is that? Another airplane?
It would seem so.
We have not had so many planes land here at Kano before.
There will soon be one less, Your Highness, for I must leave immediately. But do not forget, destroy your prisoners.
I shall deal with them as they deserve. You may depend on that.
that was that came in an hour ago, Clint. And then right after that, another one left. It wasn't the same plane. Its motor was different sounding.
I don't know, Speed. To tell the truth, I'm not much interested. All I can think of is how to get out of here.
If Carlos doesn't hear from us within a reasonable time, do you think he'll suspect trouble?
Not for a while. Remember, we talked with him over short wave, just before landing at Congo, and told him we wouldn't call him again until we'd seen the Emir. He won't suspect anything for several days, perhaps.
Guys knows what'll have happened to us by that time. If they threw us in jail in spite of all our credentials and stuff, I think they'd do away with us just as quick, and without giving us any more chance.
There was only some way we could get word to Carlos.
Clint!
What?
The ring! The ring Carlos gave me!
What? Ring? Oh, you mean that voodoo ring?
Yeah, he said it'd protect me against any of the jungle tribes. Well, why not the Nigerians? They're black.
But they're not savages, Speed.
I know, but maybe they'll recognize this ring. Maybe they still have enough voodoo left in their systems to at least listen to us. Can't I try it on that guard?
Well... Oh, why not? We've tried everything reasonable. Maybe something like a voodoo ring might impress that idiot more than any words of mine.
It won't do any harm to try. Guard! Guard!
Can't be very far away.
Guard! Hey, guard! Keep your fingers crossed, Clint. I hope this works. Look, there's a shaft of sunlight falling across the door. I'm going to wait until he gets right close to us, and then I'm going to stick my hand out so the sun will fall right on that ring.
Well, go ahead. Plan whatever you want, Speed. It's all your idea.
Why do you cry out? You make too much noise. You keep quiet or I silence you.
Oh, yeah? After seeing this ring?
Oh, Hirabananga.
Huh?
It's working, Speed. Follow it through.
Yeah. I order you to take us to the Emir. Right now. I order it by this ring.
Yes. Yes. I obey. I obey.
Now then. Lead us to the Emir.
Yes. Yes. Follow me.
Clint, Carlos sure gave me something here in this ring.
Oh, thank heaven. Well, we're not out of this mess yet, Speed. Your voodoo ring worked on this god, but the Emir is a Mohammedan. We'll need more than a ring to convince him we're not criminals.
Gosh, look at the crowd out here, Clint. And they all seem excited about something. It's that plane, see over there? Must be the one we heard land a while back. Crowds all around it.
Well, their excitement explains why we have been unobserved so far, Speed. Did you notice that guard practically sneaked us out of the jail? He didn't call for any of the other guards to take us to the Emir. Evidently, he fears what he's doing, all right. But fears your voodoo ring even more.
Yeah. What was that name he called it? Monaga something?
I don't know. See, look at all those large cars. Evidently belong to the Emir and his staff. And those must be his personal guards mounted on their horses. The Emir must be near that plane, talking to whoever arrived in it.
Somebody important, all right. The Emir will sure be surprised when he sees us.
I rather imagine he will. It isn't the time I'd choose for such an interview. But we can't risk a delay at this stage of the game.
Our guard sure isn't wasting any time. He's plowing through the crowd like nobody's business. Look, Clint, even those uniformed fellas on horseback are letting us through. And look, that must be the Emir himself.
Yes, Speed, it is.
Gosh, what's he got on anyhow? A cloak of gold cloth and black ostrich feathers on his shoes. And Clint, look what he's got hanging on his legs. Pearl beads. Clint, you're not listening.
Huh? Speed, do you recognize that plane beside the Emir?
I've been so busy looking at him, I haven't paid much attention to. Why, it's one of our own secret police pursuit planes.
Exactly. And I'm going to find out who flew it here.
Whoever it is must be inside the plane, Clint. The Emir's talking to him.
Look, the Emir's bodyguards are trying to bar the way. Come on, Speed. We've got to get to the Emir.
What is the meaning of this unseemly uproar? Who are you?
We're members of the International Secret Police, whom you unjustly imprisoned, Your Highness. I'm Clint Barlow, and this is Speed Gibson.
How did you escape? Guards, return these two criminals to their cells.
No, you gotta listen. Here, let me go.
I demand to hear
Take them away.
Oh, why don't you listen to them, Your Highness? You can never tell about these secret police. They might tell you something interesting.
Barney!
Barney Dunlap! Is it really you?
Well, if it ain't, I'm fooling a lot of people, including myself.
Barney! Gosh, I never was so glad to see anybody in my life as I am to see you.
Hi, kid. Makes me feel kind of good seeing you again.
But you're supposed to be in India with the fever. How on earth did you get here?
In the plane, Clint. Remember, I can fly 'em, too.
So this is your plane. But how come?
Now, look, it's a long story, fellas, and I think we'd better do some explaining to His Highness here. Last he heard, you were desperate criminals or something. What'd you do, rob a bank?
Somebody framed us, and I've got a hunch it was the Octopus. I'll soon find out.
If the Emir will only give us an audience and listen to our story.
Yeah, he had us thrown into jail without even seeing us.
But I do not understand. Are these friends of yours, Mr. Dunlap?
Friends? They're my pals, Your Highness. And whatever they tell you is the truth. You can depend on that.
But it is impossible. This man claims to be Clint Barlow, yet Mr. Barlow flew away just after you landed, Mr. Dunlap.
What?
Yes, he was unable to fly himself due to an accident, he said, but he had his own pilot. He possessed credentials which established him as Clint Barlow of the secret police and told me that 2 desperate criminals were coming to Kano, claiming to be members of the secret police, but really planning to cause a revolt among my people.
Hey, I saw that fella take off. Dressed like an Arab, wasn't he?
Yes, disguise or so he said.
How did this man look, Your Highness?
I cannot remember that so well. His burnous shadowed his face. But I do remember his eyes. Strange eyes. Burning. Almost hypnotic.
Clint, that must have been the octopus. Right here in Kano.
Yes, Speed. And he almost fixed it, so we'd be here in Kano for some time to come. But now, with Barney back with us, we'll beat him at his own game.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero.
Of all the surprises they have had since coming to Africa on the trail of the octopus, none startled Speed and Clint more than the sight of their old pal, Barney Dunlap, in Kano. Appearing at a time when they needed him the most, Barney identifies the boys to the Emir, who thought them criminals because of what the octopus told him. Learning the truth, he invites them to the royal palace, and we find them there now, awaiting the Emir to discuss future plans.
Well, Barney, your old sidewinder. Now tell us exactly what miracle brought you here to Kano.
Yeah, Barney. Last time we saw you in India, we weren't sure if you'd ever get well again or not.
Well, kid, the fever left. Quick like a mouse. So I ate like a horse, got my strength and a few lost pounds back, cabled Chief Riley. He cabled me where you were and where you were going. And I decided to meet you here in Kano.
Well, did you know we were in prison?
No, I didn't even know you were in town yet until you came barging out of the howling populace. You could have knocked me over with a feather.
You could have knocked us over without a feather when we saw you, Barney. Are you sure you feel all right now?
In the pink, kid, in the pink. But I was sure burned to hear the octopus was still alive and kicking around after all our hard work in China and Tibet.
Yeah.
But don't worry, boys. Now that I'm back on the job, we'll have him tied up and delivered back to Chief Riley in no time.
Oh, say, Barney, how did you manage to get so friendly with the Emir in such a short time?
My charming personality, pal.
Yeah. Come on, you shrinking violet. Now tell me the truth.
Well, if you must know, Chief Riley cabled the Emir I was coming. And I talked to him from my plane by short wave, just a little before landing, too.
Short wave. Has the Emir got a set?
Has he? It's a beauty. And motion picture apparatus, too, right here in the palace. This Emir's a modern. Don't know how he feels about swing music, but wouldn't surprise me to see him shag or trucking through the palace halls anytime.
The same old Barney. See, that Indian fever didn't burn any cockiness out of you, did it?
I should say not. In fact, the rest did me good. But...
His Highness, the Emir of Congo.
Uh-oh. The Emir's about to make his appearance, I guess.
Yep, here he comes. Look, he's all alone. No bodyguard along with him now.
He wishes to prove that he trusts us implicitly, Speed.
My good friend.
Trusts us? Then why is he shaking his fist at us?
That's the Congo way of saying howdy, Speed. Like us shaking hands.
Oh. Gosh, they do things kind of funny here in Congo, don't they?
I trust my servants have made you comfortable, Mr. Barlow, and that you'll now feel refreshed, fully recovered from your imprisonment.
Yes, thank you, Your Highness.
To think that I had the octopus here in my city and allowed him to escape, believing you the criminal.
Oh, now don't blame yourself. The octopus is very clever, but I never thought he'd pass himself off as me.
In what manner can I aid you in capturing this man?
Well, mostly by warning all your people and all who come to Congo to be on the lookout for him, Your Highness. And then, too, we should like the assurance of being able to call on you for whatever supplies we might need at any time.
My city and my people are at your disposal.
Thank you. Since you possess a shortwave trans-receiving set, we can keep in constant touch with you here at the palace. And we might call on you to relay messages to the Legion Outpost that possess similar sets, in case we should need the Legionnaires at any time.
This, too, shall be done.
Now, when we leave here, we're going to make a non-stop flight to Buchanan in the Belgian Congo. Until we reach there, I should like to feel that Congo is our base of operations, and anything that we might ask for will be supplied.
Rest assured that all your desires shall be granted by some means or other, Mr. Barlow.
Boy, and that means a lot, Clint, coming from His Highness here.
I realize that, Barney. I wish there was something we could do in return to show our appreciation.
Oh, there is, Mr. Barlow.
What is it?
I have never ridden in an airplane. Would you grant me that favor?
Would we? Your Highness, we'd fly you clean to the Belgian Congo if you wanted to go there.
Thank you, no Speed. I believe I should remain in Congo. But what is your answer, Mr. Barlow? Will you grant me my request?
It's an honor, Your Highness. When do you wish to make the flight?
Immediately, if you are not too weary.
Us tired? No, sirree.
And then, as soon as we descend, I shall order my workers to prepare your plane for the long flight to Buchanan, under your supervision, of course, Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Your Highness. And now, if you're ready, let us go to the plane.
Gosh, Clint, the way the Emir's dressed, do you think you can get the plane off the ground with him in it? That gold cloak of his and all his jewels are plenty heavy, to say nothing of the Emir.
We never have more important-looking passengers, Speed. That's the thing. He's taking some of his nobles with him.
Yeah, and a dog. Pipe the pooch.
Gee, what a swell dog.
Oh, wait, we better stand by. Here comes the Emir.
May we enter the plane now, Mr. Barlow?
Oh, yes, Your Highness. You and 5 of your attendants may make the flight. Our plane is limited to 6 passengers.
But what about you and Speed and Mr. Dunlap?
Oh, we'll be up in the cockpit most of the time, Your Highness, or roaming back and forth. You just pile in and make yourselves at home. Up them steps.
Very well.
Gosh, for a minute, I thought he wasn't going to get through the door.
Trouble is, him and the dog tried to make it at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, they're all in now.
Yeah, okay. Pile in. Now, please fasten your safety belts in case the air is rough, Your Highness. Speed will show you how.
Sure. You can take off meantime if you want, Clint.
Check. I'll depend on you and Barney to answer any questions His Highness may ask.
Okay. Here, let me fix that belt for you.
Thank you, Speed.
You're not nervous about going up, are you, Your Highness?
Nervous? Oh, no, Mr. Dunlap. The hand of Allah will hold us in safety aloft as on the ground. I shall always count this as one of the greatest experiences of my life.
Clint's getting ready to take off.
And here we go. I don't think your dog likes it very well, Your Highness.
He will get used to it. This is wonderful, Speed. A true miracle to be flying as a bird flies.
With the addition of some nuts, bolts, and canvas, Your Highness, to say nothing of a swell pilot.
See my city below us. How strange to look upon it from above.
Yeah, we're gaining altitude fast. Hey, do you hear another plane, Barney?
Who are you kidding? This ain't Grand Central Airport.
No, listen.
You're right, by golly. Let's take a look out the window.
There it is. They're coming right for us.
Yeah. Hey, that's the same plane that took off right after I landed.
What? Then it's the Octopus.
Octopus? Suffering catfish, we've got to land again. He's up to no good.
He wouldn't harm us.
Harm us? He'll try to blow us out of the air, Your Highness. You might fly higher than you thought you would before we're out of this. Get up to Clint and warn him, Speed.
He must have seen him. He's banking to get out of his way.
He'll never do it. The octopus plane is coming too fast. Step on it. Step on it.
Is he going to ram us?
No. He's using a machine gun on us. You get up to Clint, Speed.
Where are you going, Barney?
To our machine gun turret. We'll give that rascal a fight if that's what he wants. Now's our chance to really get that octopus guy. If he doesn't get us first.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero.
After obtaining the promise of help from the powerful emir of Congo, Speed, Clint, and Barney take the ruler up for his first plane flight. Everything goes well until another plane is sighted not far away, and Barney recognizes it as the plane which took off as he arrived at Congo. Since this mysterious plane was known to have contained the octopus, the boys prepare for trouble, and not a moment too soon, for the other plane opens fire with a machine gun. Barney hurriedly prepares to return the fire, while Clint desperately tries to outmaneuver their enemy in the air.
You're gaining on them, Clint. They don't like Barney's return fire either. They're holding back a little.
Just let me get enough altitude and I'll bear down on that plane. Then Barney will get a chance to use some real shoot.
You're getting above him now, Clint. Gosh, this plane has 12 motors.
It's hard to outfly a pursuit plane. I think I've got the other pilot's number now.
Now he's trying to get out of your way.
Yes, but I'm not going to let him. Speed, get back to Barney. Tell him to open fire when I start my dive. And to stay with it until that other plane goes down.
Okay, right away.
See if the Emir is all right on the way.
Speed, are we to survive?
You bet, Your Highness. You just keep your head down and hold tight. It'll bring you down safe and sound. Don't you worry.
I am not worried, my boy. If it is the will of Allah that I am to die, then I shall die. But I would like to be able to do something to aid your uncle and Mr. Dunlap.
They don't need any help. I'm on my way to Barney now to give him an order from Clint. We'll be landing in another 5 minutes, I bet you.
Allah is great, Allah is good, and Muhammad is his prophet.
Hi, Barney. Clint's climbing above the other plane. When he starts his dive, he wants you to start shooting and continue until that other plane is down.
It'll be a pleasure, kid. Can you imagine that dirty polecat coming at us from nowhere and trying to shoot us out of the sky? And us carrying the Emir and the whole royal court of Congo.
Do you really think the octopus is in that plane?
Well, it sure is the one I saw take off, or its twin brother. And you said the octopus was in that.
All the evidence points that way. Look, Clint's getting ready to dive.
I'm all set. Stay down behind the protective shield, Speed. Don't want your hair parted by one of them bullets from the other plane.
I'll say not. Here we go.
And there's the other plane ahead. Gosh, nosing down like this gives me a clear field. Now we'll see how they like a dose of their own medicine.
Are you aiming for the gas tanks, Barney?
No, the right wing. Or the pilot, if I can get my sights on him. The plane's liable to burn if I hit the fuel tanks, and we don't want that to happen. Want to see just who's in that plane.
Still firing at us.
Firing and missing. Right now, he's a lot more interested in getting away than in staying and fighting it out with us. A dogfight in the clouds takes plenty of nerve speed. And it looks like whoever's flying that other crate hasn't got much grit.
Guess he thought he could send us down on that first attack. Never dreamed we'd fight back. Look, that other plane's out of control. He's going into a nosedive.
And he's gonna land outside the city walls. Lucky for Congo. Go back and tell the Emir the worst is over, Speed. If you can untangle him and his nobles from their safety belt.
All right, fellas, come on, quick. Pry this door open. The plane might catch on fire at any minute. It's a bad crack-up.
Well, he fell from a pretty good height, Clint.
Yeah, all right. There it comes. You stay back, Speed. We don't know just what's awaiting us inside this enemy plane.
Whatever you say, Clint.
Come on, Barney.
There's a gunner, out cold.
Is he dead?
No, just knocked out. Must have hit his head when they crashed.
Oh, and there's the pilot up there.
He's done for, all right. Got the full force of the crack-up.
Yeah. Say, Barney, are you sure this is the plane you saw take off?
Well, not real sure, Clint. It was identical in design, but that's not saying it's the same plane.
You're darn right, because the plane you saw contained the Octopus. And he certainly isn't in this one that we brought down.
Yeah, but this must be one of his planes. My gosh, Clint, do you think he has a fleet of them here in Africa like he had in Asia?
I do, Barney. And what's more, someone close to the Emir of Congo is in the Octopus gang. Else how could word have gotten out that we were going up for that flight?
You're right. But the Emir himself is in the clear. He never would have gone up with us if he'd have known about the attack.
No, but we're up against a well-organized gang, Barney. We're going to have to think up a few tricks of our own if we're ever going to reach Leopoldville.
It's up to you, Clint. You've always figured something out before.
Yes. Now, Barney, you stay here and get all papers from these fellas before they're removed from the plane. We might find something important on them. Meantime, I'm going out and talk to the Emir.
Okay, go ahead. Send somebody in to take the gunner to the hospital.
Right. They're coming now.
You find the Octopus, Clint?
No, this was another plane of his speed. Wait here a second, will you? I want to talk to the Emir.
Sure. Maybe I can help Barney.
And so Allah in his goodness saw fit to preserve me for my people, and we descended in safety, sending the evil plane ahead to crash upon the surface of the earth.
Yes, Your Highness. May I speak to you privately for a moment?
Oh, yes, Mr. Barlow. Step over here, please. And now, there is no one near enough to hear us, Mr. Barlow.
Good. Because I have reason to believe there is one or more octopus spies in your retinue, Your Highness.
Can this be possible?
How else could word have gotten out that you were going up for a flight with us? Only your closest attendants knew about it before we took off.
That is true.
So, from now on, all our plans must be made in the greatest of secrecy and subterfuge.
I do not understand.
Well, don't try just now. Merely trust me and give me what I ask.
Anything. You have saved the life of the Emir of Congo when you brought that plane down safely. Ask of me what you will.
I want 3 of your subjects within an hour. 3 who most closely resemble myself, Speed, and Barney. Now, that is, in build.
A strange request, Mr. Barlow, but it shall be granted. My bodyguard shall search for the 3.
Send only your most trusted men, Your Highness. You think you can find 3 resembling us within an hour?
Before, should you desire it.
Oh, that'll be time enough. For I want to see about these enemy pilots in the plane. And then, too, I should like preparations rushed on our own plane.
Work shall be started immediately.
Thank you. And we'll be at your palace in an hour.
And the 3 of my subjects, most closely resembling you, Speed, and Mr. Dunlap, should be awaiting you.
Well, Your Highness, these are the 3 you chose.
Yes. What do you think of them, Mr. Barlow?
Well, now, let's see. This one is built like Speed, all right, and...
And this one like Barney.
Why the laugh? I think he's a fine-looking fella, personally.
Why, he is Barney.
And that fella there is the spitting image of you, Clint. Leastways his body.
That's all I'm interested in, Barney. Because I'll change their faces.
What do you mean, Mr. Barlow?
By the use of makeup, Your Highness. We use a disguise a great deal of the time in our work. For instance, I've changed my features slightly for this particular assignment. Few people know how I really look.
But is it possible to make my subjects resemble you and your friends, Mr. Barlow? The entire bony structure of the countenance is different.
Oh, that don't mean a thing to Clint, Your Highness. He's a master at changing looks of people. And I don't mean with his fists, either.
I do not understand.
Well, don't pay any attention to Barney, Your Highness. And with your permission, I think I'll get to work on our friends here while I discuss our plans with you.
Of course. They have my permission to seat themselves preparatory to your wishes, Mr. Barlow.
Thank you. Now, let me see. I think I'll start on the boy first. What's your name, young fella?
Kinka, Your Excellency.
Do you think you can hold still long enough to allow me to alter your appearance so that you look like my nephew here?
It shall be an honor, Your Excellency.
Say, they're sure polite here in Congo.
Come around here, Speed, and meet your future double.
Hi, Kinka.
The blessings of Allah upon you, Speed Gibson.
Thanks. But why are you changing him to look like me, Clint? You haven't told Barney or me anything about your plans yet.
I know. I've been too busy to talk.
Do you think it's smart now, Clint, before these three?
Yes, Barney. They'll be unable to tell anyone of their disguises because they'll be in jail.
Well, what fantasy do you plan, Mr. Barlow?
Simply this, Your Highness. I want you to issue a proclamation that you believe us guilty of trying to kill you in that flight.
But, of course...
Wait, let me explain. Therefore, believing this, you cause us to be returned to our prison cell, to be held there until further orders from you.
What's the idea, Clint? We're supposed to be after the octopus, not toasting our tootsies in a hot Congo jailhouse.
That's just what we're going to be doing, going after the octopus, Barney. But I want his spies to think we're still here in Congo.
So that's why you're disguising these three fellas to look like us. They'll be the ones here in jail.
Exactly. Thanks, Speed. You might draw a picture of the idea for Barney.
You're all right, wise guy. We're not all as smart as you, so you'll have to put up with us for just this once.
May I speak, Your Excellency?
Well, of course, Kinka.
What crime have I committed that I am to be thrown into prison?
Oh, no crime, Kinka. But you're doing us a great favor. You and the others will be well paid for impersonating us and well cared for while you remain in prison.
You see, Kinka, by doing this for us, you'll be helping us catch one of the worst criminals in the world, the octopus. You'd like to do that, wouldn't you?
Oh, yes. But I do not understand. I believe in you, Your Excellency. Your words ring true. Your eyes are honest. I shall do everything in my power to aid you.
Say, he talks better than I do. What are kids coming to nowadays?
I begin to understand your plan, Mr. Barlow. I shall issue the proclamation you desire, and these three shall remain in prison until I have word from you to release them. And meantime...
Meantime? Just as soon as we've finished here, we're going to start our non-stop flight to the Belgian Congo.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero.
After an octopus plane attacks that of the secret police while they are taking the Emir of Kano for his first flight, Clint decides to attempt to throw their enemy completely off the track while they make the non-stop flight to Banana in the Belgian Congo. Accordingly, he disguises 3 of the Emir's subjects to resemble himself, Speed, and Barney. These 3 doubles are to remain in prison so as to trick the octopus spies in Kano into reporting to their master that the secret police are still in the city. In reality, the boys are winging their way to Banana. With them is the Emir's farewell gift to Speed, his favorite dog. And now, arriving in Banana, the boys are wondering just what to do with the animal.
If he was a little dog, it wouldn't be so bad. But he's a good-sized hound, Speed. We can't lug him all over Africa.
The Emir will be awful mad, Barney, if we leave his dog in Banana. He made me promise I'd take good care of him.
Well, after all, it's up to Clint to decide whether we carry the dog with us or not. But he's planning on leaving our plane at Banana and going inland by boat, and a dog would be too much trouble.
But Lucky's been real good all during our flight between Kano and Banana.
Lucky? Is that what you're going to call him?
Why, sure. The Emir said he'd bring us luck. And that's sure a better name than what the Emir called him, Katsuma.
At least he knows that name. Whatever it is.
He knows Lucky, too. What? Hey, Lucky! Hey, Lucky!
Hey, get down. Keep off of me. Speed called you, not me.
I like you, Barney.
Well, whether he likes me or not, he still can't go up to Leopoldville with us if I've got anything to say about it.
Oh, Barney.
No, kid, after all, I'm important in this setup, too, and what I say goes. When we're on that boat going up the Congo to Matadi, Lucky isn't going to be with us. I'm telling you, and no fool. No, you can't get up on my lap. Shut up, will you? You go ahead and laugh. I'm important, all right, and what I say goes. In the opposite direction.
Oh, but Speed was right, Barney. Traveling as tourists, the dog adds to our incognito.
Adds to our trouble, you mean?
Well, don't give so much time to worrying about Lucky that you forget you're supposed to be sightseeing, Barney. Now, watch what you say whenever anyone is near.
Yeah, I will. Don't you forget either, Speed.
No, sirree. Boy, it sure feels good not to be doing anything for a little while except sitting on the deck of a riverboat. Gosh, Clint, I can hardly believe we're going up the Congo River.
If this heat doesn't convince you, nothing ever will.
I don't mind it, Barney. But it sure is different from the Sahara heat. Seems damper.
A greater humidity, Speed. Don't forget we're below the equator now.
Yeah, in the fever country. Good old malaria.
Doesn't seem to bother the people down here.
Oh, no? Remember that officer we saw in Banana who'd been here for 5 years, and yet his face was white instead of brown from the sun?
Yeah?
Well, don't worry about it, Speed. We're traveling too fast for anything like fever to catch up with us.
Yeah, for a darn good reason. The octopus hasn't bothered us since we left Kano. That means only one thing. That he thinks we're still back there in jail. Meantime, we'll be in Leopoldville before he can prepare for us.
Gosh, Clint, supposing he isn't in Leopoldville after all.
I'm not sure that he is, Speed, but I have a hunch that his headquarters, if not actually in Leopoldville, is near it. Perhaps hidden somewhere in the jungle.
Are we in the jungle now, Clint? All those trees and vines lining the banks of the Congo.
Yeah, that's a sample of it, Speed. But you'll see the real jungle after we leave the Congo and start inland for Leopoldville. We'll leave the boat at Matadi and then start inland by train.
Speaking of leaving things, I hope our plane is safe at Banana.
It is, Barney. Police protection.
Gosh, instead of a gal in every port, we got a plane in every city. The big one at Banana and my little pursuit plane in Kano. We're sure cutting ourselves off from civilization.
And not as long as we have our portable shortwave set along. That can bring us a rescue plane to us in no time. We should need one.
Uh-huh, if we can still talk over shortwave when we need the help.
Who could fly the planes in for us, Clint?
I made arrangements with the Emir of Kano to notify the Legion post if we need help. We'll get our flyers from them.
But...
Now, watch it. Careful. Quiet, Speed. Here come some other passengers. Remember, we're just tourists when we're around any strangers.
Okay. How soon will we come to Matadi?
Oh, in about another hour, I should say. You'll find it a very interesting place, my boy. On the fringe of the jungle, one might say. A very interesting place.
Zabul. Come here, Zabul.
Yes, Octopus Master?
Have any more messages come in from Congo?
Not since the last one, telling us that the secret police are still in prison.
But they left it long enough to disable one of my planes. I cannot understand how that happened, nor how the Emir happened to be with them.
The ways of the secret police are past understanding, Master.
They are clever, but I am more clever. Now they are prisoners once more. That is the important thing. And what of the Atlantean expedition?
Things are running smoothly there. Carlos Del Valle has made no trouble for our operator yet. He does not even suspect the shortwave technician as being one of our band.
Tell our operator not to fool himself. Del Valle sees a great deal when he least appears to be looking. It would be excellent if an accident were to happen to him. Then we would be sure of his suspecting nothing.
Shall I advise Atlantis to that effect, Master?
Yes, Sabul. And also advise them that the accident should happen very soon. Meantime, we have much work to do here in our jungle retreat.
Listen, Master.
It's one of our signal drums.
What is it saying?
Giant bird at banana.
Giant bird. That means a plane.
Yes, wait now. Police guard bird. It is empty. Those who were in it, travelers, traveled to Matadi by boat. Can that be the secret police plane at Banana?
But that is impossible. We know that Barlow and the others are imprisoned at Kano.
Yes, we know that, but still that plane. Zabul, call our operator at Banana on the shortwave set. Get full details concerning that plane and who was in it. I cannot depend on the observations of our native guards too much, and their drums do not give me necessary details, even though they brought me the news of the plane faster than the radio at Banana. Ask that operator why he did not notify me of the plane.
Yes, Master. It shall be done immediately.
Gosh, Clint, seems funny they've got to transfer passengers from this boat to shore by that small boat instead of taking this one right up to the dock.
Well, the river's too shallow to take this boat in, Speed. Don't you worry. We'll soon be ashore. We're the last passengers left, and the boat's already returning for us.
Yeah, but I don't like the look of those rapids up ahead there in the Congo, Clint.
Don't blame you, kid. The Congo rapids and cataracts are something to stay away from. But they won't give us any trouble. The guys that paddle those little boats between shore and the big boat have done it so often that they could make the trip blindfolded, I bet. But I hope they don't.
That shore boat looks awful light to me. And with only one man paddling, what'd happen if he lost his oars? The current would carry us right into those rapids.
That ain't what's worrying me. It's how we're going to get Lucky into the shore boat. He's looking at that water kind of doubtful like. It'd be just like him to turn the boat over in midstream.
Look out, you two grannies. The shore boat's almost here. Now get ready to step into it.
Here, Lucky. You stay by me.
Is all our stuff together?
Yeah. They're bringing the baggage when all the passengers are safe on shore.
On shore.
Yeah, we're ready. You go first, kid. You and the dog. Then if there's any room left, we'll follow.
Okay. Come on, Lucky.
Yeah, all right. Now watch your step.
Okay, I'm settled, and so's Lucky.
And here we come. Yeah. There we are.
Nothing fancy about this landing. It sort of catch can.
Yeah. Well, this isn't a regular Matadi boat. We would have had to wait over a day if we'd have taken that one. This is a cargo boat, and the few passengers it carries are mostly old-timers.
Well, here we go. Now you sit still, Lucky.
Yeah. The further we go out in the boat, the smaller the boat looks. I think it's shrinking.
So that rest you recently had certainly improved your imagination.
Yeah. No. Say, what goes on here? Hey, we're not heading directly for the dock. What ails the boatman?
Maybe he's swinging off for a reason, so he'll hit the dock square.
In that case, he'd be working upstream instead of down, depending on the current to ease him in at the right place.
Yeah, that's so. This way we're swinging down towards the rapids.
Yeah. Say, boatman, are you having trouble with the current?
No. You sit still. I get you ashore.
Yeah, but how?
The captain of the big boat's worried, too. He's motioning to our boatman.
Clint, we are being swept down to the rapids. If we once get in them, we'll never stand a chance of getting out alive.
Well, what can we do?
Sit still, Speed. Hold on to the sides of the boat. If we should turn over, try to fling yourself clear of it.
You mean you think we're going into them?
What about it, boatman? Are you going to avoid the rapids?
No can do. Never see river currents so bad. Afraid we must ride rapids. Me try to save you. Water.
You try, huh? Of all the passengers on the boat, he has to pick us to ride the rapids.
There's no time for wisecracks, Barney. Just hold on and hope for the best.
Yeah, we're getting in them. Boy, it feels like we're being shoved right and left by a big hand.
Yeah, and the worst is right ahead. Look at that water and those rocks. If we hit one of them, we're gone.
Try to balance the boat over these rapids. Keep moving. Look ahead, those rocks.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Believing the real headquarters of the Octopus is located near Leopoldville in the Belgian Congo, Clint, Speed, and Barney, disguised as tourists, journey there with all possible speed. Meantime, 3 Nigerians made up to resemble the secret police are imprisoned in Kano so that the Octopus will think his enemies helpless. But their plane is noticed by one of his spies in the town of Banana, however, and the arch criminal asks for full details of the plane and its occupants. Meantime, the boys face danger from another source. The shore boat, which is carrying them to the dock at Matadi, is caught in the current of the treacherous Congo River and is being swept into the seething rapids. We find the boys and their boatmen doing their best to escape from the river and the jagged rocks in the rapids.
Hang on there. Catch it, Speed. Good boy. There we go. The one with both of his paddles shoved us off from that rock, but he sure saved us from a crack up.
Yes, Speed. He can only work his way over toward the shore, but that one paddle he has left, we're safe.
That shove he gave the rock to keep us off it took us out of the worst of the rapids at any rate, Clint. We got a good chance of making shore, all right.
Gosh, Barney, but isn't the octopus after us? It's something else.
Yeah, can't blame this on the octopus, kid. Just good old African river water.
Look, we're getting out of the main current.
Yeah, thank heaven for that.
Thank our boatman, you mean? That guy did everything but get in the river and push us out of the current.
We're making headway all right now. We'll be ashore in just a little while.
Clint, when we land in Matadi, are we going to stay there overnight?
No, we'll just make the train for Leopoldville, Speed.
Train? In this place?
And just wait till you hear its whistle. From what I've heard about it, you'd think the engineer was selling peanuts.
You sure were right, Barney. If that doesn't sound like a peanut whistle, nothing ever did.
I'm always right. Didn't you know that, kid? Clint does. Or do you, pal?
Huh? Oh.
Yeah, look at that now. Not paying any attention to what I'm saying.
Did I miss anything important?
Well, I think it was.
What were you thinking about, Clint? What we're going to do in Leopoldville?
No, Speed. I was just taking time out for complete relaxation. mental and physical.
Yeah, having this little private compartment in this train makes that easy. Nobody watching us or listening to every word we say.
And the jungle to watch.
What are those trees over there, Clint?
Oh, those are mangoes. Hey, have you noticed the mud huts of the natives?
Yeah, and the palm groves. This is the Africa I've always read about. Natives, jungles, and the heat. Boy, what heat. Will it get cooler now that it's getting near sundown?
I doubt it, Speed. But at least we'll be able to move about in an effort to keep cool.
You mean we'll be in Leopoldville before night?
Nope. We camp in the jungle overnight.
In the jungle? Wasn't that kind of dangerous?
Not half as dangerous as if we kept on going. Sometimes the elephants get playful in the dark and rip up the train tracks. That makes it kind of tough on the passengers.
Elephants? You mean they're running around loose?
And how? You'll hear them tonight, maybe. Them and other animals.
Wild animals?
I'll say they're wild.
Oh, don't let Barney scare you, Speed.
I'm not scared, Clint. Only it'll seem kind of funny seeing wild animals running around loose after seeing them behind bars in the zoo.
Look out the window, kid. There's something else you see in the zoo.
Monkeys! A whole family of monkeys.
You'll see plenty of those in Africa, Speed. And birds.
Hey, Lucky, what's the matter?
He saw those birds, too. We've probably got a bird dog on our hands.
He'd certainly be kept busy in the jungle, and...
Well, if there's so many animals in the jungle, why don't we see him from the train?
It isn't dark enough yet, Speed. The jungle sleeps by day, but at night you'll soon hear for yourself. We should be near the jungle camp by now.
My first night in the jungle. Boy, oh boy, is that going to be something to write home about.
Here is the complete report from our operator in Banana, Octopus Master.
Good, Zabul. Give it to me. Police are guarding plane moored at Banana, so I am unable to inspect it closely. However, from the description I have of newest secret police bimotored plane, this must be the same model. However, its passengers were reportedly tourists. They are now on their way to Leopoldville. Ah, tourists!
You mean we have been tricked, Master? We have had false news from Kano? The three imprisoned there are not the secret police at all?
Exactly, Zabul. Barlow must have won the emir over to his side. I'll attend to that matter later. Now I must learn exactly where Barlow and the others are. Stop them before they reach Leopoldville.
Yes, once they reach there, they may discover the true story of Buchanan's disappearance. They may even learn of this place.
And that must never be. If I am forced to leave my jungle headquarters, then there is only one more place of refuge for me. The Sahara Desert.
The Sahara? But, Master, should you leave here, then what of our Atlantean syndicate? Of your plan of world rule?
Lost. Everything lost. If I am driven from here. But do not worry, Zabul. Clint Barlow shall never find this laboratory of mine. He must search the entire jungle surrounding Leopoldville and never find me.
I hope you are right. He is very clever.
But not as clever as I. Besides, by the time he learns too much, I will have destroyed him. All of the secret police.
What is our next move, then?
Is Mrs. Buchanan still living in Leopoldville?
The wife of the missing stockholder? Yes, Master. She still hopes to find her husband, or at least some clue as to his disappearance.
She knows too much of our business with her husband.
You mean you wish her to disappear?
As completely and mysteriously as her husband. Heretofore she has been harmless. But now, with the secret police on their way to Leopoldville, she would be dangerous were they to reach her before my operator does.
I understand, Master.
I want Wallab to go to Leopoldville immediately.
Wallab, the native? But there is already an operator in Leopoldville, Master.
One is not enough. Operator 27 must await the coming of the secret police, if I cannot stop them on their journey there. But Wallab must attend to the disappearance of Mrs. Buchanan. He knows the jungle well. He will not fail.
Very well. I shall give him his orders immediately.
Tell him to search the woman's quarters thoroughly, to destroy any and all papers he finds, so that the police will find no clues to work on.
Yes, Master.
Clint Barlow tricked me in Kano. But if he lives to reach Leopoldville, we shall have some tricks of our own to show him. The jungle and I.
Well, Speed, how do you like your jungle evening serenade?
It's swell, Clint. Beats anything I ever heard before.
Yeah, out there everything's hunting something else, kid. Don't you go for any walk in the jungle at night unless you're tired of living.
Would any animals come close to this train camp, Barney? It's a pretty big camp.
With a clearing all around it, I know. But don't forget, we're still in the Belgian Congo, Speed. Might look all nice and clean and modern in this cottage. But just step off the porch and you're in the middle of the jungle, where anything can happen.
Gosh.
Yes, you'll have to remember that, Speed. Barney and I can't always keep an eye on you.
Don't worry, Clint. I'll watch out. Anything I can do for you now?
No, not now. I'm going to try and reach Carlos at the Atlantean camp, Speed. May take me a little time.
What about you, Barney?
I'll stand by in case Clint needs me.
Well, I think I'll go out on the porch then, if you don't mind. Might be cooler out there.
It'll be noisier at any rate. I'll guarantee that.
Want me to unpack the portable shortwave set before I go, Clint?
No, Barney can do that, Speed. Oh, I'll tell you what you might do as long as you're out there on the porch. Keep an eye open for visitors. I don't think any of the other passengers or train crew will drop in us for a visit tonight, but if they do, I don't want them to find me talking over a portable shortwave transreceiver. After all, we're just supposed to be tourists.
Okay. I'll warn you if I see anybody coming, Clint. Lucky's out there, too. He'll probably start barking.
And raise the camp. That animal's been nothing but trouble since the aimer gave him to you, Speed. By the way, did he have his supper?
Nothing but trouble, huh? And yet you're worrying about his eating.
Well, I don't want to see the pooch starve, do I?
Well, from the way you've been talking since we left Congo, I thought you'd rather like that, Barney. At least Lucky wouldn't be around to worry you then.
Oh, do you have to believe everything I say? Okay. Go ahead and laugh. But you'll be sorry for something someday. See if you're not.
Guess I'd better go on out to the porch. Can I take my gun along, Clint? I might see something to shoot at.
And bring the whole camp down around our ears? Oh, no, Speed. You leave your gun here. And if you see anything to shoot at, don't waste time in coming in here and telling us about it.
Yeah, save your hunting for the octopus. Then we don't care if you use an elephant gun on his carcass.
Okay, so long.
So long, Speed. And don't forget, stay close.
All right.
Now, I'll get out that radio for you.
Gosh, it's dark out here. They must have turned the camp lights out. Guess they thought everybody was going to bed early. Hello, Lucky. You been a good dog?
Hey, keep that mutt quiet, Speed.
Okay. You'd better get away from the door a little, so as if you do bark again, you won't disturb Clint. He's going to try and raise Carlos on a short wave, and it's going to be tough because he's way up in the Sahara. Here, let's go down the steps. That won't hurt anything. And if we're in the dark, too, maybe we can see the jungle better. Gosh, this is a lot better. When you get out of the light coming through the door, you can see the jungle, trees, and vines real plain. Can't you, Lucky? What are you whining about? Smell something in the wind, Lucky? Lucky, come back here! Lucky, come here! Come here! Darn you. I'm coming after you, and when I find you, I'll teach you not to go tearing off like that. Oh, here you are. What's the matter with you, anyhow? What do you see up ahead? What's that? It's a big cat. It's a leopard. Lucky, look out! Clint, Barney! Help! Help!
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Speed, Clint, and Barney, disguised as tourists, are traveling to Leopoldville in the Belgian Congo, hoping to surprise the octopus there. Meantime, the criminal learns of their coming and, suspecting that he is too late to stop them before they reach Leopoldville, plans to destroy them there. Before that, he plans the disappearance of Mrs. Buchanan, wife of the missing investor of the Atlantean Syndicate, so that she will be unable to give the secret police aid. The boys are now in the jungle camp of the little train line running between Matadi and Leopoldville. Clint and Barney are in their quarters, trying to reach Carlos in the Sahara by short wave. Meantime, Speed goes outside to listen to the jungle noises, and drawn away from the house by his dog's excitement, finds himself face to face with a full-grown leopard.
Quick, Barney, help me with Lucky. Come quick and bring your gun. Help! Somebody put the lights on. Put the lights on. Look out, Lucky. And the dog, stay out of his way. Speed. Here I am, Clint. They put the lights on. Wow, what a big leopard.
Back away from the Speed. Come over here so you'll be out of range.
Yeah, I got my sights on him.
Wait, don't shoot Lucky. Here, Lucky, come here, boy.
The dog's clear. Now's your chance, bud.
Okay.
You got him, Barney. Got him with your first shot.
Sure, one shot Dunlap, that's me. And now pardon me while I sit down a minute.
What's the matter, Barney? Are your knees weak?
Weak? When I think how close you came to playing a harp, kid. Clint, what are we going to do about this mug?
Plenty. Speed, you come with me.
Oh, Clint, can't I stay and see the leopard close?
Well, you've already been too close to it. You've caused too much trouble. Come along now. Get back into our quarters.
Okay. Here, Lucky. Here, boy.
Whatever possessed you to leave the porch, Speed? We told you not to, remember?
I just went down the steps to get out of the light so as I could see the jungle better, Barney. Then Lucky dashed away from me, and I went after him. First thing I knew, there was the leopard with Lucky fighting him.
Yeah, there was the leopard. And I lose 5 years of my life hearing you yell for help.
Gosh, Clint, I'm sorry I caused all this trouble.
I thought you knew better than to disobey orders by this time, Speed. Past experience should have taught you that. In here now.
I wouldn't have done it if Lucky hadn't run off, Clint. I never stopped to thinking. Clint, look who's standing there.
What? What? Kinka?
Yeah, the kid who you made up to look like me and left in a Congo jail.
But he can't be here. We barely arrived ourselves, and we flew here.
Shut the door, Speed.
Sure.
Kinka? Is that really you?
Yes, Your Excellency. And the blessings of Allah on you. And you, Mr. Dunlap. And you, Speed Gibson.
Now I know I have to sit down. This is all too much for me.
How did you get here, Kinka? And why?
Have I your permission to tell my story?
Please do, Kinka.
His Highness, the Emir of Congo, sent me here as a messenger of ill tidings. The criminal you seek, the Octopus, knows that you are not imprisoned in Congo, but on your way to Leopoldville.
How did the Emir learn this?
He heard a mysterious message over his box that speaks and listens.
His what?
The Emir's shortwave set, Speed. Go on, Kinka.
His Highness heard your names mentioned, and from what was said, learned that our impersonations had gone for naught. So he sent me to warn you.
Why didn't he warn us by shortwave?
He feared that the octopus might hear him as he heard the octopus, Your Excellency.
Ah, good for the Emir. But how did you manage to reach us so quickly, Kinka?
One of the Foreign Legion pilots happened to be in Congo when His Excellency heard the disturbing message. This man flew with me in his plane to Matadi. From there I came by foot along the elephant trails in the jungle. If one knows how to follow them, it is swifter than the train.
Good boy. But you must be exhausted.
No, Your Excellency. I am happy to be in your service. And may I tell you more of this message His Highness heard?
More? Why, of course.
There was a mention of a Mrs. Buchanan, the wife of he who disappeared sometime in the past.
What? You mean Buchanan?
Yeah.
Well, that's the man we're looking for. I knew nothing of his wife.
Is she in Leopoldville?
Yes, Speed. And the octopus, fearing that you might question her and learn too much of her husband's business, has sent to a lab the murderer to destroy her.
Great Scott, we've got to stop him somehow.
But how? That is in time. We won't reach Leopoldville until sometime tomorrow.
Well, let me think this out, Barney, and pipe down a minute, will you?
Okay.
What's that?
My people, celebrating the death of the leopard, Speed Gibson.
Your people, Kinka? I thought you were a Nigerian.
I am. But I was born in Matadi and have lived in the Congo most of the years of my life. That is why I know the jungle so well. I have only been in Congo a little time.
Oh,
Well, it was sure swell of you to come here and warn us. We were mighty surprised to see you when we came in.
I entered your abode secretly, lest there be spies of the octopus in the neighborhood. It was not difficult, since your trouble with the leopard drew everyone to that spot.
You're wise, Kinka. You could learn from this boy, Speed, in obeying orders at least.
I'm sorry about that leopard business, Clint. I'll think before I do anything next time.
I'll see that you do. You can't make any mistakes in Africa and live.
The leopard is the most dreaded of beasts, Speed Gibson. He is vindictive and will fight to the end. He will not escape should the opportunity offer, as the lion will. You are most fortunate to have escaped with your life.
I can thank Lucky for that. He went right for that big cat.
The emir's dog? Blessed was the day that His Highness gave him to you, Speed Gibson. He must have foreseen your need of him.
Yeah, and I gave him the right name, too. He's sure been lucky for me.
Hey, kid, don't forget it was me that actually killed that leopard.
And for that, the tongues of the jungle shall cry your fame far and wide, Your Excellency.
This jungle sounds like an awful busy place to me. A guy can't have any privacy at all.
Kinkham?
Yes, Your Excellency.
You say it did not take you long to come here from Matadi by foot?
That is true.
How about from here to Leopoldville?
An even shorter time, Your Excellency.
What are you figuring on, Clint?
I'm not waiting for that train tomorrow. I'm leaving this camp tonight, and with Kinka's guide, I'll reach Leopoldville long before dawn.
Yeah, huh? You mean you're going to walk there?
We'll have to go faster than a walk to reach there in time. How about it, Kinka? Are you too tired to make the journey?
No, Your Excellency. Am I really to have the honor of serving you further?
Well, if you can call it an honor, yes. I'll get you something to eat, and then we'll be off.
Us too, Clint?
No. You and Barney will continue on the train as before.
And how are we going to explain your absence?
I'll leave that to you, Barney. I'm concentrating on our trip to Leopoldville by foot.
Fine thing. How am I going to frame a story for you? Too bad I shot that leopard. He might have given you a swell alibi for disappearing.
With your genius for thinking up alibis, you won't have any trouble, Barney. But I've got to reach Mrs. Buchanan before this
Walab, Your Excellency.
Yeah, thank you. This Walab does. We've got to save that woman's life, Barney. And this is the only way we can do it. If we're not already too late.
You mean this Walab might have gotten to her already, Clint?
There's that chance, Speed, but I doubt it. If he knows we're on our way to Leopoldville, he knows we're coming by train, and that the train doesn't reach there until tomorrow. The octopus will think he has plenty of time to get rid of Mrs. Buchanan before we arrive.
Go to it, boy. We'll take care of things here.
Yes, you attend to the baggage, Barney. Make sure it's all together when they break up camp tomorrow. Kinka and I will be traveling light.
Please take a gun and ammunition along, Your Excellency. The jungle is dangerous at night for those who do not know it well.
Yes, Kinka. I know. Don't you worry. I'll be well prepared. But now to get you some food, and then we'll be off for Leopoldville and Mrs. Buchanan.
Has Walab started for Leopoldville yet?
Yes, Octopus Master. He should be there by now. He plans to approach Mrs. Buchanan early in the morning before the village is astir.
Good. Barlow and the others will not arrive until late in the day. And then it will be too late. Mrs. Buchanan shall have mysteriously disappeared.
What about the police themselves, Master? How are you going to deal with them?
I have a plan, Zabul. A plan that will not only destroy my enemies, but destroy them slowly and surely. So they will have time to realize that the octopus is master.
You seem very sure you will be able to destroy them.
Of course I am sure. I cannot fail this time. Clint Barlow must be destroyed if my plan of world conquest is to succeed.
Our operator at the Atlantean expedition has not succeeded in killing Carlos Del Valle yet. He made one attempt, but Del Valle escaped.
He did not suspect that.
Oh, no. Our operator made it appear an accident.
But Del Valle is shrewd. He ranks next to Barlow himself in the service. Once Barlow is attended to, I shall go to the Atlantean expedition myself and end Carlos Del Valle's career.
Master, do you think it's safe to remain here when the secret police are so near?
Yes, it is safe, Zabul. I've told you before that no matter how close they may come to my headquarters here in the jungle, they cannot find it. So cunningly is it hidden. I must be here to see Barlow die. I would not miss that for anything in the world.
How do you plan his destruction?
Time enough for that tomorrow, Zabul, after I am sure Mrs. Buchanan is out of the way.
Yes, Master.
Have you any further word from Kano? Did you ask our operator there why he gave me the wrong information about the secret police still being in prison, when in reality they were flying to the Congo?
Yes, he has since learned that Barlow disguised 3 of the Emir's subjects to resemble himself and the boy and Dunlap.
Disguised? Where are the impersonators now?
He did not say. Still in prison, perhaps.
Perhaps. Zabul, I'm uneasy. Call our operator in Leopoldville. Give him orders. Tell Wallab to go to the house of the Buchanan woman before dawn and do away with her, before anyone else in the village sees him enter her house.
Do you think they might suspect something?
They might. And we must run no risk. When the secret police arrive there, they will run into a blank wall. Until I give them a clue which will lead them to their destruction. But now, get that radio message to Wallab.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Learning that the Octopus has ordered the destruction of Mrs. Buchanan, wife of the missing investor in the Atlantean Syndicate, Clint decides to go by foot to Leopoldville with Kinka as guide, following the elephant paths. By doing this, he will reach the village long before the little train bearing Speed, Barney, and their luggage. In this way, Clint hopes to save Mrs. Buchanan's life. Meantime, the Octopus has sent orders to Wallab, the native murderer, to get Mrs. Buchanan in Leopoldville before dawn, so that no one will see him. The sky is growing light in the east as Clint and Kinka approach the sleeping village, and the jungle birds and monkeys noisily greet the strangers.
Well, the wildlife seems to be awake, but the village is not, Kinka.
Yes, Your Excellency. It is their salutation to the dawn. It is always so, unless they sense danger is near.
And then?
Then you would not hear a sound.
Kinka, how would you like to act as our guide while we're in the Congo? You brought me through the jungle fast enough and safe enough. You have a good head on your shoulders. Most important, I know we can trust you. Would you like the job?
As your guide, more than anything in this life.
You're hired, then. Just as we've set foot in Leopoldville, too. Wonder where I can find someone in authority at this hour.
I know where the head of the Belgian police has his abode.
Oh, that's good. Just the man I want to see. You better come with us when we go to Mrs. Buchanan's. You can also tell us where she lives.
Yes, that I do not know.
Uh-oh. Now what? They've stopped.
There is danger near. The animals sense it.
Perhaps they've seen us in the growing light.
No. They have seen us all through the jungle. Have you not felt eyes constantly watching you during our journey?
Yes, and not always friendly eyes.
But we came to no harm. Their instinct told them that we were friends.
They might recognize you as a friend, Kinka, but you've lived in this country. Not sure just what they would think of me.
They accepted you, Your Excellency. But now this strange silence. Perhaps we had better stay out of the clearing until we see what has caused it.
But what?
Look. Someone is over there, near that bungalow.
You're right. Whoever it is has no business there. He's sneaking toward that open window.
It is he who caused the Jungle Brothers to fall silent. He is evil.
Whatever he is, we've got to see what this is all about before we do anything else. Look, he's climbing in the window.
Yes, he did not see us, pray Sahara.
Come on, let's get over there. We mustn't make any noise.
I shall be silent.
Oh, you stay outside and watch that window while I go in, Kunke. Let me know if that fellow tries to get away.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Now, you wait here, Kinka. I'm going on in.
Be careful, Your Excellency. It might be Walab, the murderer.
That's exactly my hunch. But whoever it is, we'll soon find out. It's locked. But the door's flimsy. I'll break it in.
Who's there? What is it?
You there? Stay where you are. I've got you covered.
Oh, what is it? What do you want of me?
Are you Mrs. Buchanan?
Why, yes, but...
Then just remain where you are, please, till I take care of this native.
Oh, who is he? Where did he come from?
I believe he is Walab, one of the Octopus gang.
The octopus? Oh, great heaven. Then he came here to kill me, as they killed my poor John.
Now, please, I'm your friend. I'll explain everything as soon as this man is safe behind bars. Kinka!
Yes, Your Excellency.
Come inside, please. No, you don't. Stay away from that window, Walab. Stay away, I say.
Oh, he's going...
Stop or I'll shoot.
Your Excellency, what is it?
Look out!
Stand back. Mrs. Buchanan, please.
Gosh, Barney, won't this train ever get to Leopoldville? Seems like we've been on it for hours.
We haven't been so long, Speed, and we should reach the burg soon. What's the matter? Worrying about Clint?
Yeah. Wondering if they got through the jungle all right.
Sure they did. You know, that Kink is a pretty smart kid. He seems to know his way around here.
I sure hope so. Gosh, it'd be awful to get there and find they hadn't arrived yet.
Don't worry. They'll get there all right. I just hope they arrive before that Wallop fella did. Else Mrs. Buchanan's sure going to be out of luck.
Yeah. Hey, Barney, you never did get through to Carlos at the Atlantean expedition, did you?
I should say not. Remember, you jumped a leopard while we was trying to reach him on the short wave.
I'll say I remember. That leopard would have made mincemeat of me if Lucky hadn't gone for him. Good old Lucky.
Yeah. Now, don't get that dog started again, or the conductor will come back and we'll have to get out and walk. I don't crave to lug that portable short wave set through the jungle.
When are you going to try and reach Carlos again?
As soon as we reach Leopoldville and see what's happened there, kid. Clint said something about trying to get through to Chief Riley in New York, too. I don't know if that'll be possible or not.
I hope so, or the chief will be getting worried. I think I'll call the Emir of Congo, too, and let him know that Kink arrived here all right.
Good idea. Sounds like we're getting near Leopoldville, so it won't be long now, Speed. We'll soon learn whether Clint arrived in time or not.
Kinka came in the door. Walab jumped out the window. I couldn't shoot immediately because Mrs. Buchanan was in my direct line of fire. I was afraid of hitting her. By the time I could shoot, Walab had disappeared in the jungle.
Boy, we were sure glad to see you and Kinka, Clint, and Mrs. Buchanan, too.
It was so kind of you all to come to my aid as you did. When I think what might have happened if you hadn't arrived when you did, Mr. Barlow.
Ah, don't you worry, Mrs. Buchanan. You won't run that risk again, I assure you. From now on, the police have guaranteed that you will have their protection even if we must leave Leopoldville. And I suggest that you return to America as soon as you possibly can. Africa is not safe for the wife of John Buchanan.
But I can't leave till I have something definite concerning the fate of my husband.
You're not sure yet?
Well, I fear he's dead, Mr. Dunlap, but yet there's always hope that he may be alive somewhere.
Well, now that we've all had a chance to relax a little, supposing you tell us what you know of his disappearance, Mrs. Buchanan, and the events leading up to it.
Well, I'll be glad to. I'll do anything in my power to aid you in capturing this horrible criminal who ruined my life by taking my husband from me.
That'll be swell. You might give us a clue that'll lead us right to his hideout.
Well, John had an idea that it was near Leopoldville. That's why we came here in the first place.
When did he first suspect that the Atlantean Syndicate was a phony?
Long before any of the other investors. You see, my husband has always been a great traveler, and he has many friends located in various parts of the world. One here in Africa wrote him a letter of a new money-making scheme, as he called it, a syndicate which claimed to have found the lost continent of Atlantis in the Sahara Desert.
The letter aroused Mr. Buchanan's suspicion?
No, he answered his friend, telling him the details of the find, and that 9 other financiers were interested in the syndicate. His friend was shocked that such men could have been fooled, and also said that those who lived near the location of the supposed find were positive that neither Atlantis nor any other continent could remain hidden there very long.
How could they be positive?
Well, when the French government was planning their automobile highway across the Sahara as part of their colonization plan, they surveyed this location very thoroughly, and had anything been buried under the shifting sand dunes in that particular spot, their engineers certainly would have found it.
This is interesting.
Well, when my husband received this news, He tried to convince the other investors that they were being swindled and to rouse them to taking action, but they were not easily convinced. Then, too, I think in the beginning they were ashamed to let the public know that men of their caliber had been tricked.
Yes, their representative admitted that they had waited for some time before calling the International Secret Police in for an investigation.
Well, John was not content with that. He determined to look into the matter for himself. And we landed in Africa, determined to go directly to the expedition base. But before we could do that, John received a mysterious note saying that if he wanted to know the entire truth about the Atlantean Syndicate, he should come to Leopoldville in the Belgian Congo. And it was signed by a mark resembling an octopus.
Gosh, if they'd only called us in then, Clint.
Yes, Speed, we might have nailed him all right, but please continue, Mrs. Buchanan.
Well, we came here, but nothing happened. My husband made discreet inquiries about the syndicate, but no one knew anything about it. Then, just as he lost patience and decided to go to the expedition base as we'd first planned, he disappeared, and I've never heard from him since.
Well, just what were the circumstances surrounding his disappearance?
Well, a native came to him one morning saying that he came from a nearby village where one called the Octopus was awaiting my husband to speak with him about the Atlantean Syndicate. I wanted John to take some of the Belgian officials with him, but he refused and went off into the jungle with a native. And that was the last I saw of him. When a search was made, the village was found, but they knew nothing of my husband nor the Octopus. At least, that's what they said, and we had no proof of anything to contradict it.
A nearby native village, eh? Speed, switch on the transreceiver, will you? I'm going to try and get Carlos.
Okay, Clint.
Hey, you won't have to wait for the set to warm up, Clint. I've been fooling with it while you was with the Belgian police chief, telling him about Mrs. Buchanan's narrow escape.
Oh, that's good. Good, Barney.
Yeah.
Hey, the octopus.
Where'd he come from?
Mrs. Buchanan.
Oh, great heavens. Oh, how did you know that I'm here?
I know everything. Every word you say, every move that you make.
The set must be open for a two-way conversation. That's why I can hear you, Mrs. Buchanan.
Yes, Barlow. You are very clever, but not clever enough to leave Leopoldville alive.
Oh. Don't let him scare you, Mrs. Buchanan.
Nah, the big devilfish. He's just talking to hear himself talk. Me, I'd like to tune him out.
The wife of John Buchanan should be wiser than to listen to you, secret police. She has seen the strength of my power.
My husband. What did you do with him? Is he still alive? Have mercy, Octopus, or whoever you are. Return him to me if he's still alive, or tell me where he is.
Whether you ever see your husband alive is entirely up to you.
What do you mean?
You have certain papers in your possession, which the secret police will want to see. Destroy them before they see them, and say no more about what you know.
But I must find John.
Say nothing more to Barlow, Mrs. Buchanan. If you do, you shall never see your husband again.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
guided by Kinka, arrives in Leopoldville just in time to save the life of Mrs. Buchanan, wife of the missing investor of the Atlantean Syndicate. Speed and Barney arrive later on the train with the baggage and, most important, the portable shortwave set. After telling the police of Mrs. Buchanan's predicament and winning their promise of cooperation, the boys have a conference with the lady and are about to learn the details surrounding her husband's disappearance when the voice of the octopus comes in over the shortwave set, which has been opened in an attempt to reach Carlos in the Sahara Desert. The criminal warns Mrs. Buchanan to tell the secret police nothing more if she ever hopes to see her husband again. We now find the boys trying to soothe the frantic woman.
The octopus always talks like that, Mrs. Buchanan. Well, he's been saying such things to Clint and us for a long time. Nothing's happened to us yet. At least, not much.
But you are the secret police. He fears you. I'm helpless, as poor John was helpless.
Now, Mrs. Buchanan, do you trust us?
Trust you, Mr. Barlow? Why, of course. You saved my life.
Then place yourself and your husband's fate in our hands. If anybody in this world can find John Buchanan, we shall, I promise you.
I believe you. Yes, I believe you will find John.
Then you'll give us whatever papers he left?
Yes. Yes, I'll help you in any way I can.
You'll never be sorry for it.
I have all the papers together in a strong box. Will you pardon me while I go and get it in the next room?
Well, yes, of course.
I shall only be a moment. Please make yourselves at home.
She's sure nice, isn't she, Clint?
Yeah, she's very nice, Speed, and very courageous, too.
Yeah, it took plenty of sand for her to stick around in this hole trying to learn something about her husband. Hey, what's that falling on my head and neck?
What? Well, it looks like sawdust. And look, ants.
Ants on my neck? Take them off, quick.
You might as well get used to them, Barney. Remember, Leopoldville is famous for its ants.
You fine thing. Even the ants throw sawdust in your eyes.
Yeah, we haven't much to go on yet, have we, Clint?
I'm hoping that Buchanan's papers might reveal something. And then I want to question some of the natives in the village. They might be able to tell us something. Oh, yes?
It's Kinka, Your Excellency. May I enter?
Oh, Kinka, of course. Come on in.
Where have you been?
Searching for old friends, Speed Gibson. I found many, praise Allah, but alas, many have also been destroyed by lions and leopards.
Nice country you've got here. But you missed a broadcast by the octopus being away, Kinka. He told Mrs. Buchanan to pipe down over the short wave set.
Is that so? Oh, Mr. Barlow, I learned something which may interest you.
What's that, Kinka?
There is a woman in the village here who knew the man whom you call Buchanan. She is what you call a half-caste. Nigerian and Swahili. Blood runs in her veins. I think she might be able to tell you much of Buchanan if you can win her trust.
Does she speak English?
Yes, and she understands it even better.
Good boy, Kinky. You're proving invaluable to us. Come along. We're going to find that girl. Especially you, Barney.
Huh? Why especially me?
Because you're going to be the one who's going to win her trust.
Hey!
Hey, quiet now.
Here's the box for the papers, Mr. Barlow.
Oh. Mrs. Buchanan, some pressing business has just come up. I wonder if we could postpone looking over these papers until tonight. That way I'll be able to give them more time.
Anything you wish.
Oh, that's fine. We'll leave you for a little while now, and I'd advise you to get some rest while we're gone.
Well,
Oh, now you'll be perfectly safe. I'll instruct the police guard around your bungalow to increase their vigilance during our absence.
You're very kind. You're not leaving the village entirely.
Oh, no. There's just someone that Barney must see. Come along, Barney. Let's be on our way.
Boy, what a place. Look at those ferns. Big as trees, Clint. And look, poinsettias. Golly, flowers everywhere, hanging from the trees and everything.
Flowering air plants, Speed Gibson. They take their nourishment from the air itself, apparently growing out of nothing. There is the girl, Your Excellency. The one buying the cloth at that stall there.
Not bad.
All right, Barney. Now's your chance. We'll wait here. We'll pretend to be looking at something in this stall while you go over and make her acquaintance. Stay with her and win her confidence. Learn as much as you can without appearing to be asking questions. And then report back to us at Mrs. Buchanan's bungalow at 11 o'clock tonight.
Why don't you do the job, Clint? You know I ain't no ladies' man.
Get going.
Oh, all right. Come on with me, Lucky.
Hey, why are you taking the dog?
I got my reasons. Hey, here we are. Now, Lucky, see that piece of cloth the lady's holding in her hands? Okay, then get it for me. Second boy. Here, Lucky, stop that. What's the matter with you?
Oh, my beautiful dress. Oh, too.
that rag...
Oh!
I mean, it was just a piece of cloth,
But
miss.
it was going to be a dress, Juana, and I have no more money to buy more.
Now, look, I'll buy you another piece. How's that, huh?
Oh, no. I am daughter of chieftain.
What's that got to do with the price of wheat? My dog tore up something you just bought, and I ought to pay for it. That's the way we do in America.
You are from America?
You said it. Now, will you let me pay for the damage?
Well...
Atta girl.
What'd you say?
I mean, that's fine. Now, let's see. You want another piece of cloth, the same color, and how about having something to eat afterwards? It's getting on towards evening, and I hate to eat alone. How about it?
Because you are American, and because I knew another who was very kind. Yes, Buana. Buana, what are you called?
Most everything under the sun, but you just call me Barney, and everything will be just swell. And what's your name?
Tanura.
Tanura. I think you and me are going to get along just dandy. Yes, sirree.
Here it is almost midnight. Barney hasn't shown up yet.
Maybe he got too interested in that girl, Clint.
No, Barney isn't like that. When he's got a job to do, he doesn't allow anything else to interfere with it.
Could anything have happened to him, Mr. Barlow?
That's exactly what I'm beginning to wonder, Mrs. Buchanan. Kinka, how much do you know about this Tanura, as you call this girl?
Not a great deal, Your Excellency, except that she is the daughter of a Swahili chieftain. Her mother was a Nigerian of my own people.
But why did Mr. Dunlap seek her company?
I may as well tell you, Mrs. Buchanan. This girl knew your husband well.
Tanura? Well, yes, I know that. She used to bring him messages from her father.
Well, why didn't you tell us that before?
Well, I forgot it for the moment, and I didn't know you'd contacted the girl at all. I often asked John about the messages she brought him, but he never would tell me. They seemed to worry him.
Oh, great Scott. That may be the key to the whole thing.
What do you mean?
Mr. Buchanan knew this girl and her father. Perhaps these mysterious messages led to his disappearance. Perhaps...
You mean Mr. Dunlap may have disappeared in the same manner?
Exactly.
Oh, great heavens, I hope not.
Yeah. Oh, and it's midnight. Barney's never this late. I'm not going to wait any longer.
What are you going to do, Clint?
I'm going to find this Tanura and see what's happened to Barney. I hope we're not too late.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
When the secret police learned that a half-caste girl, Tanura, knew Mr. Buchanan well and used to bring him mysterious messages from her father, a native chieftain, Clint orders Barney to get acquainted with the girl and learn all he can. Barney gets to know her all right, but fails to return at the agreed time. And as the minutes pass, Clint begins to fear trouble. Accordingly, he, Speed, and Kinka leave Mrs. Buchanan's house where they have been waiting and make their way through the streets of Leopoldville to the home of Tanura.
Is the jungle always this noisy, Kinka? I don't see how anybody ever sleeps.
You'll become accustomed to it, Speed Gibson. You shall soon find out.
Wait a minute, boys. I believe this is the home of Tenura. At least it's the address the Belgian administrator gave me.
The light's on inside. Maybe Barney's safe after all, Clint, and just forgot to watch the time.
We'll soon find out. Come on.
Who is there?
The police. Open the door.
The police? I come in 1 minute.
Do you think you ought to frighten her by saying we're the police, Clint?
Yes, Speed. If this girl is connected with the Octopus gang in some way, we'd better lay our cards on the table right now. Nothing to be gained by beating around the bush.
What do police want with Tenura?
Is Barney Dunlap here?
Dunlap? The American? No, Bonner. He left me 1 hour ago. He did not even enter my house.
Well, you don't mind if we do.
Why, Bonner? Tenura has done nothing to bring peace to her.
Perhaps not. But I'd like to ask you some questions just the same.
It is well, Tenura. These are the secret police. His Excellency Clint Barlow and His Excellency Speed Gibson.
Be pleased to enter Tenura's home, Bonner Barlow and Bonner Gibson.
Thanks.
Be seated, please.
No, we can't stay. Now, can you understand me clearly, Tenura?
Yes. I was schooled at Mission. I understand you good, Bonner Barlow.
And you don't look like anyone who might be connected with the Octopus.
Octopus?
You know of him?
I heard that name before. Evil name. That name take Bonner Buchanan into jungle. Make him never come back. And break my papa's heart.
Gosh, Clint, looks like we're on something hot at last.
Easy, Speed. Now, Tenura, supposing you begin at the beginning and tell us as much about Mr. Buchanan and the Octopus as you can.
But you come here to look for American Bonner Dunlap.
Yes. But what you tell us of Mr. Buchanan may give us an idea as to what happened to Barney, where we can find him.
You mean he has disappeared too?
Yes, Tenura. Where did he say he was going when he left your presence?
To his cottage. He say he was very tired.
And that was an hour ago?
Oh, yes, even longer.
Looks suspicious, Clint.
What did you and Mr. Dunlap discuss during the evening, Tenura?
The trouble in my heart.
And what is that?
Ever since Day Bonner Buchanan disappeared in jungle, my heart has been heavy because he was gone. And because my papa was so sad. He feel like he caused Bonner Buchanan's fate in some way.
You know Mrs. Buchanan?
Oh, yes. She is very kind lady.
She said that you used to bring her husband mysterious messages from your father. Do you know what these messages were?
No. No, my papa did not know either. They come to him from another village, from another chief.
Another chief?
My papa is chief of Swahilis here.
Since what evil day does the chieftain of the Swahilis carry the messages of another tribe like a safari worker?
Because his heart is kind. Other chief not talk the tongue of white Bonner like my papa. He does not know Bonner Buchanan like my papa, so he asked him please take messages to Bonner Buchanan, so he does.
Where is your father now?
Hunting for lions with spears. He comes back tomorrow.
And this other chief's village, is it far from here?
Not so far, but hard to reach. The jungle is thickest and most dangerous between Leopoldville and there.
I will guide you there safely, Your Excellency.
I know you would, Kinka. But we'd better forget that for the moment and try to learn what happened to Barney. Only thing left now is to go out and search the village for him.
Why don't you tell the Belgian authorities about him being missing, Clint?
No, Speed, not yet. We've got to work alone as much as possible just now. Too much searching for Barney might lose us all chances of finding him.
What do you mean?
That there's something darn mysterious about his disappearance, and I'm not going to rest until we find that fella. You'd better come with us, Tenura.
Oh, I will, Bonner. American Dunlap, so kind to me. Say he helped me.
Well, right now I've got a hunch that Dunlap's the one that needs help. Come on, let's go look for him.
Well, we've looked everywhere in Leopoldville, Clint, and haven't seen a sign of Barney.
Yeah, I'm just about ready to report his disappearance to the Belgian police, Speed. I imagine they've been wondering why we're on the streets at this hour as it is. We'd better get back to Mrs. Buchanan's and tell the guard there to tell their chief we want to see him.
Unfortunately, they can do little during the hours of darkness, Your Excellency. If they carry the search into the jungle, they will wait until daylight. And there is a storm coming.
Storm? How do you know?
I smell the rains, and the jungle brothers are quiet. Have you not noticed?
Say, that's right. I thought something was wrong. The animals aren't making any noise.
What is it you wish me to do, Bonner Barlow?
Well, you might as well return to your bungalow, Tenura. Kinka will take you back there. I'll send one of the guards over to keep an eye on your bungalow, too.
You mean I am prisoner, Bonner? You think Tenura criminal?
No, but I don't want you to disappear, too. You're a valuable witness, Tenura. and we don't want to lose you.
Oh, believe me, Buona, when I say I will do anything to help you find this terrible octopus.
Clint, look, coming toward us.
What?
It's Barney himself.
Well, I'll be... Hey, Barney, where the dickens have you been?
Hey, he doesn't answer, and he's walking kind of funny like he's groggy.
Yeah, come on, let's get to him. There's something wrong.
Oh, I pray that nothing has hurt him.
He moves like one in a dream.
Barney, what's the matter with you?
Who are you? Dark. Everything dark. Can't see.
Who am I? See, are you crazy or kidding, Barney? Come on, snap out of it. I'm in no mood for this, after searching the village for you for over an hour.
Clint?
Why, of course it's Clint. Who'd you think it was?
Eyes. Awful eyes. Blood red and shining.
What's he talking about, Clint?
Darned if I know, but I'm going to find out if I have to punch it out of him.
Oh, flying eyes. Yeah, flying through the air. They came closer and closer and closer until they lit on me.
Flying eyes. I think I know. Wait 1 moment. I shall soon return.
Where's Kinka going?
I don't know. I'd like to know where Barney came from to be in this condition. Was he like this when he left you, Tenuta?
Oh, no, Buona. He was laughing happy. Now he acts like Evil's spell is cast on him.
Evil eyes. Bad red eyes. But I gotta get away from them. Gotta get back to Clint at 11.
Clint, it's just like he's hypnotized.
Yes, it is, Owen. No. What's this coming towards us?
His eyes. Red eyes. And Kinka carrying them.
Behold, I have the flying eyes, His Excellency. Mr. Dunlap speaks of the flying eyes. See? These eyes are the luminous markings on the wings of this giant moth.
Markings on the wings of a moth? And they hypnotized Barney? Wait till he finds that out.
But that's fantastic. How could the markings of a moth's wing hypnotize anyone or anything?
It is true, Buona Bardo. Hold the moth up, Kinka, with the wings outstretched so the Buona may gaze upon them. Now move them back and forth. Slow.
Behold.
Gosh, Clint, they do look like eyes. Awful eyes.
This is Central African silk moth. When he move wings like this, he hypnotize bird enemy. Scare him away.
Yes. It is thus that these moths save their lives, for they are harmless, weak.
They're sure big enough.
You will see many similar moths in this part of Africa, Speed Gibson. The eye markings on their wings are their only weapons, and powerful ones to judge by Mr. Dunlap. But he is the first man I have ever heard of being hypnotized by these markings.
Yeah, leave it to Barney.
Eyes. Flying eyes. Terrible red eyes.
I shall cover the moth so that His Excellency will not look upon its wings again and grow more confused. The night suddenly turned cold.
Cold? Why, as hot as anything, Kinka.
Eyes.
Oh, I've got to snap this lame brain out of his daze somehow or slap it out of him. Yeah, that's an idea. Hey, Barney, wake up. Come on.
Hey, who are you slugging?
You, Trilby. You lie out of our sight for an hour or two and you get yourself hypnotized by a moth.
Yeah, huh?
That's right, Barney. Markings on its silk moth's wing that look like eyes. They must have hypnotized you all right. Hold it up again, Kinka, so they can see him.
Yes, Speed Gibson.
Hey, what's the matter? You're shaking like a leaf.
Oh, I'm all right.
Well, you better be, if you're to guide us to that native village tomorrow, Kinka. Oh, there's the moth, Barney. You remember it?
Say, come to think of it, I do. After I left Tanura...
Yes, Buona Donna.
Oh, you're here, too. Hello.
Oh, come on. What happened after you left Tanura?
Yeah, I starts right out for Mrs. Buchanan's bungalow, and all of a sudden I see a pair of eyes fly past. Well, I knew there was something cockeyed about that, so I followed them.
Well, that was bad.
Oh, I wasn't going clear into the jungle after them, but they lit right on the edge of the clearing. I went up to look at them closer, and I looked and looked. And next thing I knew, Clint was socking.
Yeah, with good reason. Of all the dimwits, you take the cake. Now, come on. Let's get back to Mrs. Buchanan, or she'll think we're lost, too.
Let's take that moth along, Kinka. I'd like to examine it closer.
Yes, Speed Gibson.
Hey, what's the matter with the kid?
Maybe the eyes got him, too.
No, go. Leave me.
What? Kinka, what's wrong?
Your Excellency,
He's fainted.
Kinka. Why, he's completely out.
Let Tanura see.
His hands are like ice.
But he is consumed by flames.
Huh? Was that moth poisonous, too?
But he said it was harmless.
It is not moth, but fever. He has the black water fever. Kinka will not lead you into jungle tomorrow.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Speed, Clint, and Barney learn from Tanura, a half-caste girl, that her father used to bring mysterious messages to the missing Buchanan from another chieftain of a nearby village. The girl also heard the name Octopus mentioned in connection with these messages, and suspecting that the unknown chieftain might be in his service, Clint determines to go to the village. On the eve of their departure, however, Kinka, their trusted guide, falls ill with black water fever. And now, as the next day comes and the boys are a little uncertain as to their next move, Clint calls Carlos Del Valle on the portable shortwave set.
So that's the setup, Carlos. We'll go to this village just as soon as we can find a trustworthy guide here in Leopoldville.
Oh, Clint, why do you not allow me to come down and guide you into the jungle? I know that country well, and I cannot see that I am doing much good here in the Sahara.
Oh, no, Carlos. Something might break at the Atlantean expedition any day now. You stay there.
Well, they have only tried to kill me once so far.
What's that? Tried to kill you once.
See, not much excitement.
Who did it, Clint?
Yeah, how'd it happen?
And quiet, Speed and Barney. Hello, Carlos?
See, amigo?
Who tried to kill you?
The radio operator, but I have no proof. However, I know where my enemy is.
Does he know you know?
No, it was arranged to look like an accident, so I appear to think so, too.
Oh, good. But be very careful. He might be more successful next time.
See. And remember, it is my neck. I will be very careful.
Now, what about messages coming in from the Octopus? Have you heard any?
So far, only reports to the Octopus from these men. Of course, I have not been able to listen to him every minute. I have the pretense to keep up. I must make myself useful around the camp, as interpreter and so forth.
Yeah. Well, keep your eyes and ears open and play dumb. I'll contact you as often as possible. In the meantime, if anything important comes up, call me. If we should be out of Leopoldville, and it's impossible to take this shortwave set along, I'll leave it with the Belgian administrator. He'll have a trusted man stand by for your messages. Otherwise, you can talk direct to us.
Bueno. I'll call you the moment I have anything important.
Check. And watch yourself. Portable set, ISP-2, signing off.
Portable set, ISP-1, signing off.
Well, that's that. Now to find a guide we can trust.
Do you think Mrs. Buchanan could tell us of one, Clint?
I don't think she'd trust anybody in Leopoldville, Speed. Particularly since her last scare.
Yeah, she sure has a bad case of the jitters. Hardly knows what she's doing or saying half the time.
Yeah, you should talk. Getting yourself hypnotized by the markings on the wings of a silk moth.
But they was eyes, Clint. You saw them yourself.
No.
Now what? Who's there?
Tanura, Buona Gibson.
It's Tanura.
Oh, I see what you want, Speed.
Okay. Hello, Tanura. Who's that?
This is my papa, Chief Outpost.
How to do, Chief?
May sun smile on you all time.
What the...
come in, Tanura. Bring your father in, too.
Thank you, Buona Barlow. Come, Papa. This is Buona Barlow and Buona Dunlap, Chief Yeava.
This is a very pleasant meeting, Chief Yeava. I was hoping you would return from your lion-spearing expedition on schedule. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Octopus? What do you know about that?
I tell him of Evil One. I tell him you come look for Buchanan. My papa not understand American much. Please make your talk easy for him.
Oh, I see what you mean, Tenura. But since you've already told your father what we want to know, perhaps you can tell us his reply.
He tell me he can say nothing more about messages he bring to Buchanan. But we can take you to village where they come from. We can take place of Kinka as guide.
You, Tenura? You mean you and your father would undergo the hardships of a jungle safari simply to help us?
Helping you mean more to me than anything now, Buonabalo. My papa, too. He and Buchanan were like blood brothers.
What's she talking about, Clint? Does she want to guide us to that other camp?
Yes, she does.
Nothing doing. A safari like we plan is no place for a woman. Besides that, she'd be in the way.
Sonora not be in way. She know jungle well. She know better than to let Mark on wing of silk moth cast spell over her.
Okay, go ahead and laugh. But we can't go barging off in the jungle unless we're darn sure of our guides, Clint. And we haven't known Tenura very long.
But Kinka can't guide us in, laid up with blackwater fever like he is.
You mean you not trust us, Dunlap?
Oh, it ain't that, Chief Yeava, but we got too much at stake to go into that jungle with nothing more than a young gal and you to guide us. He's no spring chicken, Clint, liable to fall to pieces on the way.
We're not going to hush, Sahara. What he mean? Chicken.
Oh, now that's just an American expression, Chief Yeava.
Oh, please, Buonabalo, trust her.
What's that?
You do not now. I can see that in your eyes. Oh, but you can. Ask Belgian administrator, ask police, ask anybody in Congo about Chief Yeava, and they will tell you, he good chief. You trust him. And me, Tenura has nothing but good for you in her heart. And for the octopus, nothing but hate.
Gee, Clint, why don't you do it? Let Tenura and her dad guide us into the jungle. They sure know the country. And I, for one, trust them, even if they did bring Mr. Buchanan messages from the octopus.
Oh, thank you, Buona Gibson.
Well, gosh, Tenora, if you were one of the octopus gang, you sure had plenty of a chance of escaping last night. We were so dead tired, the whole of Leopoldville could have been carried away, and we wouldn't have known it.
And you, Buonabalo?
Well, I don't... All right. Yes, Tenura. You and your father can replace Kinka.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, don't I have something to say about this?
Yes, you can take charge of the safari. Tell Tenura and Chief Yeava just what we want to take along.
But
You want safari, Clint Barlow?
Yes, Chief.
Not good.
What do you mean, Chief?
Safari. Too much for distance we go. Too many boys.
How so?
I tell you how. One, there is headman.
Headmen take care of everything, except gun bearers and tent boys. They personal servants.
Hey, we're not going big game hunting.
Then are askari. You call them soldiers. Guard camp at night.
One askari to every 10 or 20 porters. Porters carry load, help cook, help tent boys set up tent.
Can't somebody stop this?
Then you must have syces. Look after horses.
Are we going to need horses on this safari?
Why not? We got everything else. Gun bearers, tent boys, pony boys, soldiers, cooks, porters, headmen. Everything but the octopus, and who knows? Maybe they'll throw him in for good measure.
I don't think your father understands, Tenura. We could never travel with such a big safari as that.
Me say that. You not need real safari. Just some askaris to guard camp at night, and some porters. We get them for you. When?
Oh, I give up.
Is this village you speak of very far from Leopoldville, Tenura?
Not far in distance, but jungle very thick. No elephant paths between here and Ngolai.
Well, what's Ngolai?
Name of village you seek.
If we left within an hour, could we reach this village before nightfall?
Oh, yes, Buona.
All right. Let's get started then. You and your father round up the porters you need, but get trusted men.
Oh, yes. We get good men.
Speed, you and Barney stand by and see that everything goes right. While I pay Mrs. Buchanan a visit, and I'll also tell the administrator our plan.
Don't worry, Clint. We'll take care of everything.
We? Since when am I in on this deal?
Huh?
Nobody's paid any attention to what I've said so far. How come you're thinking about me now?
Oh, you mean you don't want to go to Ngolai with us?
That's exactly what I mean. It's bad luck having a female guide.
Oh, no.
Oh, now, that's all right, Tenura. If Barney doesn't want to go, he can stay here in Leopoldville and keep the ants company.
Yes. Huh? You mean you're going to leave me back here so's I'll miss all the fun?
Oh, you think it's going to be fun?
Well, liable to be. I've got a hunch the chief at Ngolai, or whatever it is, can tell us a lot about the octopus if he will.
Well, we'll go and see while you whip up a few more of your hunches.
Oh, yeah? Just try and leave me behind.
Oh, well, that's more like it, Grandma. And now, let's get going. We've plenty of work to do if we want to be on the trail in an hour.
Gosh, the trees and brush are so thick that it seems like dust all the time, Tenora.
Yes, Speed Gibson. We are in one of the biggest forests in Congo.
Seems we must be. We've been walking for hours and don't seem to get anywhere. Are we near Ngolai?
Yes. Soon we come there.
If we ain't lost and wandering around in circles. And those bells ain't helping matters. Why do the boys wear them, Tenora?
To keep off evil spirits.
Huh?
Yes. My people call this place Forest of the Dead.
Why doesn't someone tell me these things?
You mean you wouldn't have come if you'd known, Barney?
Sure, but... Oh, why does every place I go to have to be haunted or something?
Well, since when are you superstitious? As a rule, you just laugh at such things.
Yeah, but not in Africa. Anything can happen here.
Fear not, Barney Dunlap. I have called on jungle gods to protect us. They know me well.
But I'm a stranger around these parts, Yaba. Maybe they won't include me in your protection.
Soon we reach Ngolai. Then you feel better?
You think so? Maybe you're right. At least we'll be out of the jungle bugs. Gosh, I thought we'd leave the ants in Leopoldville. But no, every fallen tree is covered with them. Can't sit down any place.
Every living thing lives in fear of ants, Buana Dunlap. They are small, but powerful.
Yeah, but look. There's one log they ain't on.
Do not go there.
What's the matter with Lucky? He's looking at that log and his hair's standing on end.
Nothing's wrong, Lucky. In fact, everything's all right. At last, I found something without ants to sit on.
No, Buana, come back.
You heard?
Barney, get away from that log. It's moving.
Oh, not log. Him snake. Big snake.
Snake. Yeah, now I see it. Barney, run for your life. It's a boa constrictor.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Stealing zero.
Led by Tenura and her father, Chief Yayava, Speed, Barney, and a few porters make their way through the jungle to Ngolai, village of the chieftain who received messages from the octopus and sent them to Mr. Buchanan by Chief Yayava. Tenura tells the boys that this part of the jungle is called the Forest of the Dead and is supposedly haunted. So far as they can see, however, it is haunted only by ants. That is, until Barney spots what he believes to be a dead log, which, unexpectedly, is free of the pests. Just as he is about to sit down on it for a rest, Tenura cries out a warning, and the log turns out to be an enormous boa constrictor. We now find the boys trying to subdue the giant snake.
Barney! Shot him! You got him, Clint, you got him!
No, stay back yet, till we sure he real dead.
Snake dead, all right, Papa. He had meal not long ago. That is how Buona Donna's still alive. Snake's no moving after he eats.
Yeah. What a country. What a country.
Well, what's the matter, Barney? Did that boa constrictor give you a scare?
Now, how would you feel if you almost sat down on a snake, Speed? Any snake, much less one the size of a tree.
Yeah, well, let that be a lesson to you, Barney. And don't sit down in the jungle again. After all, we want to reach Angola before evening, you know. If you sit down at every turn, we'll never get there.
If I sit on anything like that again, Clint, I'll run all the way to Angola. Break my own trail.
We have not so far to go now.
Swell.
And Snake make good present for Chief of Nagolai.
Present? You mean he'd want that snake?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, Buona Gibson. Boa Constrictor steaks, good to eat.
Eat? That thing? No.
You don't like?
I'll say I don't like.
Maybe you like fried ends of monkey tails or monkey sausage better, no?
Yeah, that would... Huh? Hey, are you trying to make a monkey out of me, Tenora?
We better get started before she really does, Barney. Chief Yeava, do you really want that boa constrictor to take to the other chief as a gift?
Good thought, Clint Barlow. You have gift for him, too?
Well, we brought some perfumed soap along and a few other things that we were told the Swahilis would like.
Good. This low tribe Swahili, they like. But now I give orders to some boys to bring Snake. Meantime, we go on.
Good.
Hasanoga.
I lead way. Follow me.
There are those bells again. Maybe they scare away the evil spirits, but they sure don't have any effect on snakes. I'll swear to that.
Oh, forget the snake, Barney. If we're near Ngolai, we better start thinking about what we might find there.
Do you think we'll find the octopus, Clint?
No, Speed, but we might find a clue to his whereabouts if we keep our eyes and ears open. He must have a hideout somewhere near here.
If this chief of Ngolai is in cahoots with the octopus gang, we'll have to be darn careful, Clint. They might cut our throats during the night.
Yeah, I've thought of that. One of us will have to keep watch, Barney. We'll take turns sleeping so that one will always be awake.
Yeah, can't take any chances on being rubbed out at this stage of the game.
Chief Yeava, what is this other chief's name?
Yengai.
And you say he cannot speak English nor understand it?
No. That's why he tell me take message to Buchanan.
Papa not know Miangai much. Only see him at big tribal meetings.
Oh, I see.
Hey, Clint, the trees seem to be thinning out. I think we're getting out of the forest all right.
Yes, we are almost on edge of clearing which hold Ngolai.
What's the drum mean?
The village is being told of our coming. Guards have seen us.
Well, how do they know? We haven't seen any guards.
They have watched us ever since Buona Barlow shot Boa Constrictor, maybe.
Gosh, if they'd wanted to do away with us, they sure would have had it easy.
No, Speed Gibson. That not way of jungle. Not Swahili way. If we kill in camp.
That's a nice thought.
We are now at edge of clearing. Behold, village of Ngolai.
What are the natives dancing for?
For us, Buona Gibson. It is in your honor.
Oh, here come Chief Miengai. Hassa Miengai.
There are sure a lot of guys in Africa. Miengai and Ngolai.
Oh, quiet. One last word for all of you. Don't eat anything here in Ngolai.
Don't eat? But, Clint, I'm hungry already. And this is just the beginning.
Now, there are chocolate bars and other provisions in our pack, Speed. Don't touch anything Miengai or his people offer you. It may be drugged.
I get it now. Okay, Clint.
You wait here now. I go talk to Miengai.
Okay, Chief, but make it snappy.
Why did your father leave us, Tenora?
The ceremony of chieftains, Buona Barlow. No one else must be within the length of a lion's spring when first they meet. After ceremony of greeting, then Papa will present you to Chief Miengai.
Oh, I see. Does this ceremony take long?
No. He will also explain your business to Chief Miengai.
Clint, is Yeava going to tell that fella just why we're here?
No, he's telling him quite another story, Speed. That we are scientists and have come to the Congo to study the various native tribes in their natural habitat.
That Miengai guy looks pretty tough to me. Do you think he'll believe that tale, Clint?
Barney, we've got to get in Ngolai somehow. And whether Miengai believes we're scientists or just pretends to believe it, he'll have to invite us to stay or risk offending Yeava.
It's sure going to be tough to ask questions of Miengai if he can't talk English.
Well, that'll be up to Yeava and Tenura to act as interpreter, Speed. I hope we get a chance to talk to Miengai soon. I'm tired of this waiting.
And I'm tired of standing. but I'm afraid to sit down until I'm in Miangai's house. I think it'll be safe to sit there, unless he keeps Boa Constrictors for pets. Clint, we've been in the council room of Chief Miangai for 3 hours, and we still haven't learned anything worthwhile.
Yeah, it's dark outside already.
Chief Yava, will you again tell Miangai that there have been rumors of one known as the Octopus in the Congo? Since we're scientists, supposedly studying native tribes, it would be quite natural for us to ask of such a one.
Oh, yes, Clint Barlow. Miangai. Kaganda was a junga octopus.
Octopus? Magain na talaka buda. Marigadagay.
Asa? He do not know word. Octopus.
You figure the octopus might have called himself something else down here?
There's that chance, Barney. Then again, Miangai might be lying.
I do not trust him, Bwana Barlow. His eyes are evil.
That's darn funny that we haven't been able to get any information out of him, Tenora. Particularly with your father acting as interpreter.
Sa junga,
Whatever. Matabal ana kule Buchanan.
What did he say, Chief Yava?
He say maybe you mean man who gave him message to take to John Buchanan. This man wore black mask.
Black mask? That is the octopus.
Yes, Yava. Ask him where he can tell us where this man came from.
Ampeno, meaning a one.
Wanaka Nungulai.
Sahara?
Nungulai.
Hasawunga?
Nungulai.
No. Man in mask always come here to village of Nagolai.
Has the chief seen him lately?
Inimayukit?
Arigana.
Asamayukit?
Ata.
Kasara?
Ata sinigat over Miangai saga. Senior.
Chief Miangai have been away to visit another tribe. He not know if octopus come here lately, but he ask wise men. They know. He ask them and tell you tomorrow.
Well, I guess we'll have to be patient then. Boys, I think we're on the trail all right. Almost seems too good to be true.
Yeah, I don't exactly trust this guy, Clint.
Neither do I, Barney. But right now, he's our only hope. We'll have to stay in Ngulai a while just on the chance that he is telling the truth. We may learn something really important.
What'll we do now, then?
Can we go to our huts, Chief Yava?
Yes, council is finished.
All right, come on then, boys. We'll fix up a bite to eat and then turn in. I don't know how you fellas feel, but I'm plenty tired.
Me too. Let's go, then. I'm sleepy as the dickens.
Well, what have you to report, Miangai?
Wana Octopus. Barlow another make much talk before me. They not know I can talk or hear American.
Good, Miangai, good. Where are they now?
Asleep in certain huts I choose. Very tired.
Then go ahead as I ordered. Have your tribesmen kill them when they sleep.
I have planned more good.
Huh? What do you mean?
My runner come in at sunset. Tell me cannibal ants are on march. Ngulai is right in their path. We all leave tonight. Ants will reach here 3 hours before dawn.
The cannibal ants? You mean they will destroy the secret police?
They destroy anything human in their path.
How do you plan to make secret police helpless so that they cannot escape the cannibal ants?
Strange weed grows in Congo swamp. Weed of sleep. We crush leaves and someone breathes them. They go to sleep fast. Even if they do wake up, they're not able to move.
You mean the fumes of this weed of sleep paralyzes their muscles?
Yes.
Good. Do this immediately, Miangai.
Yes. First, I hide shortwave set and start boys out with my possessions. Then guards put secret police into deep sleep. And then me and my people all leave village to police and ants.
Excellent, Miangai. Excellent.
Gosh, Barney's sure snoring. It makes me more sleepy just to hear him. What was that funny smell? Kind of sweetish. That's making me awful sleepy. But I mustn't sleep. This is my watch. Gotta keep awake. Jungle's awful quiet for being in the night. Wonder why. Gosh, I can't keep my eyes open. What's the matter, Lucky? God, what's making that smell? It's getting stronger. Hey, there's something moving in the hut. A native. Hey, what are you doing here? Clint! Barney! Wake up! Help! Help!
You never wake up in time.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
When Speed, Clint, and Barney, guided by Tenura and her father, reached the native village of Ngolai, they question the head of the village, Chief Mengai, about the octopus, but can learn nothing definite. As the hour is growing late, they retire to the hut the chief has assigned to them and prepare to sleep. Meantime, Mengai, who supposedly understands no English, uncovers a shortwave radio set and tells the octopus that he plans to render the secret police unconscious with the fumes from a Congo weed and leave them helpless in the path of the dread cannibal ants, which are on the march. The chief sends one of his guards to paralyze the boys with the weed, while he and the rest of the tribe prepare to desert the village. Speed sees the guard, but is overcome before he can sound the alarm. Now the village is deserted, and two figures step out of the shadows into the hut of the secret police.
Keep your handkerchief over your mouth and your nose, Barney, till we get Speed out of here. I'll carry Speed. You bring the dog. The fumes overcame him, too.
Okay, Clint, I'll tie my handkerchief over my face so that I'll have both arms free to carry this mutt. He's no lightweight.
Good. I'll do the same. Better work fast, because the fumes seep through this cloth. They're powerful. Hey, look at Speed here. He's as limp as a rag.
Can you carry him all right, Clint? Or should I take Lucky outside and then come back and give you a hand?
No, I can make it all right. All right. Okay, now, let's go.
I'll kick the door open with my foot.
All right. Yeah. All right, now. Go ahead. That's it. Now, lay them on this bank. That's it. Now, can you go and see if Tenura and her father are under the influence of those fumes while I stay here with Speed, Barney?
Sure. Clint, you don't think them fumes are...
Fatal? Yeah. No. Chief Mengai just wanted us to be completely helpless for some reason or other. We'll soon learn what that reason is.
Yeah. There's nobody left in Ngoli but us. Wonder what the gag is.
Before you do any more wondering, you better go after Tenura and... Why, look. Here they come now.
Yeah. Guess they didn't get a whiff of that stuff.
Juanabolo, are you all right?
Yes, Tenura. What about you and your father?
We're safe. My papa knows the weed of sleep.
Weed of sleep? Is that what we smelled?
The crushed leaves send up smell. You breathe it and sleep. Even if you wake, you cannot move until effect of weed of sleep wear off.
The weed must contain some drug that paralyzes the muscles, Barney.
Yeah, but how come they used it on us and not on Tenura and Chief Yeava?
They try to guard come to hut, but we not asleep yet. When I see what he try to do, I kill him.
How did you escape, while Speed Gibson did not?
I had a hunch that something would be pulled tonight, Tenura. So Barney and I fixed our cots, so it would look as if we were in them.
And it was good. Would have fooled even me in the light, much less a native in the dark.
We did this during Barney's watch while Speed was asleep. I didn't bother to awaken Speed because I thought that if any attack was made, it would be on Barney and myself. After we'd fixed the cots, we stepped outside, hid ourselves, and then awaited developments.
And we didn't have to wait long. About 20 minutes after that, we heard Lucky whining, and Speed saying he smelled something Swedish.
That is weed of sleep.
Next thing we knew, he didn't talk anymore, and Lucky's barking kind of got foggy, like he was going to sleep.
We almost went back into the hut, but heard a sound just then and waited. Evidently the guard was placing some of the crushed weed near our cots, so that we would go out as Speed did.
And after the guard left our hut, we saw him head for yours, while the rest of the natives cleared out entirely.
Yes. The village is deserted, but for us. But why?
Listen.
Huh? What is it?
Quiet. Listen to the sound.
Ants. The cannibal ants are on the march.
Cannibal ants?
Yes, terrible insects that destroy all living things in their path.
Yes, even lion cannot cross their line of march and live to reach other side.
Well, that's horrible. Then that is why we were drugged and left in Ngole when everyone had fled. Evidently the village is in the path of the ants.
Yes. Well, let us leave here before it is too late. They come closer.
But which way'll we go?
Back to the forest of the dead.
We know they not come from Leopoldville.
Back through that forest? Not me. It's still dark.
Would you rather risk running into ants, Barney? We're not sure from which angle they're approaching Ngolai.
And every living thing has already fled from them. That is why the jungle night is quiet.
Come on, let's get started then. I'll take Speed, Barney. You carry Lucky as before. We can't leave that dog here to die.
No, but it's going to be tough going for you, carrying Speed through that jungle growth.
I bring dog. You aid Clint Barlow with boy.
Gee, that'd be great, Chief Yalva, but do you think you can manage the pooch?
Pooch? I carry dog. You mean that?
Yeah.
Yes, my papa very strong. But now come yet while there is time.
Boy, I might as well be walking in an ink bottle for all I can see.
Well, just hang on to the other end of the stretcher we rigged up for Speed, and you won't get lost.
Yeah, but I might fall into something.
Yeah, not unless I go down first. Remember, I'm ahead of you.
Hey, what was that flash of light?
Lightning. Soon the thunder gods speak.
Oh, now don't tell me we're going to have a thunderstorm on top of everything else.
Oh, it's good if rain come. Break up line of ants.
Oh, is that so, Chief? Will rain do that?
Yes. They not like jungle rain. The water, like in river, not stop them. I see cannibal ant cross river on backs of own kind who give up lives to let rest of brothers cross.
Yes. I hope it rains, or ants may even come to Leopoldville.
Hey, listen. I think Speed's coming, too.
I wish we dared switch on our flashlights so we could show him where he is when he awakens, but that's impossible.
Yes. Chief Mienga's guards see light and come.
Clint, Barney, hell, wake up.
Yeah, we're awake, kid. Else how'd we be carrying you?
What?
It's all right, Speed.
Clint.
Yes.
Where are we?
Returning to Leopoldville through the jungle.
But why are you carrying me, and why can't I move? Am I tied down?
No, Speed, but you've been drugged by a Congo weed. It paralyzes your muscles for a while, but that'll soon wear off.
And that's what that was that I smelled. Something sweet. It was that weed.
Yes. The only reason Barney and I escaped it is because we suspected something. Rigged up our cots to look as if we were in them, and then we hid outside.
If we hadn't, we'd all be entertaining the cannibal ants by now.
Cannibal ants?
Ngolai was right in their line of march, and the chief planned to destroy us by leaving us there, helpless. That's very clever of him, too. It would appear an accident if any inquiry was made.
He and his whole village cleared out when they thought we was done for. Even took our porters with them.
They keep them for slaves. I declare war on Chief Mienga, even though he, too, is of Swahili blood.
He's a renegade, all right, Chief.
Storm almost here now.
Will it rain hard, Tanura?
Very hard.
Well, maybe we ought to stop for a while until it blows over, huh?
No, we go on little while yet. Storm not quite here on small clearing on ahead. We rest there.
It beats me how you know your way around in this forest, even in pitch dark.
Just like you know your way around in your great country, Buana Dunlap.
I get it. I guess you'd get lost in a big city like New York or Los Angeles.
Clint Barlow, what you do when we get back to Leopoldville?
Well, I've just been thinking about that, Chief. At least we're certain of one thing now. Chief Mienga is close to the Octopus. He would have had no other reason to try and murder us.
No, you're right.
He's bold to have attempted our destruction so close to Leopoldville. While we're far in the interior of the Congo, still the town is under Belgian rule. This very ground we're walking on is, as a matter of fact. Mienga is directly answerable to the Belgian administrator should any harm occur to us while we're his guests.
But the cannibal ants would make it look like accident.
Yeah, and a bad accident, what I mean.
But Mienga must be very sure of himself, of the protection the Octopus has given him. That means the Octopus is definitely in this neighborhood. And as soon as we get back to Leopoldville, I'm going to begin a systematic search for his hideout.
Storm come now, and we are in clearing. Now we stop and rest.
It's raining.
Is that rain? I thought somebody was holding a fire hose over my head.
Jungle rain come fast. Rain very hard, then go fast.
Best thing about what you just said is the going fast. Ooh, this rain is cold. Where's the heat all of a sudden?
Oh, it come back when rain stopped. Round steam then.
swell spot for fever. That reminds me. Wonder how Kinka's getting along.
Here, Barney. Help me fix this coat over Speed. Feel around for a stick over there and fasten one end of the coat to it. That'll form a sort of tent, enough to keep the direct rain off of him.
If I could only move instead of laying here like a rock. No help at all. More trouble than anything else.
You trouble? Kid, you're a day in the country compared to what we've just been through. How you coming along, Tenura?
I am fine. Do not worry about me, Buchanan.
And you, Chief Yayava?
Very good.
Well, I'm glad somebody's happy. Suffering catfish. Listen to that thunder. It seems to be staying close to us, too. Storm must be right over our heads.
Yeah. How long do you say these storms generally last, Tenura? Tenura!
Hey, why doesn't she answer?
Chief Yayava!
They're gone, Clint. I think they've gone off and left us.
Hold on, Barney. Switch on your flashlight for a minute. We'll have to risk showing a light to see what's happened here.
There you are.
Flash it all around this clearing.
Okay.
They're not in sight. We're all alone here, Clint.
So I see.
Clint, do you think they framed us? Do you think they're in with the octopus?
I don't know, Barney. But this much I do know. With Tenura and her father not here to guide us, we're completely lost in the forest of the dead.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Narrowly escaping with their lives from the native village of Ngolai, the secret police, guided by Tenura and her father, Chief Yayava, flee in the jungle night through the forest of the dead. A storm breaks during their flight from the dread cannibal ants, and the boys pause to rest a little while and make some sort of shelter for Speed, who is slowly recovering from the effects of the weed of sleep. It is pitch dark, and the boys can only see one another when lightning flares across the sky. During one of the black periods, both Tenura and her father disappear from the clearing where they are resting, and Clint, Speed, and Barney are faced with the thought of being completely lost in this dangerous forest of the dead.
What'll we do, Clint? We don't know which way to go without Tenura and Yava.
We'll have to stay here until morning, Barney, and then hope to find our way back to Leopoldville. Luckily, I have a compass along.
You really think Tenura and her dad left us on purpose? Maybe they're in with the octopus, too?
I have no choice but to think that, Speed. Why else would they desert us at a time like this? You helpless, and we having no idea of the forest trails?
Yes, sure is tough. But I can move my hands and feet now. The effects of the weed of sleep are beginning to wear off.
Good. I want you to get up and move around as soon as you can so you can get some exercise and keep from catching cold in this rain.
Hey, somebody turned the rain off.
That's the way Tenura said these jungle rains were, Barney.
Yeah, and that ain't all she said. Boy, if I had that gal here...
Gosh, it's Tenora.
Quick, snap on your flashlight again, Barney. Try to pick her up.
Yeah.
Oh, Barney, do not go on night. May bring enemies to us.
Never mind the other enemies. Where have you been?
And here's Chief Ayava, too.
Where have you and your daughter been, Chief?
We go ahead while you rest to see if way clear and safe.
If tribesmen of Chief Miangai stalk us, they know where we at if all of us follow trail. But while you rest, maybe they rest, too. We steal ahead, think maybe spy on them.
Tenora, right. You think we desert you, Clint Barlow?
Well, I must confess that I did, Chief Ayava. After the experience we've just been through, you must admit that it seems strange to have you suddenly disappear at a time when we needed you most.
Yes, I see now. I am sorry, but you must always trust Ayava. I am friend.
Yeah, we know that now, but 5 minutes ago our friendship was kind of strained, to say the least.
Oh, Tenora, so sorry, Buonabalo. We should have told you we were going, but I did not think you would miss us so soon.
Well, you're back now, Tenura. That's the important thing.
And rain stopped. How you feel, Buona Gibson?
I think I can stand up now, Tenora. I'm going to try to anyhow, so Clint and Barney won't have to carry me in that stretcher anymore.
Oh, that was nothing, kid. Better not try to walk until you're sure you're strong enough. There's plenty to fall over along this here trail.
No, I think I'm okay, Barney. Will you help me up?
You bet.
All right, boy. Here you go. There now. Chief Ayava, did you see any trace of Miengai's tribesmen?
No. They think we are prey of cannibal ants. No follow us.
Miengai's tribesmen too sure we not escape.
Do you think they'll return to their village as soon as the ants have passed it?
Oh, yes. Always come back after ants leave.
I see. Then they'll know we escaped all right. But by that time, we'll be in Leopoldville. I hope.
Yes. Now we know enemy not near. Can use fire and stick to light our way.
Oh, you mean the flashlights? Good. That'll make our going a lot faster.
And Clint, look, I can walk all right. I feel swell now.
Oh, fine. But are you sure, Speed?
Yeah. Never know I'd been under from that weed asleep.
That is right. Effect of weed come quick and go quick once it wear off.
Yeah, I know, like jungle rains. Well, come on. Let's us go quick before something else happens to us.
Well, Speed, how do you feel now that we're back in Leopoldville? You've had a chance to eat and rest up?
Swell, Clint. Even though it's only been a few hours since we came into town from that jungle trek, I feel like $1 million. The cannibal ants and the weed of sleep just seem like a bad dream now.
Good, because we've plenty of work ahead of us.
Plenty of work. Of course, you wouldn't feel like laying over for a day and really resting up, Clint.
Why, of course not. We're too close to the octopus now to waste time resting. Aside from the few hours we absolutely need.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Do you really mean you want to lay around Leopoldville for a day, Barney?
Who, me? Why, of course not. How come you thought of such a thing, Simon LeGray?
I think Barney's weakening, Clint.
Oh, no, not me, kid. But anybody with good sense would want to take it easy for a little while after such a night as we had last night.
We can't spare ourselves now, Barney. The game's too close. And besides, you've had enough rest during the last 5 hours to keep you going indefinitely. So you've got the endurance of an ox.
Boy, you can sure pour it on when you want to get some work out of me. Okay, what do we do next?
I knew you'd stay with me. Well, now, here's the... Who's there?
Chief Ayava.
Oh, come in, Chief. Well, you're just in time. We are about to make plans for our next move, and it's important that you should be here during the discussion.
Yes, my daughter's still asleep, but I come. I know you need me.
You bet we do, Chief Ayava. Clint wants to go right out after the octopus again.
I am ready, Clint Barlow.
I was hoping you'd say that, Chief Ayava. Because for the action I plan, it's necessary for me to have someone I can trust to depend on. I know now that I can trust you.
What you wish, I do.
Fine. And here's our plan. Now, you stop me if you do not understand me.
Yes, but I understand better than I talk.
Go ahead then, Clint. We're all ears.
Chief Ayava, when we first came to Leopoldville, you were away on a lion-spearing expedition.
Yes.
On such a hunt, do you not have someone to beat the brush for you, to drive the lion out?
Yes. If white man is on hunt, we use what you call porters. They beat brush for lions. They carry in lion after kill.
Well, why do you just use porters to beat up lions for white men, Chief Ayava?
Your race impatient, Speed Gibson. Black man look for lion himself, then battle more equal.
You mean the lion has a better chance of finding the hunt first?
Yes, he have as good a chance.
It may be more sporting, but I'll still use the porter.
Now, wait a minute. We're getting away from the subject. How many of these porters could you round up? Say within the next 2 or 3 hours, Chief Eava.
How many you want?
As many as I can get.
Gosh, what are you going to do?
I'm going to start the biggest game hunt that Africa has ever seen, Speed. I'm convinced that the hideout of the Octopus is near Leopoldville. So I'm going to send porters out to beat every inch of the country near here. They'll discover a secret hideout if anybody can.
Boy, I think you've got something there, all right. But are you going to tell these boys just what they're looking for?
We'll have to. We'll have to risk a spy in the ranks getting word to the Octopus. That's why, once the word goes out, we'll have to work fast. Even if the Octopus is warned, we must give him no time to escape.
No spy, Clint Barlow.
Yeah, we can't be too sure, Chief Eava. Octopus spies appear when you least expect them.
No spy. Because I send call for my own tribe, my own warriors. You trust them like you trust me.
You mean you would send for your own... Well, how long will it take to get them here?
I send call now. They be here by sunset.
Well, we couldn't work much faster than that. Besides, we took most of the last available porters on our safari to Angola. Heaven knows where they are now.
They're with that chief man guy, old Two-Face himself.
Yes, but we get porters back after we find Octopus.
How are you going to call your warriors, Chief Eava?
Signal drum.
Now, wait, Chief Eava. If you call your warriors by such means, won't the tribesmen of Chief Miengai understand the signal drum, too, and suspect what we're about to do?
No, Clint Barlow. We have secret signal. No one know but my tribe.
Oh, I see. Well, you better call them as soon as possible, so they'll be here by sundown.
I go now. I return after I call my people.
He sure turned out to be a swell guy, didn't he?
I'll say so. Don't know what we'd do without him down here in the Congo. He and Tenura stepped right in when Kinga got sick with a fever.
Say, that reminds me. How is the kid?
Clint and me stopped in to see him a minute. He was sleeping. Doctor said the crisis was past and he was going to be all right.
Swell.
Well, now, let's see. We've got plenty to do before we start on that hunt for the Octopus tonight, boys. The most important, I think I'll call Carlos on short wave before we leave and let him know what we're going to do.
Well, what if the Octopus listens in and hears you, Clint?
Hey, don't you worry. I'm going to give Carlos the message in code, Speed.
Speaking of messages, Chief Eava is on the air.
Yeah. Boy, I hope that drum brings his warriors right away.
If the chief said they'd come, they'll be here all right. Meantime, I want to talk to the Belgian administrator and also tell Mrs. Buchanan of our plans.
How long do you think we'll be out on this hunt, Clint?
It's hard to judge that.
How do you plan it?
I'll start the chief's warriors out in a big circle, which will gradually enlarge as they beat the jungle for his hideout.
Well, look, we can't be every place at once. Supposing some of these boys find it, how'll we know? The Octopus will give him a tough fight. He won't be caught all alone, that's a cinch.
I know that. We'll have a series of signals arranged so that if any part of the circle finds something important, it can immediately, they'll let the rest of us know. Now, I'll work those details out with Chief Eava before his warriors get here.
I get it. Well, we'd better get on our horse, then, if we're going to pull out of here by night. And between now and then, let's do a lot of hoping that the Octopus doesn't get wind of this hunt.
OC-1 calling all substations. OC-1 calling all substations. This is your master, the Octopus, speaking. From my headquarters here near Leopoldville, I can hear the jungle drums talking to one another. They give secret signals. My band here cannot understand them. There can only be one answer to that. The secret police are planning another move. Chief Miengai has informed me that by some miracle they escaped from his village, which was in the path of the Cannibal ants. Hear me now, and listen well, for these are important commands. Arm yourselves well. Be prepared for attack night and day. Chief Eava and his tribe are on the side of the secret police. Watch for them. You know their tribal markings. When you see them, do not pause, but kill them instantly. The time has come to revolt. Let the jungle speak and show these intruders that the Octopus is still master.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Clint Barlow plans to beat the octopus out of his hiding place in the jungle near Leopoldville by using Chief Yeava's warriors and hunting the criminal much the same as lions are hunted. Meantime, however, the octopus, suspecting danger from the sound of the drums, calls his captains all over the jungle and warns them to be on the lookout for the secret police and Chief Yeava's warriors. Now, as the afternoon shadows lengthen and the time approaches for the arrival of the hunters, Clint calls Carlos Del Valle in the Sahara on the shortwave radio to give him a code message as to their plans.
And everything is the same as the expedition, Carlos?
See, Clint, life is very dull here. Nothing is happening. They dig, but they never find anything. They do not even try to kill me anymore. See, life here is very dull. I want to come and be with you in the Congo.
The way things are going, we may have to send for you yet, Carlos.
So? When? Oh, I can start tonight.
No, wait a minute. Not for a little while yet. I'll let you know if and when we need you, Carlos. But just now there's something more important. I want to tell you of our future plans.
See.
In code, just in case the octopus should tune in.
See, it is well. Go ahead, I am listening.
When the shadows are blackest, the lion hunts.
I understand.
Many lions hunt if the game is big.
And if the lion does not find the game?
Then he starves. That's all.
See. Very good, Clint. I understand perfectly.
One thing more, Carlos. If you do not hear my voice within a week over the set, come to Leopoldville immediately.
See. I come in one of the Legion pursuit planes.
The faster the better. That's all for now.
Good luck, Clint. I'll be standing by for any calls you send me.
Good boy. Portable set, ISP-1, signing off.
ISP-2, signing off.
That was swell, Clint. Nobody listening to that had ever known that you were telling Carlos we were going to use Chief Yeava's warriors to search the jungle for the octopus hideout. Isn't that so, Barney?
Yes, Speed. That code has pulled us out of tight corners many a time. That's why the octopus wants to get the key to it so bad. It's the one thing we've managed to keep from his spies.
And always will if I have anything to say about it.
Do you really think Carlos can lead the Atlantean expedition, Clint?
I may have to call him, Speed. He knows Africa well, and almost all of the native dialects, too. You know, we've been pretty lucky so far in having people like Kinka and Tenura and her father to guide us, but if we leave Leopoldville, we'll have to depend on strange guides, and that's dangerous.
Yeah, but what if something happens at the expedition while he's gone?
Everything's happening here, kid, and will as long as the octopus is in this neck of the woods. They're just killing time out there on the Sahara.
Seems that way, all right.
Let's see now. Is there anything we've overlooked in the way of preparation?
Don't think so, Clint. We're taking along plenty of guns, ammunition, food. And, oh, yeah, some tear gas grenades.
Yeah, those might come in handy. Oh, what about quinine in case of fever?
Yeah, that, too. Darn bitter stuff.
Yeah, but darn good protection. Don't forget that. You don't want to follow Kinka's example and come down with fever while we're in the jungle, do you?
Well, no, but...
Yeah, of course. Well, who can that be? Not Chief Yeava to say his warriors are here. Why, it isn't sundown yet.
I've always heard the best way to see who's at the door is to open it and find out.
That's it.
Greetings, Your Excellency.
Kinka, what are you doing out of bed?
Behold, I am well and strong again, Your Excellencies.
But you can't be, Kinka. And you were asleep.
Yes, Speed Gibson. That sleep restored me. The doctor told you I had passed the fever crisis.
Yes, but you must still be awful weak.
No. Blackwater fever comes quickly and goes quickly.
Say, this jungle is about the quickest place I ever saw. Rain, fever, everything goes quick but us, and we always seem to be tagging along behind something.
You'll get plenty of action pretty soon, Barney.
What are you going to do, Your Excellency?
Well, Chief Yeava has summoned his warriors, and they should be here soon, Kinka. Then after giving them their orders, we'll start in a circle from Leopoldville, gradually enlarging and beating every inch of the ground within radius of the town. By this means, we hope to locate the hiding place of the octopus. We're now convinced that he's located close to this village.
I shall come with you.
Yeah, now wait a minute, Kinka. You're not well enough to trek off into the jungle. We have Chief Yava and Tenura to guide us. You stay in Leopoldville and rest up until we get back.
An octopus hunt is no place for a woman. Tenura must stay here. I go with you in her place.
Well, you're right about Tenura staying here, Kinka, but you must stay, too. I can't have a half-sick boy on this hunt. It's going to be too hard and dangerous.
Your Excellency, do I look half-sick?
Well, no, but you must be weak after an attack of fever such as you had.
Please, Clint, let Kinka go with us.
Well, all right. But I warn you, Kinka, if you can't keep up with the rest of us, you'll have to return to Leopoldville alone.
It is well.
Well, I'm glad that's settled.
Listen.
Those must be Chief Yava's warriors. Let's get to the door and see.
It is them, Clint. Look, here comes the chief himself.
Right on the dot, too. The sun's just setting.
Boy, look at those guys dance. They're armed to the teeth, all right. Spears and stuff. And why are those fellas wearing lion skin headdresses?
They have killed a lion alone, Your Excellency. They are great hunters.
Hope I get a chance to come back wearing octopus tentacles.
Quiet. Here comes Chief Yava.
My people have come, Clint Barlow.
So I see, Chief. They look as if they were well qualified for the task before them.
Yes, they are brave, strong, fear nothing.
That's what we need, boy. But what are they dancing for just now?
They invoke jungle gods to help them in hunt.
Let's go back inside, boys. I have one last word to say to all of you.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, Clint.
All right.
Now then, Chief, you've told your warriors that they are not to tell anyone in Leopoldville what they're really going to hunt for?
Yes, they tell everyone we go on lion-spearing hunt.
Good. I've told the Belgian administrator the truth, of course, and Mrs. Buchanan, but no one else.
Except Carlos.
Oh, yes. Chief, if something should happen to Speed, Barney, or myself on this hunt, there's another member of the secret police in the Sahara Desert. I talked to him this afternoon.
You talked to someone in Sahara?
Yeah, over shortwave radio. That's set over there.
Wooden box that talks and hears? Oh, I do not understand it.
Never mind the box. Just you understand us right now. That's all that's important.
Yes.
If this other man of whom I speak, Carlos Del Valle, does not hear my voice within a week, he will come here. He will carry on the search for the octopus. Now, will you help him as you helped us?
Yes, Clint Barlow. If I am alive, I help him too.
Good. And one thing more. I don't think Tenura had better go with us.
Oh, no. She know that. She stay here.
Oh, that's fine. Kinka here will take her place. Are you ready to leave immediately, Kinka?
Yes, Your Excellency.
And what about your warriors, Chief Yava? Do they need rest or food before they start into the jungle?
No. They eager for hunt.
Well, let's get going then before they think about it too long and decide they're not so eager.
Yeah. Well, everything's ready. Come along, Speed.
Okay. Oh, boy, just think, Clint. We may come back with an octopus.
Yeah, and then again, we may not come back at all. But the only way to find out is to go and see. So, come on.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Chief Yayava sends for his warriors to act as beaters in the hunt for the octopus, which Clint has planned. The big natives arrive at sundown, and determined to waste no time, Clint, after giving the beaters orders through Chief Yayava, starts them into the jungle immediately. Aside from the Belgian administrator and Mrs. Buchanan, Leopoldville believes the boys are lion hunting. We find Speed, Clint, and Barney slowly making their way through the jungle, guided by Chief Yayava and Kinka, who has recovered from his attack of fever. Everywhere can be heard the beaters beating down every bit of brush and jungle vine possible, hunting for the hideout of the octopus. And over them is the jungle night, black and ominous. The secret police do not know that the octopus, suspecting trouble, has ordered the jungle tribes to kill the police and Chief Yayava's men on sight.
It's a cinch we won't surprise the octopus at this rate. He could hear us coming a mile off.
All right, maybe he think we hunt for Simba or Tembo.
I don't know about that, Chief Yayava. He don't fool easy. But what's this Simba and Tembo business?
That is lion and elephant, Your Excellency.
Say, Kinka, do you think we'll run into any elephants tonight?
I do not think so, Speed Gibson. They hear us and go away.
I hope the lions do the same thing.
I don't imagine we'll have any trouble from the wild beasts of the jungle, Barney. From what Chief Yayava's told me, most of them won't bother us unless we attack them first. And they naturally fight back in self-defense.
Well, that might be true, Clint. But how are they going to know that we're not hunting for them? A hunt's a hunt to a lion, I should think.
Oh, forget it. We've more important things to think about. Tell your men to cover every inch of the ground, Chief Yayava.
Yes, Clint Barlow. Tango Atawanga. They look well. If Octopus is near, they find him.
Why does this man call himself the Octopus, Speed Gibson?
Because his crime organization is just like the tentacles of an octopus, Kinka. You can cut one off, but the others will still be there. And the octopus can do his dirty work about as good as before.
Yeah, that's what happened in China, Kinka, and Tibet. We cut off one tentacle by ending his activities in Asia, as far as we know. But he bobs up again in Africa, worse than ever.
Hey, what's that?
Elephant. He is far away.
Oh, that's good news.
I wonder how the other beaters are getting along.
I send runner around circle to find out.
He better be careful they don't think he's the octopus and take a shot at him.
No danger. He carry torch. He goes. He will come back soon. He one of my fastest runners.
Hope he doesn't set the jungle on fire with that torch.
No bush too wet from rain last night.
Yeah, see, how could you forget that rain, Barney?
Must be slipping, Clint. Or else I'm getting so used to being uncomfortable I don't think anything of it anymore.
How are you holding up, Kinka? Feel any ill effects from your attack of fever now that you've been out on the trail for a while?
No, Your Excellency.
Oh, that's good. Because I want you to keep a special eye on Speed for me. See that he doesn't go wandering off on some private exploration trip of his own.
Oh, Clint.
And you're apt to, Speed. And Kinka is the logical one to watch you. Barney and I have to keep our eyes open and our guns ready in case these boys stumble on something.
Yeah, this bushwhacking is sure to raise something pretty soon.
I shall be honored to serve, Speed Gibson.
Oh, I don't need anybody to keep an eye on me.
His Excellency, your uncle, has a great devotion for you. It is because of this that he thinks of your safety, Speed Gibson. He perhaps realizes the danger of the jungle better than you.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Kinka. Anyhow, I couldn't have a better guard than you.
Not guard, Your Excellency. Guide.
You win. Say, Kinka, you seem to know a lot about elephants, or Tembo, as you call them. Tell me something about them.
Well, what do you wish to know, Speed Gibson?
Well, how different are they from the elephants in India, for instance?
I have never seen the elephant of India, but my teacher told me our Timbo is different from his cousin in India in shape, size, and habits. For instance, the low point of our elephant's back line is high point of Indians. Ours possess larger ears and tusks, too.
They're wilder, too. I know that.
Wilder?
Well, aren't they?
I do not think so. They have never been domesticated in Africa as they have in India, but it is entirely possible. Why, there is a farm right here in the Congo where one can see 50 elephants at work.
Yeah? Gosh, I'd like to see that.
Oh, it is much better to see them in the jungle, Speed Gibson. The elephant is the most wonderful beast of all the animals of the earth. He is very wise, very friendly with his own kind, more so than any other beast.
See, I never knew that.
You will before you leave Africa. You will see many Timbos.
Haven't seen any yet.
You've only just arrived. Wait and be patient. When we return to Leopoldville, I shall take you out into the jungle with me with your uncle's permission. and show you Tembo in his own home. And if we could go to Mount Kenya, I could show you elephants which have not lain down for 100 years.
What?
They sleep on their feet.
But don't African elephants ever lay down?
Some of the plains elephants do, but no one ever saw a Kenya elephant down, unless he had been shot.
Gosh, their legs must be strong. Say, that sounded like we're getting closer to the elephants, Kinka.
Yes, and I hope they don't get wind of us.
Wind? Well, there's no wind tonight. The jungle's hot and still, like it was waiting for something.
Just a breath of air can carry our scent to Tembo and warn him. We are his one enemy, you know. He has no others.
Well, would the herd charge us?
They might, but they are still too far away for that, Speed Gibson. Chief Iaba will call his warriors back before they approach too close to the herd.
Hey, you two, don't get so interested in your talk about elephants that you fall behind. Come on, keep up with us.
Okay, Clint.
Elephants better than cannibal ants.
Yeah, we certainly go from one extreme to the other, don't we? Ants to elephants.
Oh, forget it, Barney. We're after bigger game than elephants.
Bigger in meanness, huh?
Yes. I'd give anything to know just what the octopus is up to at this moment.
What have you to report from your camp, Chief Miengai?
There are hunters in jungle tonight. Porters beating bush for game.
Lions?
Maybe. Only these porters look like warriors. Yava's warriors.
What? You have seen them?
My guards see them. They not come to camp yet. Secret police with them.
They are not hunting for lions. They are hunting for me. I knew it.
We have your command to attack them. We shall do it.
But Yava has many warriors.
Yes. They in big circle, spread out from Leopoldville.
They are bound to find this place if they are not stopped. And they can be stopped if their circle is attacked at several places at once. I shall give commands to do this.
And my warriors are ready.
Good.
There is Tembo herd near camp.
Elephants? Well, what of it?
Danger of stampede, maybe.
No, the elephants will be only too anxious to get away from your neighborhood once the fighting begins. And see to it, Miengai, that not one of the secret police escapes alive. I leave them in your hands.
This time, I not fail.
If you should fail, I shall not be here when Barlow and the others arrive.
Where you go?
Into the gorilla country, then on to the Sahara.
You leave us at mercy of Yava's warriors and secret police?
If you fail to stop them. That is why you must make sure to destroy them.
Yes. This time, I not fail. Runner, just tell me secret police and beaters. Draw near to camp.
Get ready to attack them, and I shall send word to the other jungle tribes. I shall tell them when they hear the signal drums, they shall attack Yava's warriors.
Yes.
I think tonight shall see the end of Clint Barlow.
Gosh, we've been beating around the bush for hours, seems like, and haven't found anything interesting yet.
We can't lose patience, Barney.
Look, here comes somebody carrying a torch, Clint. Must be that runner, Chief Yava, sent out to see how the rest of his warriors were getting along.
It is the same.
Asabonga, Amagigo, and Sagadawa, Nugo Masio.
What does he say, Chief Yaba?
They say nothing have been found yet. All is well.
Listen, drum speaks.
Now what's up?
Hey, Swahili drum.
Swahili? Well, that's your own tribe. Can you tell me what it's saying?
Wait.
Maybe Swing has come to the jungle.
That Wakakuyu drum.
Wakakuyu? What's that?
Another tribe, Speed Gibson, inferior to Swahili. It answers the first drum. Listen.
They are war drums.
Uh-oh. They're coming closer.
What does it mean, Chief Yava? Are we in for an attack?
Cannot be. Not for us, anyhow.
Listen to that, Clint. That's the alarm signal of our beaters. That's to the west of us.
And that's the alarm signal of the east flank.
Clint, those war drums mean we're going to be attacked.
Look out! Those shadows ahead. Warriors.
Gosh, Clint, where'd they come from?
Have a nose, Speed. Look out for those spears.
Spears, my foot. Those babies have guns.
They must be the octopus warriors.
There are hundreds of them. We're way outnumbered, Clint.
Back toward the giant tree ferns.
Ferns? Will it be harder for them to follow us in there?
Yes, we may have a chance there.
Come on, then. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine on the way.
That's holding them.
Look at them scatter.
They're closing in again. Call your warriors back, Yava. We'll make a run for the fern forest. It's our only chance.
the International Secret Police.
Employing Chief Yayava's warriors as beaters to search every inch of the jungle for the hideout of the octopus, Speed, Clint, and Barney feel sure that they are near the end of their long search for their dangerous enemy. The octopus suspects trouble, however, and has ordered his operators in the various jungle tribes to get the ignorant natives to attack the secret police and Yayava's warriors on sight. Chief Mingai, who betrayed the secret police once before, sounds the war drums when the searchers draw close enough for the attack and the enemy closes in on all sides. Meantime, the trumpeting of a herd of elephants has been growing closer, and Kinka, the young guide of the secret police, calls for them and Yayava's warriors to take refuge in the giant tree fern grove nearby. We find the boys slowly backing up to the ferns, fighting every inch of the way.
You and Kinka stay behind the Speed. Get into the ferns as quickly as possible.
Yeah, leave the fighting to Yava's fellas and us, kid.
No, Barney. We're almost at the ferns now. Let us stay with you. Look out, Speed Gibson. Gosh, Kinka. If you hadn't put your shield in front of that spear, it would have gotten me.
Yes. Here, you take my shield.
No. I think we can both manage to get behind it, maybe.
Tell your warriors to follow us into the ferns, Chief.
Yes.
We're almost to the ferns.
Yes, once we're in the den forest, the torches can be put out. I didn't dare do it before. We'd be shooting our own men.
Yeah, but it made it plenty tough. Our own light was in our own eyes. I haven't seen one of the guys that are attacking us yet. Only their spears.
Well, that's enough, isn't it? All right, here we go. Into the ferns. Order your warriors to put out the torches, Chief.
Suffering catfish. Now we can't see anything.
We will, after our eyes accustom themselves to the darkness.
Hey, what's happened?
I don't know. Can you explain it, Chief Yayava?
They fight now like lion fight. Stalk us in dark till close enough. Then spring. Kill us.
Can't we spring first or something?
You will not see them, Your Excellency.
Seems like our best chance is to stay close together, then.
Yes, and go back further into ferns, but go quiet.
These ferns won't make as much noise as we walk through them, as the jungle underbrush did. That's a cinch.
Come on. Let's get moving.
Timbo, come this way.
You mean the elephant herd is coming this way?
Yes, Speed Gibson. I'd hoped they would.
Hope? If they charge us, we won't have a chance.
Oh, yes. Timbo never come into fern forest.
Are you sure of that, Kinka?
Yes, Your Excellency. That is another reason why I suggested retreating into fern forest. If elephants charge, we shall be entirely safe here.
It's a crazy gamble, but it may save our lives.
What's going to stop those guys who are fighting us from coming in here, too?
No, Barney Dunlap. They not come in yet. First, they surround fern forest, not very big. Then they come in. And then Timbo will charge, if we're going to charge at all.
Then why don't we stop right here where we are and not risk making any more noise by moving farther into the grove?
Yes, we are far enough in now for safety.
I always feel like eyes are watching me.
That's imagination, Speed. You know we're being stalked. That's why you feel that way. Well, I admit we're in a bad spot. We just hope that luck's with us.
Listen. Timbo has gotten wind of our enemies.
Yes, Timbo charge all right.
Hear that?
Our enemies are alarmed.
Hey, well, what about the rest of our boys?
Oh, that we're close. In Fern Grove, they're safe.
We hope.
They're sure coming.
And I sure hope you were right about elephants never coming into a fern forest, Kinka.
Everyone stay exactly where you are. Don't lose your heads. Don't move. The herd is passing us all right. They're not coming into the ferns. Boy, what an experience.
Yeah. I never thought I'd live through an elephant stampede and be able to talk about it after it was all over.
Yes, jungle god's good to us. Lead us to tree ferns before enemy attack. Then send Tembo to destroy enemy while we safe in ferns.
You mean you believe your jungle god saved us, Chief Yaba?
Yes, Barney Dunlap.
But you...
Chief Yaba, you might as well start your warriors out of this fern forest if you think it's safe now.
Yes, we go now.
You dope, you. Don't you know better than to argue with the Swahili about his jungle gods?
Yeah, he might... You mean me?
Yes, you. Be glad we're out of this with our skins. And believe me, we can thank Yalva and Kinka that we are out of it alive.
I'll say so.
Well, I was
Well,
only
forget it. Let's follow the chief and his warriors before they get too far ahead of us. I'm anxious to see what's become of our enemies. Switch on your flashlights now, boys. I think it's safe enough.
Yeah, I'll say so. I'll be surprised to see anything outside of the fern forest after the noise them elephants made passing through. They must have trampled trees and everything else.
Gosh, yes. What are you going to do now, Clint? Go back to Leopoldville?
Yeah, but it depends on what we learn when we leave the tree fern, Speed. If we can get the rest of our beaters rounded up, I'd like to continue the search for the octopus.
Yeah, if we can round up the rest of the beaters is right. Remember, they was being attacked just before that mob jumped us. We heard the alarm signal.
Yes, I know.
Hey, sounds like Yalva and his warriors have found something.
Yeah, let's get up there and see.
Behold, they are standing around something at the edge of the fern forest.
Clint Barlow, here is one of enemy. Hurt bad.
Oh, all right. Turn him over on his back. See if you recognize him, Chief.
He wearing Swahili tribal markings. He Chief Miengai.
What?
Miengai? The guy who tried to throw us to the cannibal ants? Let me at him.
What more can you do to him, Barney? He's already unconscious.
You call him unconscious? Wait a minute, and I'll show you the real McCoy.
Now, wait a minute. Hold on. Chief Yalva, is Miengai badly hurt?
No, not bad enough to die. He reached Fern Forest in time to save life.
Good. That means he'll be able to talk as soon as he's patched up. I want 2 of your men to fix up a stretcher for Miengai and take him back to Leopoldville.
Yes.
What's your plan, Clint?
We're going on with our search for the octopus, Barney. From the looks of things, the going will be easier from now on. That elephant stampede cleared away both the jungle growth and our enemies.
Yeah, but what if we meet the elephants?
No, they will continue on as they were heading, Your Excellency, until their anger dies down. Then they will resume their feeding.
I get it.
I'm going to fire a signal and see if we can connect with the rest of our searching circle.
Yes, it's safe now. No enemy near, that's sure.
That'll tell them we're okay.
Yeah.
There's no answer. That means they didn't come out so good.
Try it again, Clint.
Okay.
No, there is no reply.
Maybe they have escaped enemy, but no can fire gun or give way hiding place to enemy.
I hope you're right, Chief.
So do I. Meantime, we'll push on. We can't turn back now. We'll continue on as far as our provisions allow. Then and then only will we turn back.
Now I send Miengai back to Leopoldville.
Yes, Chief Yalva.
Boy, it didn't take those 2 fellas long to rig up a stretcher for him, did it?
No, and I don't think it'll take them long to get back to a nice, safe place like Leopoldville with him either. Meantime, what do we do?
Well, get started again. No need for your men to beat the bush now, is there, Chief? The elephants have flattened everything down pretty well.
Yes, but I tell them to look good for octopus, Boma.
Boma? What's that?
A sort of what you might call hideout to shoot from, Your Excellency. Hunters use bomas a good deal when they wait for game.
The chief isn't so far wrong at that.
We'll just stay ahead of the warriors so they'll get the benefit of our flashlights.
Yeah.
Soon the dawn will come. Then the search will be easier.
Oh, that'd spoil things, Kinka. Haven't you learned by now that we do everything the hard way?
Really?
Now, don't you believe Barney, Kinka. He's just kidding you.
What amazing courage His Excellency possesses to jest in the face of such dangers as we have recently faced.
Say, wait a minute. Look at those enormous rocks ahead. That's one thing the elephants couldn't budge.
And what's that just in front of them, Clint? Facing us. Looks like a pillar of dirt.
That is a termite hill, Speed Gibson.
Termites? Now who's kidding?
No, Kinka right. That termite hill.
Say, do you have everything in Africa?
That sure sounds like it. Here, let's take a look at it when we pass there.
Yes, I want to investigate those rocks anyhow, Speed. They might mark the entrance to the octopus hideout for all we know. It's a well-protected spot. Knowing the jungle as he must, that's what he'd look for.
Well, I never thought I'd live to see the day that I'd find termites in anything but wood. And here they are, nice as you please, in a little hill all their own.
I guess there are not enough houses in this part of Africa to keep them busy, Barney.
See, that is a curious hill, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, look at that big flat rock beside it. Wonder if we'd find any termites under that. Here, help me move it and see, Kinka.
Of course.
Boy, it's heavy, but it's moving. We're lifting it.
Speed.
Huh?
Here, Barney. Give me a hand with that rock.
Yeah.
Why, it's a big hole under the rock. That rock's a trapdoor, Clint.
Exactly. Boys, we've done it. We've found the secret jungle hideout of the octopus. Now to go in and get him.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Speed, Clint, Barney, and Chief Yava's warriors have resumed their search in the jungle for the octopus hideout, now that the charge of the elephants have driven off the attacking octopus natives. Speed sees an oddly shaped mound of dirt protected by big rocks. This, Kinka tells him, is a termite hill. When the boys go over to examine the hill, Speed and Kinka move a flat rock and discover it to be a trap door. At last they have found the jungle hideout of the octopus, and we now find the boys preparing to enter the underground passage. Clint is giving last-minute orders.
Now, Speed, I want you and Kinka to stay out here with Chief Yava's warriors.
Stay out here? But, Clint, I want to go in with you.
No, it's far too dangerous, Speed. I don't know what we'll find in there.
Yeah, kid, maybe the octopus, then again, maybe only termites.
But I want to help.
You can help. I need someone to guard this entrance while Barney and I are inside. You and Kinka can do that, Speed.
Oh, that is good. We shall guard the entrance most carefully, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Kinka. Chief Yava.
Yes, Clint Barlow?
Choose 4 or 5 of your bravest warriors to come with us. We can't take too many. That would be worse than none at all.
Yeah, we'd be stepping on one another. From the looks of the entrance, I don't think that passage is going to be any too roomy.
I choose warriors. Jaro, Hamza, Mono, Taga. These are the men. We are ready.
All right, come along then. You and I'll go first, Barney. And Chief Yava and his men will follow.
Okay, I'm all set. Gun in one hand and flashlight in the other.
The sky is getting light in the east. When you return from your search, it will be done.
If we return. If the octopus is down there, I won't guarantee when we'll be getting back.
Well, be sure and call us if you need help, Barney.
Yeah. Say, what about that, Clint? Wouldn't it be smart to decide on a signal to give the kids in case we need more of Chief Yava's men?
Oh, that's right. It'll be 2 shots from my gun, Speed.
Okay. If we hear that signal, we'll come running.
Good boy. And now, let's start the search. Watch your footing, Barney. And you, Chief Yava.
Yes, we'll watch.
So long, Clint. Good luck and hurry back.
All right, Speed. Come up here beside me, Barney. Yeah. These steps that lead into the passage are wide enough for the two of us to walk together.
Do you think we'll really catch the octopus napping this time, Clint?
We stand a good chance of it, Barney. Seems almost too much to expect, but we faced him once before, so why not again?
Yeah, and this time we've caught him in his own rat trap. He can't jump out of this hole.
Unless there are other exits.
Oh, but even if there are, I'll bet that elephant charge blocked him.
Yeah, that's hard telling. Here we are, the bottom of the steps.
Yeah. Say, this is a big passage he's got down here. Or did the termites build it?
Never mind the termites. Have you got those tear gas grenades handy?
You bet. I got 'em out as we was coming down the steps.
Hold them ready, then, because we should run into a guard or two along this passage.
Okay.
Are your warriors all in the passage now, Chief?
Yes, all here, ready for a fight.
We'll hope there won't be any. But come along now. Keep as quiet as possible.
Say, the air down here is better than it was outside. Cooler. The octopus must have one swell ventilating system.
Did you ever know him to neglect anything in his hideouts, Barney? Nothing but the best for him. That's how he's lasted as long as he has.
He must be medicine man, this octopus. He work magic.
I'll say he is, Chief Yava. Bad medicine.
Look, it's getting light up ahead.
Yeah, so it is. But, Clint, it's darn funny we haven't been stopped by guards before this, if the octopus is still here.
Yes, unless he's laying in wait for us. We'll have to expect an ambush.
I'm ready for it. I'm just aching to get a good crack at that guy. We've been playing hide and seek just long enough.
All right, quiet. Now, we're almost there. Just around this corner. Barney, look. It's a gigantic laboratory.
Yeah. Gosh, what a dump. And all the equipment in the world, too. What in the heck was that fellow working on, do you think?
I don't know. But I'm hoping we can find out by looking around. There's a desk over there. That might hold something important.
Yeah, let's get over there then. Come on, Chief.
Yes, I'll come.
You know, it's strange that we haven't seen anyone.
It's the same old cops and robbers game, Clint. The octopus got wind of our coming and beat it.
He wouldn't leave all this equipment intact. That isn't his way. As a rule, when he's forced to retreat, he destroys all evidence of his being there.
Yeah, but maybe we came up on him too fast. He probably thought Chief Man Guy and his mob would wipe us out. Never figured on an elephant charge wiping them out instead.
You might be right, Barney. Here we are now. Now keep your eyes open while I go through the desk drawers, Barney.
Okay, pal.
And Chief Yava, will you have your men search this room thoroughly? Make sure there's no one hidden in it.
Yes. That's a wonga.
All right. Let's see now. What have we got here? Scientific books.
That's one thing he couldn't pack out. Books are heavy and bulky.
Yeah, there's no papers on top of the desk. Maybe I'll find some inside. No, it's empty. Now, wait a minute. Here's something jammed back in the corner of this one drawer.
What in the heck is that on the paper? Just numbers and stuff.
Looks like some sort of formula, Barney. Let's take another look at these books. They may give us some hint as to what the octopus was working on down here.
Yeah, here's one on radioactivity.
He's always experimented in ultra-short wave, but wait a minute. Here's a new book on atoms and control of energy.
What are you talking about?
Pipe down a minute, Barney.
Look, Clint, this ain't a library. If you want to read that book, take it with you.
Barney, this book makes that paper I just found make sense.
Well, that's more than you make.
But if it means what I think it means, there should be a finished machine around in this laboratory someplace.
A machine? What kind of a machine?
Clint Barlow, here is something gone.
Something gone? He's supposed to be looking for something not gone.
Oh, come on, stop babbling. Come along with me. What is it, Chief Yava?
This thing here, made like small hunting platform.
Platform was right. Barney, whatever the octopus was working on rested on those bars.
How do you know?
Common sense tells me that. Even Chief Yava see. Now, see all the equipment? It's handed to this platform. Here is the experimental table, the sink, everything.
Okay, so whatever he was working on is missing. Now, what was it?
Light.
Light?
Or a radio beam. Or stream of energy. Heaven knows what can come out of that warped brain of his. But this much I do know. Whatever it is evil.
Suffering catfish. What'll we do, Clint?
Search every bit of this room until we're sure we have every possible clue, Barney. Then start back to Leopoldville and question Chief Man Guy. He may be able to tell us a lot.
Come on, then. Let's start the search.
Behold the dawn, Speed Gibson.
Yeah. Gosh, I wish Clint and Barney had come back.
They are safe. Else we would have heard the alarm signal.
Oh, I guess so. But there's always the chance that something happened to them, so they couldn't give us any alarm signal, Kinka.
Do not think of that. They have not been gone very long anyhow.
No, but... Oh, I wish Clint had taken us with him just the same. What's left of Yava's warriors could have guarded this entrance without us. Gosh, the jungle's extra noisy right now, isn't it?
It is always so at dawn. Birds, monkeys, chimpanzees, they all love the light. It means safety for them. The hunters of the darkness seek their dens once more.
Yeah. You know, Kinka, the octopus reminds me of those animals that hunt in the night. They creep through the jungle and jump what they're after in the dark, instead of facing it in daylight and fighting it fair.
I do not see how a man can be so evil and live. His thoughts and deeds must destroy him.
He'll make a mistake someday, and we'll catch up with him. But meantime, think of all the dirty work he's getting in now.
I do not see how he can accomplish much with you of the secret police continually after him. Constant change must hamper his activities.
Yeah, that's one thing we're doing all right. Hey, Kinka, how about taking some of Chief Yava's warriors and going down after Clint and Barney? They've been in there a long time now. Something must have happened.
Wouldn't that be disobeying orders, Speed Gibson?
Yeah, yes and no. Depends on what's happened to them.
I am at your command. But I believe it would be well to wait for some word from your uncle before following him into the octopus hideout.
I guess you're right, Kinka. Clint's always warning me against going against his orders. So we'll wait. If we have to wait here all week.
No use, boys. I think we found everything that's of any value to us. Let's get back to Speed and Kinka.
What about these books and all this equipment, Clint?
I'd like to get all this stuff back to Leopoldville. At least as much of it as is practical. Can your men carry it, Chief Yava?
Yes, easy for them. I have enough warriors to take all this back to Leopoldville.
Good. Then let's get going.
Hey, what's that? A cave-in?
It couldn't be. That passage was too strongly braced.
Look at wall where we come into room.
What? Barney! A door of some sort has blocked off the passage.
Quick, let's get over there and take a look-see.
Here we are. Barney, there's no lock on this door. There's no way of opening it. We're trapped.
Let's try and break it down.
Oh, no. It's no use. That wood must be 2 feet thick.
Clint, do you think the octopus planned this?
Yes, Barney Dunlap. I planned this trap, but did not dare hope that you would actually fall into it.
Octopus, yes, Chief.
You are trapped, Barlow, in the very place you hoped to surprise me, and almost did. I retreated, but not before preparing this little surprise for you. You will never escape from this jungle trap.
You can't bluff us, Octopus. Chief Yava's warriors will have us out of here in no time.
Will they? By the time they break down the door that bars your way to freedom, the oxygen will be gone from my laboratory. You will have no air to breathe. You will die like rats.
Ah, sign off, Eight-Face.
I shall, Dunlap. But not before leaving a last thought for Barlow to console his last hours of life. The experiment I was working on, that you were wondering about, Barlow, it is a death ray. I have perfected it at last, the dream of a lifetime. With it, I shall indeed rule the world.
Death ray? Why, you fiend, you...
Beat against the door until your hands are bleeding, Barlow, and it will do you no good. You shall die, helpless to stop me, the octopus, and my death ray.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Leaving Speed, Kinka, and most of Chief Yayava's warriors at the entrance to the jungle hideout of the octopus, with strict orders not to enter unless he calls them, Clint enters the place hidden under the termite hill only to find it deserted. A large laboratory is filled with equipment and books on radio energy, however, and while Clint is trying to learn what the octopus was experimenting on, a door automatically shuts, closing off their only chance of escape. Immediately after this, the octopus himself speaks to his prisoners over shortwave radio, telling them that he had planned this trap for them and that they will never escape to stop him from using a new death ray he has perfected with which he will rule the world. We find Clint and Barney vainly trying to break the door down and finding it increasingly difficult to breathe.
It's no use, Barney. We couldn't break that door down if we had a ram, which we haven't. Better stop trying, and we'll use up what little oxygen we have left to breathe.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Clint. But this here door is our only way out. We've looked every place else in this hideout, and there's only this one way, in or out.
And that's the most unusual for an octopus hideout. He always has at least one more exit in case one is blocked.
Yeah, I guess he figured he was safe here. Never thought we'd find this dump under a termite hill. And now I kind of wish we never had. If I'm going to shuffle off, I can think of better places to do it in than a termite hill. What'll people think if it gets around?
I don't feel much like laughing, Barney, but you'd get a laugh out of any situation, even one as serious as this.
You think I'm kidding? No, sir-ree.
We can't send out a call for help either because that set the octopus spoke over is completely dead now.
Oh, sure. He wouldn't leave us an out like that. Hey, what are they doing?
Some sort of chant.
Say, Chief Yayava, what are your warriors singing about?
They sing to jungle gods to save them, Barney Dunlap.
Save them? If it'd do any good, I'd sing too. But that'd just be using up the air that much faster. And on top of that, I don't think it'd do any good.
Yes, it do good. Jungle gods hear prayer. Send jungle brothers to help them.
I hope you're right, Chief, but it'll take more than prayers or brothers to get us out of this mess. What are you doing with your pocket knife, Clint?
I'm going to work around the edges of the door with a knife, Barney.
You don't expect to cut your way out through that wood.
No, but there's one chance in a million. We could make enough of an opening to let in fresh air. If we could do that, we could also fire those signal shots and bring Speed and the others to help us.
Say, that's an idea. But I don't think it'll work, Clint. That wood's too thick.
Don't you think I know it, Barney? At least we'll be trying to find a way out. Anything is better than just sitting and waiting.
Yeah, I know, pal. Come on, I got a knife, too. If we can't do any more than cut our initials in the wood, at least we'll be trying, like you said.
Gosh, Kinka, Clint and Barney have been under that termite hill for 3 hours now.
Yes, Speed Gibson. The sun is high in the heavens.
Something's happened, Kinka. I know it has. And even if Clint did tell us not to leave here until we heard his signal, I'm going in.
You would disobey His Excellency's orders?
Yes, because I think they need help. You don't have to go in with me, Kinka, if you don't want to. You stay out here with the rest of Yayava's warriors.
I stay out here while you risk your life in the passage under the ground? No, Speed Gibson. I go where you go. I think it would be well to take Chief Yayava's warriors with us, leaving 2 or 3 behind to guard the entrance in case of further attack from the outside.
Swell, Kinka. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Let's get started right away, huh?
Yes. Shall I give the commands to these Swahilis?
Yes. I can't talk their language. That's a cinch.
Very well. They are ready to follow us, Speed Gibson. Those 3 warriors there will remain at the entrance.
Okay. Here's a flashlight for you, Kinka. Know how to work it?
No.
Just shove this over like this. See, now the light's on.
I see. It is another one of your miracles, huh?
Come on now, Kinka. We don't want to waste any time. Down these dirt stairs.
I am beside you, Speed Gibson.
Boy, Chief Yava's warriors have sure been swell. They don't ask any questions, but just go ahead and do as they're told.
Yes, and they are very brave in battle. You saw that when Chief Miengai's warriors attacked us.
Yeah. Wonder if he's back in Leopoldville yet.
Oh, yes. His stretcher-bearers must have arrived there long ago. They travel very fast.
I'll bet the chief can tell us plenty about the octopus. They'll talk. Well, here we are at the bottom of the stairs. Boy, look at this passage.
It's very dark down here. If we did not have these flashlights, we could see nothing.
No. Gosh, wonder where Clint and Barney are. You think if they'd found something, we'd at least be hearing some kind of a noise?
And if the octopus and his men overcame their excellencies, we would have been attacked by now, would we not?
You can't always tell about the octopus, Kinka. He never does things like any other criminal. Say, raise your flashlight beam there ahead. Looks like the end of the passage.
The end? Why, yes. It appears to be a wooden door.
That's funny. We haven't passed any other doors since coming down here. Clint and Barney must be on the other side of that door.
Or the octopus.
If he is, we'll give him a fight. It'll be kind of hard for Chief Yava's warriors fighting with spears in this passage, but we've got guns. That's something.
But first we shall try to pass the barrier, huh?
Yeah, we're almost to it now. Boy, that's a door, Kinka. Look at that wood. Must be plenty thick.
There's no way of opening it, Speed Gibson.
Say, you're right. And Kinka.
Yes?
Look, it's set in kind of a frame. This isn't the kind of a door that opens out. This must have been dropped from above. And I won't budge an inch.
Well, what shall we do then?
The octopus might be on the other side of the door, like you said, Kinka. And then again, he might not. We'll have to run that chance and try to open it anyhow.
But how shall we accomplish that?
Those spears look pretty heavy, don't they?
The shafts? Oh, yes.
Tell the fellas to turn them around and try to break the door down with them.
An excellent idea, Speed Gibson.
Oh, yeah. Hey, wait a minute. I thought I heard something. Everybody quiet.
Can you hear me?
It's Clint. We're safe, Kinka. Clint, open the door.
I can't speak. There's prisoners in here.
Prisoners?
The octopus kept this trap for us. There's not much air left in this room. We can't last much longer.
They'll suffocate. Kinka, we've got to get through to them somehow.
But how?
Don't worry, Clint. We'll break this door down.
No, you can't speak. It's too thick. You and Kinka get back to Leopoldville before the octopus traps you, too.
What? You expect us to leave you here alone? Nothing doing. We're staying until we get you out of this termite hill. Aren't we, Kinka?
Yes, but it must be soon if their air supply is cut off.
Yeah. You just relax, Clint. We'll get you out. Come on, fellas. Let's try those spear shafts again. Hey, wait a minute. Tell them to time their ramming, Kinka, so they'll all hit the door at the same time. Maybe that'll do the trick. I'll count for them.
Yes.
Okay, begin. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's no use. We'll never get through there in a million years, Kinka. Tell them to stop. Well, let's see now. Can't get through the door. Maybe we can figure out a way to dig around it or under it.
We have only spearheads to dig with, Speed Gibson, and the ground is very hard. Hear it?
Yeah, Say, what's that by your foot? Sawdust?
Sawdust?
Yeah, it is. Right in front of the door. Must have dropped from the ceiling just above it. Kinka!
You have seen something?
Boy, oh boy, I've got a hunch. Hoist me up to the top of the door, will you? So I can reach the frame that holds it. Get one of your warriors to help you.
Yes. Are you ready?
Yep. Hoist away. Go on. That's fine. Now hold me steady while I try the wood of this framework with my knife.
Your knife? I do not understand.
Never mind. You will in a minute. Kinka, let me down. We've got a chance of rescuing Clint and Barney and Chief Yava.
How? What have you found?
Termites. The frame above this door is full of them. Wood's all eaten away inside. Tell Yava's warriors to use their spears on the framework, and the whole door will fall in.
Oh, it is a miracle.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me warn Clint first so they won't be hurt when the door falls in. Clint, can you hear me? Get back from the door. It's going to fall in a little while. It's getting weaker. The air must be almost gone. Get back, Clint. We're coming through. Now, Kinka, Tell them to get busy on that frame with their spears. It's working. Look, they're getting big chunks of wood out with those sharp spears.
Let us put our shoulders against the door and push so that it will fall inwards and not outward.
Yeah, we can help them that way. The door's giving, Kika.
It must. Behold, they have removed almost all the frame that held it.
Look out! It's going in! Clint, Barney, are you all right?
Yes, Speed. Thanks to you and Kiki.
Yeah, boy, fresh air never smelled so good before in my life. We were just about going, Speed.
Yes, but jungle gods hear our prayer. Send jungle brothers to help us.
What do you mean, jungle brothers, Chief Yarber?
Jungle brothers? The chief's right, Barney.
Yeah, huh? What do you mean, Speed? How did you possibly manage to break down that heavy door?
Termites.
Termites? Listen, kid, I'm in no mood for jokes.
No, honest. The octopus forgot he was in a termite hill when he built that door, Clint. They'd gotten into the framework that held the door and eaten it all away inside. There was nothing to break through that, so we never could have broken the door down. They hadn't gotten to that yet.
But how did you think of termites?
Found sawdust on the passage floor.
Well, I'll be a monkey's grandfather. You and me might as well give up, Clint. We'd be suffocating right now if it wasn't for these kids and the termites.
Yeah, we'll make it up to them later, Barney. Right now, we've got to get back to Leopoldville and question Chief Man Guy as to the whereabouts of the octopus.
You think he'll tell you, Clint?
He must be. The octopus has a new death ray in his possession. We've got to get to him and destroy that before he begins a wholesale destruction of all who will not obey him. So come on.